History. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. He is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of action's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win.
And it's all done. A flawless win.
Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Gold!
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
All right, everybody, welcome. We are here for the opening round for the IEM Dallas 2024 South America Closed Qualifier. It's myself, Laz, and Paladin here to take us through the first opening round with some big matches ahead of us today.
I am so excited to finally crown a South American representative over the course of these 2 days. We have 4 teams to try to vie for that one spot and come down to Texas. We'll pull up the bracket to showcase to you what's going on as far as these next few days are concerned. We're going to start on the B stream here with 9Z taking on BESTIA, where on the A stream, Exner and Phi will be taking you through Furia versus Imperial. So all things said here, Laz, we have some great teams, pretty similar in terms of the kind of caliber of opposition as well. And the fact that all of them could potentially try to vie for that spot it makes this bracket just look electric.
Oh, it definitely does. And this is the thing, too. Like we said, it is that, it is only one spot that you gain for this. So, I mean, lots of these teams are now fighting things out. And that's kind of the beauty of this is that, there was, 2 invited teams. And then there was 2 teams that had to go through open qualifiers on top of everything. So we had the 2 invited teams, which was Furia and BESTIA, which we are going to be covering BESTIA here today. And then we had those 2 qualifier teams, which was the first one, as you mentioned, which was Imperial, where they got to win the first open qualifier. And then 9Z were able to get themselves in that second qualifier. But, Paladin, the thing that's kind of funny about this too is that, 9Z, I mean, they actually went all the way to the final in that open qualifier against Imperial. They actually lost it, and then they had to do everything all over again and play a ton of CS to get themselves back into this kind of a situation for a close. So they have, both these teams have very much fought their way into this.
And the craziest part is, on paper, both Imperial and 9Z have shots at going deep in this tournament. I mean, Imperial domestically have been absolutely trouncing the competition. Same for 9Z in some regards. You look at Furia and Bestia, they're actually having downturns in their gameplay. I think this qualifier is wide open, and I think both of these first rounds are going to be just the same level of competition across the board. And so I'm really excited because I think Fury and Imperial, those are the kind of 1-2 seeds for me. Here, 9Z and Bestia are those 3-4 seeds, but I think it's all razor sharp, the margins. And if 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 you're either one of these teams in the bracket right now, you're going to be wanting to vie to move forward and stay in this upper bracket for as long as possible, have a chance to lock your place in the grand final and get ever closer to Dallas, because it's going to be a long, arduous task for all four of these teams. And I know a lot of people might think that Furia is going to have the easiest time to just lock in and move forward, but I don't think anything is guaranteed in this qualifier here.
No, it definitely isn't. And that's the thing too, for anybody that's not really familiar, like we had it before with the bracket, but just, a little bit of a recap again, is the fact that it is a double elimination. So even with this opening round, the game we're going to be covering, of course, with 9Z and Bestia, it doesn't mean that the team loses, they're out. They do get a second chance on this, but then they have to fight their way through a lower bracket, and then they're fighting for their lives. And like we said, that is getting that one spot ticket from the main event that happens in the end of May out in Texas for the prize pot of $250,000. So, I mean, this is a lot at stake here. So the pressure is definitely building up. But let's talk a little bit about these teams, Paladin. I know you've been licking the lips. You've been wanting to talk a lot about these guys. And I think the biggest thing that we wanted to touch on was kind of the oppers, right? I mean, both these teams have some unique circumstances when it comes to the AWP.
Yeah, it's very curious because on the Bestia side of things, they used to have Lucan opping for this team, and honestly, he really excited me as a player. He was very dynamic, he was very aggressive, but he decided to take a little bit of a step back from competition, and that's where Noxie decided to say, look, I call and I will op as well. And with that change comes a lot of setbacks for them, because while you do have this very aggressive core in players like a Deco and like a Luchov, you do take the setback in having a little bit more of a passive AWP, and one that cannot actually dictate more momentum for your team in terms of getting opening picks. On the other side of things, you look at 9Z, who have gone through a cycle of incredible oppers across their organization's tenure. You look at players like Try, you look at players like NQZ, and now you look at a player like Martineza, who has absolutely ripped heads off of his debut on this roster, and it looks so incredibly good. We're looking at a 1.23 rating over the last 3 months, and sure, 90's results have been up and down, but by and large, this guy is so willing to put the team on his back and actually take them over the edge. And so when you look at that 1v1 head-to-head between Martineza and Noxie, it feels very lopsided in one way. And in this meta, when oppers are really struggling to find their impact, Martineza can potentially just take over the game for you and win outright in terms of those opening duels.
Yeah, and that's the thing too, because like even you and I had the privilege of getting to see him with the op back in the IEM Chengdu qualifiers as well, and we got to see some of those glimpses where he was able to be a difference maker. He was the one that was able to find some good openings, and then there was moments where he was a little bit absent too. So I do agree with you. I think this is going to be a very interesting head to head, because I think there can be different circumstances, and like you said, the IGL and opping role, I think we've all criticized it. We all have goods and pros and cons to it at the same time, but we'll have to see what's going to come down to this. I mean, and let's not forget, like when we're talking about world rankings, like this is 9Z being number 41 and then Bestia being number 40. So these guys are like neck and neck when we talk about overall rankings too, right?
Mm-hmm.
So this is where it gets to be a bit of a nail biter. But let's jump into the other piece. I know Huaso Peak was a very interesting topic for you and for some of the fans here as well.
Yeah, Huaso Peak was brought onto this team in replacement of Davideus, and I think a lot of people were kind of head scratching, understanding. I mean, David was playing fantastic on this team. He was opening up so many rounds for 9Z. Why bring in a younger piece in Huaso? Maybe they have it all figured out, but this guy has still been able to really open up rounds pretty regularly. I will say, in terms of consistency, I would prefer Davideus, but Huaso still has a higher ceiling, and I think that's what 9Z are really looking for, to take them up to that extra gear. Meanwhile, on the Bestia sides of things, you look at a player like Luchov, who, while 9Z have a couple of win condition and players like Martinez, players like Huaso, maybe even a Buddha to potentially take over a game for you, on the Bestia side of things, Luchov will actually be more of an identity to the T sides of Bestia, more so than 9Z and Huaso. So I'm actually looking towards him to have a hot start, and if he does, that's where I could start to have that conversation of Bestia competing pretty hard in this best of three. But I really do think that if Bestia's key to success is going to be Luchov, and it always will be. And I think it's a key reason why they struggled when they were on land at ESL Challenger Atlanta as well.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, this is the thing too. Like, I mean, it's very interesting because, with 9Z, I mean, a lot of these players, they have the three, core players, which is like, like Buddha, Max, DGT. I mean, they've been with the team from as minimum from a year up to like 4 to 5 years, right? Like we're talking a long time here for 9Z, where, Martineza, Wasso, they've been only on the team for 4 months. And I think even Martineza is only like 2 or 3 months. So it's a very short amount of time, right? Yeah. So it hasn't been long. Like I think you and I got to see the first like official matches where he was able to join this team and get to play. And that was for the Chengdu qualifier. But the thing that's, oh, go ahead.
And he looked fantastic. That's all I had to say. I mean, it's really exciting to watch this guy in the server.
It's true, and that's the other thing, because when you kind of flip the coin here for Bestia, I mean, all these players have essentially been on this team for pretty much a year. I think I think it was Tom essentially that was there for just like under that year. So essentially, he has been on the roster for a long period of time. But the one thing that you and I got to talk about, and it was a bit of an interesting discussion, is that the coaching has now changed on this roster, which is kind of a big deal because you have someone that's been on the team for so many years. I think it was about 6 years, you said. And then now you have Zote that comes in and he's only been here for a little bit amount of time. And that kind of raises a question. Can he make the impact in such a short, like, stand in right now?
Right. I mean, Pino has played with Noxie. I mean, they were together on Isurus as well. I mean, on terms of apps on Bestia itself, he was on for around 3 years. On Isurus, another 3 years there. But that pairing is something that Noxie would never have to worry about. And now they're trying to change things up. I think they want to retain this roster for as long as possible. They actually believe in the vision that this 5-man unit actually possesses. And I really respect that they were willing to keep the 5-man unit together, try to change things up in the coaching role. But it is a big task for Zote because you are asking for them to take that next step to get past these pressure-filled games. They've struggled at RMRs. They've gotten close at RMRs. They've gotten close in these qualifiers as well, but they haven't gotten that final few steps to actually qualify for these big tournaments. And so there's a lot of pressure on players and the coaching staff of Zote, to really promote a winning lifestyle for these players. So I'm really excited to see what those changes are going to look like. He's only coached for around 26 maps, mind you, and there's going to still be a little bit of time to figure out what his calling style is in those freeze times, and we'll get to see firsthand off the rip what the timeouts are going to actually net. Can it actually change up the win percentages of the team moving forward, or is it something that's still a bit in work in progress? It's a real trial by fire, to say the least.
Yeah, definitely is. But, that's a good point. And we talked a lot about the rosters. We talked a little bit about the history. Let's talk about the vetoes. So these have finally come in. We do have a bit of an idea. I'll walk you through the bans. And then, Paladin, I'm going to let you take the wheel here because I know you've got some thoughts on this. But Bestia is going to go with the ban of Vertigo to start things off. Then 9Z banning Anubis. And then Bestia picking Inferno. And that means 9Z does get to start on that CT side. What are your thoughts?
So the kicker of this veto is that they both share the Vertigo perma, which begs the question, who would actually jump first and blink first? And in this situation, it will be Bestia. They will ban off Vertigo, and because of that, 9Z have to actually get a huge benefit in the veto. They can ban out Anubis, one of the strengths of Bestia. They can actually pick into Nuke, which is another strength of theirs. Bestia will go into Inferno as expected. And then in the second rotation, 9Z can get rid of Mirage. Bestia will be forced to take out Overpass and will have Ancient as the decider. So in this situation, 9Z not only get to avoid the Mirage of Bestia, but they also get to retain Nuke and Ancient, two of their most played maps in the pool, which leads me to believe that 9Z are pretty favored in this veto, and I really do like how they match up against Bestia pound for pound. So I do think that while their rankings are pretty close together, there are certain win conditions that I look towards 9Z really being favored in, which means that, again, I have to stress this, players like Luchov are going to have to come out swinging and really start to take control on Inferno especially. I'm looking at him in that banana side to try to open up that T side.
Yeah, it's a really interesting point because I know you were really emphasizing that to me too. And look, it kind of feels like, yeah, like 9Z have kind of won the mind game, if you want to call it that, of the veto. They've been able to find themselves in a great position where they get to play on two maps that you know, statistically they are better on. But I guess that's going to be the question if, you know, how well Bestia can come prepared, because, you know, we can rant and rave as much as we want about statistics, so we can say this is going to work and this is what it should be. That's never always going to be the case, right? But that's what makes it so beautiful at the same time. Like you kind of recapped again, is both these teams are pretty much neck and neck in terms of rankings, and it's just going to be interesting to see what these new adjustments from Bestia can really do, if that's going to be able to change the, you know, the face of Bestia too. The other thing I wanted to ask you as well is, I mean, the piece about with the rosters, I mean, I think, you know, Hwaso was a really interesting guy for me. Like I know you wanted a bit of a tangent on that, but I think that was a good pickup, and I'm hoping we're going to be able to see that same effect like we did in Chengdu.
I am very, very excited for this matchup, Laz. 9Z taking on Bestia, and right off the rip, Myron hitting a jumping Martineza and Apps gives us a slight advantage to the T's, but it's a slow crawling default and a lot of utility on the Bestia side, potentially a full-on execute wherever they decide to end up. But I'm already licking my lips at the prospect of a banger of a best of 3 here.
Oh, this is good. This is good control coming in from Myron right now. So he's already in boiler. Again, a little bit of a feeler, but man, that's the worst feeling right there for Martineza. Like the fact that he gets, like, just jumping for info gets instant gooshed. Like it's just the worst, because then you're like, all right, well, what am I going to do? What am I actually going to be able to provide right now in this round? And you can already see 9Z actually leaning in this 4-player stack on the A side, but it's the wrong read right now. Max is the only player here. He's got the smoke, but he's got the dualies. Going to be able to lock this down potentially, but he needs to stay alive. If he can find a duel and get out of this, this is going to be best case. But oh my goodness, he's actually going to press forward on this. They're both just right beside each other in the smoke. It's going to be about who's faster, who's going to go for the blink. And Luchav, he's just on the corner here, so I don't know if Max should be expecting this. Oh my God, are you kidding? And he gets the bomb down too. How does that happen? No way, like that, Paladin.
That's absolutely ridiculous there. Well played from Max, and now with the bomb in complete no man's land, Bestia have to scamper across the map, and their entire game plan gets eradicated. What a round and what a call for 9Z to play in that smoke, and they'll get themselves the first round on the board. Bestia will be kind of scratching their heads, wondering where it all went wrong, but sometimes complicated calls like that can just be felled with one swoop. And Bestia will just take that full save.
And that's the thing too, like they go for that, they kind of go for that 3-2. Oh, lead. Oh, look at the molly on top of it too. The barbecue right now. Looking right now. He gets himself a nice ace on top of it all. And you don't even see Bestia. They don't see a single person. And the round's over within, what, 10 seconds?
So I think sometimes, I'm not going to say if it was intentional or not, but sometimes people like to die via the Molotov instead of the MP9 because it gives away less kill reward. I'm not necessarily sure if that was the game plan there, but regardless, it isn't the worst case scenario for Bestia. They're not giving away that SMG cash, but they will have the buyout here in the 3rd round. And they're looking for gunfights straight away. Nading open the smoke is Myron, and he gets rewarded with the DGT frag.
Yeah, this is a good push coming in from Buddha too. He's trying to get a little bit more aggressive with the MP9. It's backfiring just a little bit. The smoke comes in, but it's a bit too late now. Max by himself once again. See if he's going to be able to cook something up. He does have that molly in his hand. Waiting. Hwaso now behind him. So they got the 2 players here in B, leaving just, I believe that's Martinez by himself here at the A site. And what does Bestia want to do? They have 5 players right now, Paladin. They're sitting in such a good position. They can just kind of wait things out and see if 9Z even try to reaggress.
And they're already trying to activate Luchav straight away. Gets himself 1. And Noxy wants to continue to repress the issue on Car. Luckily for 9Z though, they're gonna gamble stack here with the three players all on this B bomb site. And with no feelers in brackets, Bestia could be leading into a trap here. Sure, they've got the 5v3 advantage, but with this stack in play, this could be absolute disaster for Bestia.
Yeah, this is the perfect read right now. 9Z are just fully stacked on this. They're going to have some good counter utility. I believe that's a flash that Martinez is going to have. So you're going to see the swing potentially coming in from his teammate. 19 seconds, so they can't even backpedal on this. They have to commit to this plan now. There is no turning back on this. Another flash coming in. More nades going to be thrown. The peak comes in. Also just holding his ground. And look at the time. The time is just dwindling. They have 6 seconds. They just have to take it out, and they don't clear them. But they still are able to get the round despite the time on the clock. Oh my goodness, that was way too close for comfort.
I like the idea there from 9Z trying to pounce before that bomb goes down, but at the end of the day, BESTIA were very aware having the 2 players bottled up in pool punishes the aggression, shuts it down. They shut down the church player, and man, oh man, did it still get close before they actually had cleared New Box. Luckily for them, it was only the last player up, and they got that instant trade. If he was able to tuck in, who knows? 9Z will reinvest. AWP out for Martineza. And right off the rip, we're trying to look for his impact on the server. Just a matter of timing. The tracers are tracked, and Noxy goes down. So right off the rip, the head-to-head goes in Martineza's favor.
Yeah, and that was the double boost too, so that was an extra nice little bit of an angle that he was able to find on top of the smoke. So now putting 9Z in a great position here with the 5-on-4. And this is, again, this is the stronger side for 9Z. So the CT side is something they want to get as many rounds as possible, obviously, so they can feel a little bit more comfortable on that T side, since it's not their main course. Luchov now getting ready for the smokes. That's going to go for Moto. And it's going to be just a full execute onto this. They're not even going to mess around. They're not going to lurk anything on this. It's going to be the question of also just on the other end of the balcony, playing anti-flash. And now they got the bracket control palette, and this is getting a little worrisome. Tom needs to be able to find something here. He needs to be able to find this opening if he can. So he can avenge his teammates, and it's a bit of a greasy spray with the FAMAS, but it's already looking like it's just down to the 1-on-2. 30 seconds, and I don't know if this bomb's going to go down.
2 HP on Luchov. Sure, he gets the trades, but the flight paths looked a little awry. And with 20 seconds left on the clock, Luchov has got to make a decision. He's got to make it quickly. With Martineza leaving, but there seems to be a window, but Buddha catches the timing, punishes that low HP, and 9Z will continue to rack up CT rounds. Third one on the board for them. And honestly, I like the call there from BESTIA in the 4v5. You know, maybe you could just catch off a timing, but unfortunately, Toma couldn't get anything in terms of information in the apartments. And for that reason, Luchov has got to take some really odd angles and odd duels. And he takes some heavy casualties because of that. So BESTIA so far haven't been able to find that secret sauce, and will continue to reinvest into this round. Noxy will only be on a deagle, and you know, your star rifler and Luchov will have a Mac 10. So already some concessions having to be made for BESTIA as 9Z start to gain some steam here early on in the half.
Yeah, we've seen such a great work coming in from 9Z on the CT side thus far. I mean, it's not anything flashy, right? They've been able to just do a pretty good job holding things down. The Paul flash comes in, and there we go. It actually does backfire. I was talking about nothing too fancy. They try something, and it doesn't work. So now they're going to have to backpedal on this. No one actually getting himself into this, but Martinez is able to at least find 1 kill before he goes to the grave. 3-on-2 now, the advantage in massive favor for BESTIA, and there we go. You can already see Max. He is out of here. He is not even going to question this decision. He's looking for a gun. Maybe a little bit of an exit frag here. I don't know if he's going to be able to find Deco, though. He's going to be able to hear this, and he has the better weapon. Just barely 1 HP.
That's brutal. I mean, in that situation, BESTIA, again, continuing to press the issue, keeping it simple. Martineza, I will say, had a couple of opportunities there to capitalize. You had 1 shot off in apartments and a couple on the site itself. And those can be the difference makers to keep them in the round. You want this guy hot off the press if you're 9Z, and it looks like we're going to have to hold our breath for an impactful Martineza round just yet. And with that, Noxy's now going to have his turn to don the big green. And a chance for BESTIA to pounce right back. This is the kind of back and forth that I was looking for here, Laz. I mean, it excites me in terms of the best of 3. That we're getting this kind of a fight out of BESTIA straight away, but there's Martinez on the deagle. He doesn't need an AWP. He's got the hand cannon to take care of business.
Oh, man, that's what you want to see. When the D can get out and finally get some connections, that's huge. But again, it's going to be a lot to ask for. Famas actually with the big swing here. This is interesting right now from 9Z. They're still going for the fight, which isn't too bad. The MP9, the only kind of, semi-automatic, weapon they have. The rest are just pistols. Also now just sitting there. He actually spots the player, so he's going to actually reposition himself. This is good. He's got the 5-7. Look at that damage. He's not able to get the kill, but at least that goes down to now 4 HP. But again, I don't think this is a great position for 9Z. They have no utility except for a smoke.
And there goes one of your rifles as well. Buddha down with the FAMAS. Martineza can recover it, but is being still heavily watched by the IGL. And Max is again tasked with saving. Has had a great start to the half thus far, but can only really look on. I think he could be able to take out Deco here. An upgrade on deck. Yeah, there's that Kalashnikov scooped up. And that's pretty much everything Max needs to go on ahead and save. So Bestia will equalize things. Sure, they have some financial issues, but 9Z certainly have some of their own as well. And I mean, now we're poised for Bestia to run away with the lead here, Laz. So the simplified T side is doing wonders for them, and 9Z don't really have any answers just yet.
Yeah, they were looking really confident in the beginning, but now it's starting to slow down, and there we go. Finally, the attack is going to come out. They're going to just take this moment to figure what they want to do with this. They don't have the money really for guns in this situation, but at least they can use this. This round probably could just be a wash. Maybe not, maybe so, but at least they can get themselves prepared for the following round to see what they want to do a little bit differently. But I mean, with the AK in the hand, I mean, this is a tough situation because, you know, a lot of teams, they like to do that, 4-1 split, just kind of keep the one rifle there, just being quiet and just being a sole anchor to see if they can run into it. Or sometimes they like to kind of mix things up, and I'm curious what 9Z have done. They've shown some creativity so far on the CT side.
And now they're going to have to find a little bit more creativity, considering they only have this one rifle on the back of Max. And as the time ticks down, what is the call here to promote essentially your IGL to get involved? We've seen him have some good individual games, and we're going to need a little bit more out of him if we want to talk 9Z, but Bestia instead will garner some early map control with this heavy utility advantage, and they're just going to actually go charging up Banana, and Martineza will punish him for it. What a deagle headshot there. Deco goes down for the count, and Bestia will have to reconsider what their options are in the 4v5.
Yeah, it's starting to get a little scary, though, too, because, again, these pistols, when they got close, that could be huge. And look at Max, the one rifle now being saved, and he's able to find two more. He is just taking everybody down, doing half the damage on the Toma right now. Look at the HP of him, 16. This USB should be able to get the job done. Coming in from the back, able to make the connection. It's a 2-on-1. It is not anymore, and that somehow, in some way, 9Z do the impossible.
Martineza getting that one deagle headshot absolutely terrifies Bestia, thinking that it may be some sort of a stack. And as soon as they rotate in, that is where they actually have to eat their foot, because Max is right there with the AK-47 on short. There's a flash to boot as well, and that quick double just completely turns around that round. You have, I believe it was Huaso on the side itself getting a dink with the USP, and then from then on, it's just quick flanks and just an overwhelming nature in terms of the numbers for 9Z. So Bestia will take attack, reconsider what's going on, considering Noxie's got 7k in the bank, and the rest of the individuals on Bestia are going to have to figure out, do they want to follow suit behind their IGL, or will they want to take some financial concessions? It'll be the latter, where Noxie will have one AK-47, and they'll just buy some upgraded pistols around it. And honestly, lads, I kind of like this decision a little bit more. It's a bit conservative, but it allows allows the preservation of your finances.
No, it definitely does, and that's a good smoke, though, deep in the middle, and there it is. Noxie's able to find himself 2 more kills, so that op now, that threat has been removed from this equation. They solve for X, and now Huaso maybe from the back lines of Boiler. He's able to get this timing. Oh my god, he turned! Oh, no way! Oh, Hawasso, the trigger discipline backfires entirely, leaving it a 4-on-2. Max trying everything he can. It's a scramble for a fight. It's a challenge. Oh, I do not like the odds right now for 9Z.
Oh, big miss from Luchov on the 1 HP. Stationary target in Max, and maybe there's just a chance now. Sure, it's in the 2v3. Buddha's looking for something to punish, but Bestia are staying strong, and just by not facing in the situation, a Glock and a Deagle on the site, Bestia will recover the round. It's Hero AK's back and forth here, Laz. First it's Max, and now it's Noxy. What a situation to kickstart this half. And boy, I wouldn't want it any other way. Just some exciting South American Counter-Strike, all vying to stay within this upper bracket. And I mean, talk about the stakes. Neither team here would want to play Furia or Imperial for a spot to remain in this competition.
No, exactly. That's the thing, right? It is that best of 3, but you know, the loser of this is going to be going down to fight one of those two teams, and that's not something you probably want, especially for keeping yourselves alive in the tournament in the closed qualifier. But man, oh man, this is the joy. This is the South America stuff we love to see. It's just, there's so much unpredictability, and look at it now. We were thinking Bestia were able to, you know, scramble themselves a pretty big lead. We're talking a 4-4 with how chaotic this game has gone. But we are finally back at a rifle round for the most part. Who also going to just be sitting with the MP9, but again, keeping himself with that utility. And now even Bestia kind of slowing things down, just fighting a little bit for this banana control, but Luchov has already taken some pretty big damage, and they're still aggressing on this. They are really trying to fight for that control.
Ooh.
And somehow Buddha survives that shot, man. Got caught in the shoulder.
Yeah, I think that just clips the side of the half wall. Buddha should be thanking his lucky stars, because that was really lax on the fallback. And because of that tag, Bestia want to extend the issue. Martinez has got to hurry things up, because there's no utility to stall this hit out. It's just got to be raw aim duels, and Max only gets one. Now Buddha up to bat. Martinez deciding to swing as well. And nothing being offered up. There's Martinez. He gets one. Make it a double as well. And now things go from bad to worse, but this aggression from Myron through his own smoke, and Noxy's AWP puts us in a 2v2.
Yeah, and the CTs are going to commit to this.
What?
And that's a huge miss coming in from Noxy. Something a little bit uncharacteristic of him. The smoke's going to block off that molly. So now DGG is trying everything he can, but leaving it just down to Hawasso. The MP9, can it be the MP9 to death? Walks into the scope, and Noxy knocks them down with a double, putting it back to a 5-4 lead in some weird, interesting fashion again.
I mean, you think the site anchors had done their job there from 9Z, but it's Myron's aggression through Church, and I don't think there was any communication to say that he was there. And as soon as that happens, Noxy has enough room to move back into the post plant, and we all know how dangerous an op can be in the Inferno post plant, and Noxy lets it rip. Folks, I don't think this round will be live. I think we do have a bit of a tech pause, but that being said, it does feel like we need a breather from the action, considering how dynamic this game has been.
Oh, it's just been so dynamic. And that's the thing, right? Like, that's what we love about this region, and that's what it's just so much exciting moments that they can bring to the table. And that's, you can just never count anybody out in any sort of a situation. And you talked a lot about him. I mean, Martinez, I mean, I know he's only sitting in at 8-6 right now, but he's done a great job just finding some big impact kills. Like the fact, again, that he was in the smoke, able to find the double. I mean, didn't win them the round, but again, it still gets them somewhere to go. But surprisingly, Max is, you know, sitting at a pretty decent KD ratio right now. And I don't think I would have put him as like the big fragger on this team, but he is somebody that, you know, does have a very decent rating overall.
Yeah, I mean, you don't really consider him as that number one player, but for right now, he is leading the way. He's getting a lot of pertinent frags, especially on these site hits, to keep 9Z involved in the round. And yet, still, I mean, it's not like he is taking over the game in terms of rounds, but he is keeping them in these rounds. So keep in mind that you still need another couple of players to follow suit behind him. Martinez has been there in terms of some of this rifle work, but we haven't had that true Huaso gameplay yet. We haven't had the DGT that can take over games as well. And because of that, Bestia's team play has really taken them over the edge. Noxy while I had to dig him because of his opping prowess, he's shown up so far. When the impact is needed, he's been able to produce, and Luchov has provided some valuable openings on Banana as well. So I'm really happy with what I'm seeing so far from the T side of Bestia, and Nines here really have to kind of muscle their way into back into this game. And I do think that they are capable of doing so. They are that kind of team that stays resilient and stays involved in these games, but it's going to be tough against a roster like Bestia for sure.
No, definitely. And I mean, that's the thing too, right? I mean, we said that, for a team like 9Z, the CT side really is like the main course. Like this is the side where they have a better win percentage, better than their T side, where I feel like, for Bestia, it's actually the other way around. So right now we're starting to see why they're doing quite well on their T side. So I think for any 9Z fans, I mean, the hope is obviously to get this as close as possible, because I think that T side could be a little bit of a problematic situation. Maybe, we don't know yet, but obviously there's been a lot of updates with CS2 and the Peaker's Advantage and all these things, which I think gave the T side even more of a boost.
Yeah, no, completely agree. And now, where we stand still at this tech pause, unfortunately. And tech pauses like these are always really difficult to navigate, just because you can't talk right during freeze time.
Yeah.
And if you're 9Z in that situation, you have to really stew in the juices of losing that 2v2, and can't really call any game plans off the rip as well. And because of that, I mean they're gonna have to take an eco as well, and I don't necessarily know how you bounce back from something like that, especially at this stage of the game, right?
Yeah, and that's the other thing too, right? I mean, I think you and I have talked, since we've been on the desk together a few times. It's a conversation where you get that momentum. I don't really feel like the momentum is like one-sided right now. Like I think what we've seen so far in this game is it is very back and forth. Like it feels like ping pong, right? Like, so I'm not worried about the momentum piece, but like you said, it gets to be that little bit of an awkward time too, because again, they can't really talk during this time. You kind of have to just kind of sit there in silence, and it kind of makes you stew a little bit too, because you don't know what's going on. You're kind of waiting for how long could this take, and that could kind of change the attitude and the mentality in the game. But I mean, again, these guys have been through a lot of situations, and they've played each other immense amount of times in terms of head to head. So I mean, it's not like anything new. But the thing is too, Paladin, that we didn't really get to touch about was the fact of the head to head. I mean, historically, 9Z and Bestia have played each other quite a few times, but I mean the head-to-head does favor 9Z with a 7-4, so that kind of again shows the history aspect. But I think, like what we talked about with the rosters, I don't know, that doesn't necessarily paint the full picture here.
No, not at all. And it'll be very curious to see how we add to that history. I mean, this is some of my favorite parts about doing qualifiers like this, because when a region is still kind of developing, you're going to get the same 4, 5, 6 teams in that gauntlet, and you get to see how they try to vary their game, knowing that they've played a certain opponent multiple times. And I think it'll be very interesting to see the kind of variations in this matchup, especially after we had an interesting veto. But hey, guys, we're gonna try to figure out this tech pause in a little bit, and we're gonna cut to a break. And when we come back, it's the continuation of 9Z on Bestia on Inferno.
All right, we're back. We did a little teaser there. We did a little teaser to catch you off guard, but no, we're here. We're ready to go. Round number 10. Things are finally fixed. We're ready to go. And BESTIA have now put themselves in that lead like we talked about. Laz and Paladin, see what we will find in this chaotic Inferno game.
So, 9Z right back at it with his full save. You have Martinez with that deagle. And honestly, not the most exciting round to have right back off the tech pause, but this is a formality for BESTIA. Hopefully, we can actually get a 2-round buffer in this game. Feels like beyond the pistol conversion, it hasn't been smooth sailing for either team. But a chance now for BESTIA, especially now that they have brackets control and only Martinez on this A site.
Yeah, I like this control though. Again, like they're really mixing things up. They know they have weaker weapons to go against, but it's a deagle. Martinez can't get it done this time. Only a bit of a one shot, but it is a free site. 9Z now. Good to go for these last remaining players. They're going to go for the rotate. Again, like even with this kind of a situation, Paladin, you know, I would love it if 9Z just go in there with position for the exits. If they can find a gun and get out of there, I mean, that's already a win on itself, but Toma's not letting that happen at all. And yeah, AKs are starting to sing. I don't think there's any chance that TGG is going to be able to grab that AK. That thing is long a ways, and there we go. A nice, easy cleanup, 1 casualty, a 6-4 score line. Now the money is going to be back on the board. 9Z. What do they have cooking?
It's got to be something good here, Laz, because this half is running away for them very quickly. There will be no op for Martinez in this round. And because of that, BESTIA still have quite a bit of an advantage. Can try to lay waste with Noxie's op if he so pleases. But again, I'm looking towards that banana control early from Luchov. He's going to go a little bit more lax this time around, not very keen on taking any aggro peaks. And continuous deep smokes from 9Z in the bottom of mid. It forces BESTIA to use a lot of utility and burn some time before they can actually scale up. And now, they're going to try to scale off the back of that fading and straight into Archside. Martinez is going to have to take that first duel, and he'll win it. Luchov, their primary star, goes down, and now BESTIA have to find another answer.
Yeah, and they're going for the wraparound here too, and Huaso's not able to find anything. He's fully blind now, but Martinez, he's still making multi-kills, doing so much work by himself. How is he still alive in this position? Now the smokes are coming in. You can see the CTs trying everything they can to kick down this door, making it to the 2v2. An HE remaining here for the CT side in terms of the utility belt. A flash now remaining from Iron. Bomb's going to go down. Landed in the default spot, and now the op making its way in towards Big Pit. This is going to be important because the 1 HP, or 1 HP, low HP player of Marin is going to be questionable for Buddha. Oh, this nade isn't going in the wrong spot, maybe, but it does so much damage, down to 8 HP. Holding on to this, needs to be able to find these, not a chance. And BESTIA have now secured themselves 7 rounds in this first half as we go into the last round of the first.
Every 2v2 feels like BESTIA find a way to dig themselves out of the hole. And this is another one of those rounds. Martinez had a shot, gets himself the double, but it's just all for naught. BESTIA just looks so good in the clutch right now, and for that they're rewarded with 7 rounds. A 1 T side and potentially a little bit more. There's only that 1 rifle on the back of Martinez. Oh, sorry, 1 more rifle on the back of DGT as well with the FAMAS, but it is still a very winnable round here for BESTIA, and they would love an 8-round haul considering how back and forth this game has been.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they've done such a great job to control the later portion of this first half. We were talking, it's been so back and forth, and the fact that now they're sitting in themselves in the advantage. But we'll have to see, like you said, if they're going to be able to find this 8th. Even Buddha's sitting with a CZ, man. Like, like, don't get me wrong, I love a good old CZ, but that is not what you want for the last round here. Not a great position for him to be in. He was on the balcony. Martinez, though, trying to, again, put matters into his own hands. He's not able to find more than 1 kill. And now, also trying to get out of this. DGG is just on the other side of the smoke. I don't know if they actually cleared him.
No, they didn't.
And this might be the backstab. This could be detrimental. This might actually make a bit of an impact. But he actually just gave away a spot.
One, and that actually is absolutely fantastic.
What?
And that means TGT can get involved straight
touch
away.
each other.
Here's Myron in the clutch, kissing in the smoke, and they can't actually convert the frag. And it's going to be a matter of timing. But Buddha comes out on top, and sure, he only has a CZ in the final round, but he converts it. 9Z will have 5 at the end of the half. We'll take a quick break. And when we come back, we'll see if Bestia can confirm their map pick here on Inferno.
All right. Well, we're finally back. Second half here for the first map of Inferno, which is Bestia's pick, and they were able to get themselves 7 rounds. And things were not the easiest to get to those 7, but now we're here for the second. Laz and Paladin to see who can take this thing home.
Well, Bestia have done great to get themselves 7 rounds on this T side. And they have an opportunity to continue their good fortunes. It'll be double dualies off the back of Noxie and Toma. And 9Z will have to find a way to dig deep, as we've seen them do a countless number of times. 3 men up the apartments alongside 2 in middle, so keen on charging into this A bomb site, and lucky for them, there are only 2 players here And the smoke and flash might be everything to get them involved.
Yeah, I love this play, though. This is a good play from 9Z because, again, just going to go for this apartments pop is going to be huge, but someone needs to be able to find this, and that's a great peek. And then he's going for a little bit more, backpedaling on this one a little bit. Good play coming in from him, not overexerting himself, so now making it even more problematic right now for 9Z. The wrap's coming in, but oh my goodness gracious, these dualies are an absolute dagger into the heart right now. And this is becoming such a big issue. DTG trying everything he can with a Glock. Look at what Tom has been able to do. Single-handedly now has put himself with a 3K, and that is a convincing pistol round coming in from BESTIA.
I mean, that is Toma being the MVP through and through. He gets that first kill, gets the information on the bomb, and just stays alive for so long in pit. He's playing that like as though it is a gun round, and he has no utility to back him up. And the fact that he makes those dualies look that convincing is just so important. With that, they get themselves their 8th round. They force 9Z into an eco, a full eco at that. And man, oh man, it's such a vital conversion to get.
Yeah, these pistol rounds have been something else, right? I mean, we saw the first one. It was, the dualies being in the smoke on B, and then just, kind of like a Houdini move and just pops out of nowhere. And then it comes, Toma able to find himself with a triple kill, now putting in that kind of a situation. Just absolutely filthy. But going to be Glocks with 1 deagle for Martinez right now here from 9Z committed into this. No utility spent, keeping that money still at that, 1,600 plus. And look at BESTIA now. They've already started to put some good pressure on Banana. Keeping it the 3 players, just kind of standard setup in the A site. Nothing too wild, but I do like this aggression on Banana because now they are obtaining this map control, making it even more of a situation here for 9Z, and they don't really have much to, clear these players out.
No, unfortunately, and that'll be most likely to their demise. They really just want to bleed some more utility, and lucky for them, they have, honestly, rid of most of the utility on BESTIA. It's only the single Molotov on Noxy. And a flashbang on Deco. And there's that flash to go in. And unfortunately, they won't get any contact before it. And there's that last bit of utility to be used. So with 25 seconds left on the clock, Max and Co have done their job in terms of rotting the utility. And now they'll look to try and confirm themselves a bomb play.
Yeah, they're just going to try to fight for this. Noxy does have a bit of a challenging kill. Takes a full clip to get it done, but yeah, these Glocks are doing no sort of a threat at all. BESTIA should be able to pick this one up flawlessly. They do. They get them on themselves a 9th round. 9Z, if they would have been able to find that bomb plant, obviously would have added way more coin into the bank, which could have, made the question about the op coming out. But unfortunately, no dice. Snake eyes. So now we're going to keep the AKs just with the 1 Galil also. Big round now here, Paladin. I mean, this is where, again, BESTIA are in a great position. They still have the 3 MP9s, so they have that, money grabber if they can find some kills.
Yeah, they can play that bonus out. They've got enough of a buffer. When I'm looking at the kind of aggressive rifles that we were starting to talk about the narrative before the game started, we were looking at Luchov and we were looking at Wasso, and so far, Luchov has produced his end of the equation in terms of the T side, and now it's got to be Luchov on the other end. He's got to find a way to crack things open, but instead, Luchov is going to extend dueling into logs, and his teammate in Deco has gone down, but he still lives, living within the smoke. Are they going to actually clear him out? Oh, they do. Max will get that frag, and with that, a huge advantage for 9Z on this first gun round.
I really like the attempt, though. I love that, they tried to counter-aggress through the smoke. They tried to just keep pressing forward with the MP9s. Like we said, that was kind of what they needed to do. Leaving it back to a 2-1. Toma now here close to the MP9, comes in for a swing. Dry peeks it, actually, but it's a nice trade coming in here from BESTIA. But now the jig is up. They know exactly that there should be only 1 player theoretically at this B site, and being a split of a 1-1. And despite the smoke, you can actually see, BESTIA have actually made a bit of an interesting call. They're just going to abandon the B site, gamble this more for CT side and library, and go for the double player A stack. Very interesting. In 30 seconds, for 9Z. And they're going to be able to creep through. They do have plenty of utility here. They got 3 smokes with the Molotov, so they're going to be able to block everything off. And as soon as this smoke comes in, they're going to know that they have to commit to this. But the question will be, do they actually want to go for the retake?
I don't think they can here, just considering the lack of utility and the lack of guns as well. Instead, try to retain the finances and hold on to this rifle off of Myron. Noxie will try to look into Banana for a potential upgrade, but Buddha is here to at least watch the backs.
Very interesting call. Again, it could have just been that one decision, you know, did cost this round potentially. We don't know that for sure, but like you said, now Noxie looking to see what he can find. A good flash comes in. Actually blinds Buddha as well.
Team
Oh,
flash.
Buddha.
Wow.
Oh, he didn't even clear that. Oh, so now okay, he's gone. Yeah, he's a dead man walking, and there we go. Myron gonna be able to keep the M4 though, but once again, we'll see what they're gonna work around this. They are sitting at that high 3,000s, so they can go for this if they choose to. I don't even think I would hate like for a lighter purchase on this and then just having plenty of cash going into the following. But they are going to take that tactical. Probably a good call right now, just considering they have that 3-round buffer and a few decisions to make right now.
If I was Bestia in this case, I mean, we played the last round as though it was a bonus. You would be trying to invest in here, but I think you're right. It doesn't really feel like it would be the healthiest buy. You still have that rifle on Myron's back. You know, these pistols can always get involved. And considering their loss bonus is very low right now, first stage, would mean that they would have to keep 3K in the bank if they want to have a proper buy-in on the next. So they'll take the conservative approach. They want to value that lead, and I really respect that. Let's see how Myron decides to get involved in round number 16, because as we've seen in this game, one rifle can be enough to win you a round.
Yeah, it definitely can. We've learned that from this one, that's for sure, in this first map in this series. Nice little bit of attempt here for the boost over the wall. They struggle a little bit. They're making tons of noise, so this should be an easy read for them. Oh, they're going to swing out of the smoke? No, okay. I was thinking, surely not. This team's just suicidal, but no, they're just going to retreat this plan. They're going to give it up. Banana control can be grabbed here from 9Z if they choose to. And even 9Z, again, fighting for this bracket control. And it is only going to be, I believe it's just the 3 players still here again at this A site. Very passive setup we're seeing from them now. Paladin, this is the first time we've seen Bestia kind of, you know, really turtle things up.
They're just hoping that they can pounce somehow with this passive play, but with the weaponry that they have on hand right now, it's going to be really difficult. Here comes a flashbang to get into long, and look at the split. It looks so pristine here for 9Z. They'll get themselves this A bomb site pretty much free of charge and with no casualties as well. Myron will try to save this rifle yet again. 9Z will get their 7th, and we'll look to have those guns out in the next. Bestia's pistols looking for some exits.
Yeah, Luchov already gets spotted here too, so he's looking for that quick peek, and that's why a 5-7 can do some pretty good work like that. Gets the kill, now he's just going to retreat it. Not even going to entertain it again. Not a bad call. And again, they're just going to be, 9Z's just going to be throwing around that rifle, making sure nobody picks it up. And like you said, a full save coming in, and this 3-round lead is now getting a little bit smaller as now 9Z have been able to find themselves 2 in a row. But this next round is going to be so critical because, again, the money's going to be on the board. Should be enough for the op to come out, which we've definitely been waiting to see. And you talked a lot about it in the pre-show, just, you know, saying like this is going to be the big test right now for Bestia.
Absolutely. How can they dig deep? How can that CTAWP get involved? Because now Noxie has finally bought it out. Or rather, Myron's bought it out so Noxie can get full utility. So, no chance for Martinez to have his big green out. Actually, he did have the opportunity to, but it looks like they're actually opting in to stay mobile with the 5 rifles. And why fix what is already working?
Oh, that's a nice gap in the molly actually, so he can swing out a car. So he doesn't find really much here. He actually makes a ton of noise. He's the one that's getting damaged here. But at least he's trying something. He's trying to put a little bit of that pressure. And Bestia, there it is. Yeah, exactly. You took the words right out of my mouth. I was going to say that's what we were looking for, and there it is.
Big opening for Noxie, and off to his counterpart as well. They try to nade open the smoke to get some more information. Noxie will see that there was nobody home. And now a minute on the clock. Max has got to cook up something special here. And it looks like A will continue to be that port of call. Only one flashbang and 2 smokes, so they will have enough to cross into the site. But it's going to come down to this raw duel here in apartments and off of short.
Oh, his timing. Oh, and he falls off the balcony. No! Oh, no. Just a bit of a misplacement now. Toma now coming in with the A4, trying everything he can. Spots the hair of one player, but he's already exposed. They just remove him. They eradicate him, making it to the 2v2 now. The CT's coming in lane. The one coming through Arch. It's Huaso to get the best of him. My goodness. This is falling apart here for BESTIA. It was looking decent. They had the right setups. Now Buddha spots the boot. And he's done. He's a dead man, and there we go. 3 rounds have been gained here for 9Z to be a 1-round differential to a tie game.
And even in this situation, BESTIA had the man advantage. Noxie was able to get it done. But Myron, as soon as he falls off the balcony, so does the chances of BESTIA in the round. The crossfire just falls like a house of cards. Toma can't really get involved. He's between a rock and a hard place, and Noxie's still trying to figure out if there's another player coming out of middle. But unfortunately for them, 9Z were all cooped up in the apartments. I mean, you could think that the lucky timings for 9Z, but it's Huaso to have that big step up of a round and make this game very doable now for 9Z. I mean, we spoke about the veto and the amount of advantages that they have when you look at the rest of the 3 maps. And with that, it kind of feels like BESTIA need to win Inferno if we want to have that conversation. And I can slowly start to feel like their chances are being drained away here, Laz.
Yeah, it definitely could be. Not a great situation, but nonetheless, we've been in situations again before where the pistols come out. They can do something. They can find something here, Paladin. So I'll remain optimistic, but I won't lie to you. It's hard not to be thinking that, you know, 9Z have a pretty decent chance here of bringing this back, and some good discipline coming in. BESTIA now. Myron going in for a bit of a swing. The P2 does some good damage, but again, not a kill. They're still just trying to funnel out. Buddha with a nice little bit of a tap-tap-arino. Taking somebody in the library. It's a short read. And now they're still creeping into this site. 2 players with a crossfire. They're not going to be able to complement it, but the dualies are out. Can it do enough? No. And this round is done and dusted. Martinez, my apologies, able to find himself that triple.
Marvelous stuff there from Martinez. I mean, it feels as though he hasn't had the most amount of impact on the op, but his rifling has been sublime so far in this game. And you know what? At the end of the day, if you can get your team to 13 rounds, that's all that matters, no matter how you do it. And it looks like the Spanish Opera is finding a way to make it work in another circumstance. But BESTIA, on the other hand, are running out of opportunities. It's now an even scoreline. They've lost that 4-round buffer. And all that good work that they were able to do in the pistol is pretty much done and dusted. That's a great setup there from Deco and Luchov. Flash to prime him in, and you get your young star involved early.
Oh, and he almost gets caught here through the smoke, but like you said, starting things off, that's kind of what he was been waiting for, right? He was always kind of, you know, testing the waters a little bit on that end, just trying to see what he can find, and he does finally at least get that opening duel. Takes out Max. Again, that's the top fragger here for 9Z. So pretty decent kill. Noxie getting blocked off here by the smokes. He's trying to get a little bit more aggressive through it, but now BESTIA, they're going to change up their position. Yeah, they're just going right into B. This could be problematic, and it is. And Deco does find himself at least 1 kill. But does BESTIA really want to go for this? They do have the man advantage.
That's right, but we have seen how difficult it is to retake this bomb site. Unfortunately for 9Z, they only have 2 players here. Buddha was trying to cut off some rotations, but there will be nothing to actually fight into. It's all coming through CT, and DGT catches a little bit of a head in the smoke. Luchov goes down, and now we're back into a man even situation here, Laz. It's anyone's game in the 3v3, but with no utility for Bestia, they will be backing away.
Oh my goodness. And they don't even have the kits either, so that was the other issue. I think they were just hoping to find that opening duel, and it doesn't work out at all. At least Noxie can get himself a little bit of a prize here. But they've lost a lead, a big one at that. Now going in favor for 9Z. Yeah, sure, the op's going to be in the rotation with an M4, but now you're sitting with, you know, 3,500, 37, 38. You can force this up, and I think that's what they want to probably do here. And yeah, it looks like that's what they're going to do. They're just going to risk everything now. But this probably will be a little bit more on the lack of kits, as we only see one. So they're going to have to be very careful. The pause coming in. It might be a technical, but timing of that couldn't have been better, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely. I think for Bestia, you really think about how they've lost a lot of runway in this game, that you're kind of forced your hand, that you have to essentially force buy into these rounds, considering you have max loss bonus as well. And honestly, 9Z and Max have been calling quite a great game here. The fact that he decides to up the tempo there in the man disadvantage is really ballsy to call, but I mean, they're taking that 3v4 on the B-bomb site every day of the week, and they punish those nades that come into the CT smoke, and I mean, they're just so competent in those after plants that Bestia don't have any other choice but to save. This kind of passive play is really haunting them.
It definitely is. It is really starting to become against them at this point. Luchov now looking again, just looking for peaks by himself. He goes for the swing, and he's able to find two. Finally now. He gets rewarded for that play that he's been repeating the same track, and it works out for him. Hits the perfect tune, and now they put themselves in a 5-on-3, something we have not said in a long time. And now the swing comes in from Martineza, and he gets removed, and somehow, not even at the minute mark yet, 9Z have lost 3 players so quick. And this is now going to take some heroic play from Hawaso and Buddha.
You cannot let this round go if you're Bestia. This is an opportunity that has not been presented to you in quite some time, and Myron offers up another body. Sure, Buddha takes heavy casualties, but look at the issue here on this B bomb site. It is only Luchov to remain, and he's been spotted, but who also can't convert. And now, surely, Bestia can find the equalizing round.
Yeah, and he even repositions back to the same spot before. And like you said, that was a huge play from Luchov, because again, if he would have been taken out, that would have opened things up, because the site was just him anchoring it. Buddha still finds another kill, man. He is sitting with triple so far. Bestia have just been giving bodies on this. I know, like, there's only 6 seconds remaining, but still, it's so costly. They don't have the ability with the money right now to be kind of doing that. I mean, they should be able to have rifles on this, sure, but again, they should be trying to preserve the cash as much as possible. But nonetheless, we're back to a tie game, and it really does come into one player only, and it was Luchov that was able to find the triple, and in my opinion, single-handedly win that round.
Yeah, now we're finally getting to see. I mean, he did so much work on that offense, but now he's putting work in the defensive side as well. Back-to-back opening 5v4s and 5v3s for the Argentinian, and it's great to see that he's still stepping up in terms of his impact. But they've got a lot of money to chew through here, Bestia. And I mean, you can't replicate that play time in and time out. You've got to find new answers, because don't get me wrong, 9Z can adapt to these situations very well. And you know, they're still very keen on fighting for banana control, regardless of what's happened in the last few. They'll park DGT here, and they'll go towards brackets to try to open things up for them.
Now we're starting to see again this bracket control coming into effect, and Bestia actually having the double players in Arch. This could be good. Toma, if he can get out of this. Oh, he didn't get spotted. Wow, I thought he was caught here with the smoke dissipating. I don't know if they're gonna expect this now.
He doesn't know.
No, and then they do clear him.
Whoa!
Oh my goodness! He peeks it. It's a double back. He peeks it again and again. Why not? And the bomb is going to make its way up to bracket, but look at Myron. He's in such a tough spot right now. He has to stay alive as long as possible. He needs his teammates to get here for the retake. And he is able to get the bomb down for 1, makes it 2.
Oh.
Things are getting a little bit more interesting now, but he's done a decent job. But there we go. Luchov now getting thrown out through the smoke, just leaving it to Noxy. What an op. A 1-on-2. Not a situation you want to be in for Bestia. Now the question is going to be, does he really want to contest this? And a difficult site to retake on with double flashes. Oh my goodness. And he almost lands the shot, but not quite.
I have seen Noxy win clutches like that before. I did really feel like it was out of the realms of conversation, but he does miss that second shot. DGT offered it up. And 9Z get themselves their 11th. And it's another slightly up-tempo call, and it really just comes down to how passive Bestia are playing. They give so much room for 9Z to call circles around them that they just have no answers once they lose brackets. As soon as that happens, they're flashing straight away into long, and Noxy's op can't get involved. Myron can only do so much on the side itself. And now they have to take that eco. They have to give potentially map point to 9Z on your own pick as well here, Laz.
Yeah, and that's what we were talking about, right? Because we said that 9Z, they won this veto. They did a great job and kind of playing the mind games. They were able to, you know, do the little bit of a fake with the vertigo pick and stuff like that. So if Bestia can't find this map, this thing could be a big favorable situation for 9Z, but we'll have to see what 9Z want to do with this kind of a situation. The bracket control being grabbed up again with the 4 players committed. Just having, I believe, it's going to be DTG that's going to go towards Banana by himself, just kind of scoping things out, getting some intel. But it's a full stack from Bestia right now. Oh, they're going to double back on this. Buddha does catch the shoulder of Myron, so now they're going to still wait things out. Lots of time left remaining.
Lucky for them, they still have all of Car because of DGT, and that gives them that ripcord that they can pull. They'll move back over, and the rotations will not be there fast enough. It is only Luchov in the back of the site with a 5-7 and a dream. It would be one hell of a highlight if he is able to produce something here. And unfortunately, it's just going to be a dink for his trouble. Swasso will go down to 1 HP. And 9Z should have themselves their 12th round.
Yeah, a bit of a challenging fight for Max, someone that, you know, has been doing pretty good in the frag department. But yeah, this one's going to be over. I mean, this round, Bestia, they've already left this idea. It's not even really a thought anymore. Myron may be looking for an exit. He knows that at least 1 or 2 of these players should be quite low. So if he can find this kill, that's going to be good. And you already have Huaso Peak, Martinez, and DGG sitting low HP. So this is a decent fight that he could be able to find. The bomb radius could be a little bit of a problem, but these guys leave it. Just leaving it down to Martinez by himself. He's just going to be the sacrificial lamb. And map point now being here for 9Z through the thick and thin of this Paladin. We need to see something big from Bestia.
Absolutely. Noxy will get that AWP out yet again. But as you said, last chance saloon for the Argentinians if they want to stay in Inferno. Keep in mind, Nuke and Ancient on deck if needed. And we've seen some incredible gameplay from 9Z on Nuke. Repeatedly, players like Martinez have absolutely taken over games on outside Nuke. And I don't necessarily know if Bestia have what it takes to stay within this best of 3 if we get there. So, a lot riding on this round. In some ways more than a map, one would say.
That's the worst feeling in the world, too. I mean, again, like we talked about, Bestia did have that big lead, and it's just falling apart kind of quickly, too. And that's a big individual peak. Yeah, that is a good flash. I mean, that was a scary peak, though. Pretty risky, but it does pan out well nicely. I think that was Toma that actually threw the flash for him, so that was a good little bit of a connection. Buddha now coming in through the apartments. And now the CTs are starting to feel this, or fill the kill feed right now. Double player is going to be in apartments, going to go for this, and they're just peeking 1 by 1. They're just kind of taking this with not even any discipline at all.
As soon as that 4v5 came out, it all became a question of who could be the hero in the round. You had Huaso trying to sell something on that B bomb side, but Bestia alongside Luchov, were very prone to that idea. They move into clearing car together. They get so much space that now Bestia are looking in pole position to move us to the final round of regulation. What a game we're having here on Inferno, Laz. I mean, just when you thought 9Z had all the momentum to close things out, a risky peek down mid from Luchov and Toma nets them a chance back into this. It's just some fantastic shooting from Bestia, and we're going all the way here, Laz. I love this.
Oh, I can't even help but laugh. I'm just like, what just happened there? That's not even remotely the same 9Z that we saw from the last, what, like 6 rounds in a row? Yeah, and there we go. We're going to take a tactical timeout. Why not? I think that was a little bit sloppy, even for 9Z standards right now, right? I mean, that's the big round for Bestia, don't get me wrong. Like, they were able to capitalize and find some good duels, but again, they just kind of, 9Z went for these like individual peaks. They felt like they were overthinking it. But like you said, we're going to the last round right now to see if this is going to push to overtime or not. And let's not forget, as you can see on the top right of your screen, Bestia picked this map. And this is kind of a much needed map they need in the veto, because we were saying 9Z, I think, won that, you know, a little bit of the veto process. So if they can't take this, man, the favor just definitely leans hard on 9Z.
And now, what do these IGLs call out of spawn? Max and Noxy in this chess match has gone back and forth with looking really sharp in their calls. And it'll come all down to this in round number 24, and it's absolute disaster to start off this round. Look at how much utility damage comes in from the artillery of Bestia. Buddha 57, Max 40, and DJT on 35. And they haven't even seen a player here, Laz. Talk about just the worst possible 5v5 to be in.
No, yeah, exactly, right? I mean, this is the thing. They haven't seen anybody at all, and you already have, what, 3 players that are below 60 HP? That's just, it's madness. And not what you want for any 9Z fans, because now they're wounded, and they have to be just crisp on the shots now to making sure they don't get taken out early. But instead of the banana control, they are just going to lean back onto brackets. They've been doing quite well to get that. But it's a question if they want to commit to this, though. Buddha does have himself inside a boiler. A turtle setup coming in from Bestia. And if I'm not mistaken, the op is still leaning on this towards Arch, so this is a good amount of pressure. And Noxy,
what?
He overpeaks it. He gets so aggressive and now giving up himself here. This is giving 9Z some kind of a chance, but the bomb gets tagged a little bit. What is going on?
They want to wrap in a B. They want to wrap in a B and push in through the CT spawn. But a kill is back in from Deco. This rotation is so marvelous, and he punishes Max's back as well. Now, Luchov has to be the hero on the site itself. 2 players coming up towards him, but it's that artillery that's going to confirm them the round. Look at these low HP players, and Luchov will send us to overtime. Buddha has 6 seconds, and there's just no time. What a round from Bestia, off of the back of the utility in the 5v5, and just some sharp shooting in Deco, in spawn. We need extra time here, and boy, do I think we're deserving of it.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this is crazy. I mean, again, you know, Bestia had that lead. 9Z were able to put themselves right to the end point. One more step and they were done. And then Bestia, they kind of got themselves, like, you know, they caught their breath a little bit, and then they got themselves back in this game. But again, we're just seeing some very interesting fights that are coming in from both sides too. Like, I was thinking, you know, even for Noxy that went for the peak on Arch, that could have been the end all point. But like you said, they were trying to wrap into B, which hasn't been really, you know, generous to them. Luchov has done such a great job just being a big anchor on that site. Especially when he plays on first oranges like that. It just seems like that's the bread and butter, man. That's what he loves to do. But now we're in overtime, 1st to 16, and there it is. That's a great shot coming in from TTG. That's huge as a start.
And that's a way to kickstart your campaign back into the conversation. Opening 5v4 for 9Z to deal with, and a chance to extend that after getting car control as well. But here's the counterpoint from Bestia. Reclaim brackets and put yourself in a situation where you could potentially trade, but Laz, I don't like the look of this. 5 players now encroaching on this A bomb site. And now Myron, he's had a great regulation, but cannot get anything done here. They're going to spill onto this site. And it's only Toma in the apartments. He'll get himself the first, but now that his position is noted, it's only a matter of time. But the bomb is stuck in apartments yet again. And with Martinez getting his bell rung, it's chaos to ensue here. But finally he goes down. Huaso shuts it all down. And now there's a route into the bombs, but there's a gap in the smoke.
Oh my
Just
goodness.
pandemonium here, and the bomb gets dropped again. 2v1, and Deco's got a chance. But DGT will quell the chaos. What a round to kick off overtime. Back and forth we go, but 9Z finally break the spell on the T side.
Man, what the heck are we watching here? Like, this is just like so many weird brawls that are coming in, and these fights are just all over the place. Just when you think one team can have it, somebody's able to come in, just get multi-kills or make some kind of a big impact thing there. Like you said, the bomb was down in an apartment. I was thinking, okay, this is not great. Martinez was the one that was holding on to it, and the time was dwindling, but huge play coming in from DTG. Like, he was able to find himself that first opener, then able to get the nail to the coffin, things done. And you can already see that noise cue did work nicely here for Bestia. The Molly does land onto one of the players. Doesn't do really much damage, but at least it's information. And now we're going to see the 3-2 setup coming back into effect here for Bestia. The op's still going to be rotated around. This time it's towards B. It's normally been on Arch, so they are trying to mix this up. I like this play. This is a good adjustment.
Could be the change that they needed. But 9Z will stay stoic. They're going to continue to push the issue. That flash, Noxy eats that and has to fall back. And because of that, they're going to start to have to use and burn some of this utility here. Max has gotten what he's come for. And he actually wants to continue to push the issue. They're going to smoke off these choke points, and they want to go ahead of that. Luckily for Bestia, Deco will be there on the rotation quickly, and they want to fight. They want to see if they can get involved in this gunfight straight away, but nothing is being offered up. With only 35 seconds left on the clock, Bestia are going to have to make a decision, and that little bit of a pause has continuously caused the rotation. Buddha has a chance to get some backstabs involved and a potential into this B bomb site.
Yeah, and he's about to run into Deco too, but he actually does win that fight. So now Bestia know that they're coming in from every single angle. 15 seconds though, the bomb has to get moving. And look at Luchov, who other than him to just do some more problems. But the bomb should be able to get down. He's not able to find that kill. He's doing everything possible. Prayers are being answered with multi-kills, but it's no more than the 2. Leaving it now to a 2v2 situation. The alt making connection. Myron now the one player that's been able to do some pretty decent work. Can he do more? Sitting at 22 kills, looking to find these fights. Only has the kit with the rifle. Comes in for the swing, and it's a spray, but it's going to be 9Z that grabbed themselves the 2 in a row.
Another scrappy affair there, but that slight pause being called by Max was everything for 9Z. Deco has a moment of hesitation, and suddenly it is only Luchov on the site. He gets run over, and then it's all 9Z every day. Buddha is there for that late A wrap, and that's just a beautifully called round there from 9Z. They'll get themselves the 14th. They poise themselves to get that clean sheet on this offense. And boy, oh boy, have they just completely turned a new leaf here in overtime.
Man, they really have. And that's the thing, right? It feels like it's kind of like, you know, things are warm and then it cooks up right away and then it kind of simmers down. And holy moly. We were talking about this game being close, right? We were saying, like, this is the number 41 ranked team in the world with number 40. Man, oh man, is this thing really come into full effect? But I have no idea what to expect from Bestia at this moment. I mean, again, you kind of look, this is the last round going into this, the OT and then switching halves. But if 9Z can find themselves another one, I mean, they're gonna be laughing because their CT side has been decent.
A lot on the line, for sure. It does feel like Bestia have lost a little bit of momentum. But we have seen them also have a resilient affair here on Inferno to keep themselves at least in the conversation and push us to overtime. So they will have one more bye out in this round. And Noxie will not have all the bells and whistles that he's looking for, but at the end of the day, he's still able to retain that AWP. And it's one last ditch effort on this defense to see if they can stay strong here on Inferno. Their map pick, mind you, Nades early to soften up some players on Car, but it only softens up Luchov to 83.
Yeah, but he's doing the same thing.
Doesn't work out.
He's doing the same thing again, though, too, right? Like, you kind of said this before. Like, he's been kind of doing the one-trick pony when he keeps just kind of jiggling a banana. It's a little bit scary. Oh, look at that utility usage coming in, though. Nicely done here to kind of just, again, push Buddha back. I like this. 4-player stack coming in right now, Paladin.
A lot of early control for Bestia. And now the brackets has been taken. There's a chance now for 9Z to roll through with this. Trades coming through, but Deco still hasn't been cleared from Cubby. 55 seconds left on the clock, so there is a lot of time to play with here. But they don't have bodies. Deco punishes from balcony, and now Martinez is going to try to get himself involved. Great Molotov into the op shot there from him. But meanwhile, on the other side of the map, Max has made all this headway onto this B bomb site, clearing out so much of the map, and yet still he's evaded Luchov's presence for so long. It's gotta be Luchov to go huge here. And is he aware of how close up Max is? No, he isn't. He'll go down, and with 20 seconds left on the clock, it's a now or never for 9Z, but there's Myron. He's just going to go charging through. And now, it's the sniper. 23 and 18 across Inferno. And now he needs to make it 25. A 1v2 on offer for him. And he misses the flick. Can't actually convert. And now his position is noted.
No way.
But the head-to-head works out. He gets the shot onto Noxie. And now Myron shaking in his boots. And it's not to be. It's Myron to get that first CT round on the board. And just by the skin of their teeth, Laz, it's a 13 on the board for the Argentinians.
Absolutely unreal. I mean, it comes right down to a 1v1 in that kind of way. I mean, like you said, that overtime went in 2 rounds for the 1, and now we're sitting at the 14-13. Again, first person to 16 is going to be able to take this map home. But man, oh man, this is becoming difficult because, I mean, we have Myron right now sitting at 24 and 15. Pushing over 2,600 damage so far in the game. Luchov sitting himself with a 19-19. And even, again, like, Martinez has been so stellar this game, man. I mean, the fact that round alone, like you said, shaking the boots a little bit. But, man, 24-19. And he's sitting over 2K of damage. Like, this is somebody that's been able to find so much good work. I was kind of wondering if we were going to see a better version of him since we saw him for the Chengdu qualifiers. And we definitely are. And you love to see that right now. But a pause is going to come through. Going to buy a little bit more time right now. Bestia, unfortunately, could not be able to find really much success except for the 1 round. But 9Z, 2 rounds away from getting themselves the victory of Inferno, which was Bestia's pick.
And to think that they were just 1 kill away there in that final round to confirm and essentially just collapse the mental of Bestia. They'll be thinking how we can try to build ourselves back up after that failed clutch. Tech pause is ended, and we'll see what Bestia can do on their offense. Can they go flawless on this offense and potentially steal away a map pick, or can 9Z do what they couldn't in regulation and close it out on this defense?
And that's the thing, like, it just feels like, again, both these teams have been kind of like I said, the hot and then really cold and then kind of getting right back into it. So we'll have to see, you know, the fact that, you know, Bestia were able to get that 1 round. Is it going to be enough? Is it going to be enough for them to feel a little bit better going into this new side on the tees? I don't know. Double boost coming in over this. Not going to be able to see over the smoke, of course, but Luchov already taking some damage. A good nade pops open the smoke. No information, though. But the intel of nobody's on ramp is some decent information right now for 9Z. Putting these players back, turtling into the site, kind of repositioning themselves. Bestia now trying to put some pressure, but Luchov actually gets burned alive. in a very unorthodox spot, and they're going to kind of regather their thoughts.
It looks like that smoke did not extinguish the flames, and there was just a slight gap for that Molotov to stay alive, and Luchov burns. And instead of actually falling back, they feign some footsteps back to the A site, but this B-bomb site is still where Noxie wants to end up. They're going to try to flash through this smoke. They're going to cordon off CT as well. And now an opportunity for BESTIA to pounce onto the B-bomb site, but 3 players are here.
3 players are here, but the Rifles are starting to do some decent work, and 9Z, they lead it. A 4-on-2 now, and they're split apart. Look at the positioning from BESTIA. 26 seconds remaining. Toma now coming through CT spawn, taking a bit of a stroll, looking at the scenic route of the flowers, but he's going to have to stop picking them. He has to get going. 15 seconds, like you said. This is getting a little bit worrisome now. The bomb's making its way in here. Noxie, he's going to try to just fake plant this, but it's not going to work at all. Buddha, he does one better in this round. It's over. And we're now going into the last round, potentially here for 9Z to take this thing.
Way for 9Z to be active in that round. They get the man advantage, and they want to extend that. They don't want to give any respect to BESTIA on the site itself. As soon as those smokes come down, they're so willing to throw flash over the top, take some aim duels, and get in the faces of BESTIA. And for that reason, they get 2 kills for themselves and net and put themselves in a pole position here to close out Inferno. 15-13 the scoreline, but Noxie wants to keep playing. Martinez goes down, and we still have some life in this game.
Yeah, we're starting to see BESTIA putting a little bit more pressure on this now. They're starting to cook up something a little bit quicker. Also now, just on the other side of the smoke, maybe if the timing's right, he might be able to find a multi-kill. And that could just be the nail to the coffin. He actually gets caught here through the spam, taken down to 43. But look at it! Peekaboo! And it's going to be Owasso. He takes down this player, looking for the one more onto balcony. Buddha able to help him out a little bit. Things are getting so chaotic on a 3-on-3 with 1:08 remaining. And you can see it's Max here with the rifle. Has to lock things down. He's able to find this first. Looking for one more. Maybe it's a spray, but no. Now it's gone to the 2v2. The CTs, they cannot let this go. They are so close to a victory. A spam from Buddha, attempting everything possible. The utility still available here from the player in Banana. And that might be the critical point here. DTG needs to be able to find this kill. If he can, this could change everything around, but no way!
One!
How is this happening? BESTIA might have just gotten themselves a lifeline, and yes, they do! And who else than Toma to get himself a triple kill to keep them alive in this game, Paladin?
My goodness, how does Toma pull it off? 14 rounds the good for BESTIA, and now we're staring down the barrel of potential extra time. It feels as though every opportunity where 9Z have a chance to close it out, BESTIA rips it back into their favor. And what a round to do it. It feels like you can do no wrong in this game and do no right in this game. And it's more aggression from 9Z. They want to go ahead of that smoke they've been throwing so often. Martinez will get himself an opening, but they're not aware of DGT in Banana. No chance here. And I think DGT is going to get away with his life as well. He manages to dive and dodge through these smokes. And it's a 5v3 damage on Deco. And BESTIA need a 3v5 conversion to stay within their map pick.
My oh my. And even 9Z still keeping Max close on to this. They might not even clear him. Oh, he gets an easy kill. That's going to be the bomb too. Max doing so much damage. 96. You want to be very precise. TGG now needs to hold on to this. He is boosted up. But BESTIA kind of hold back on this. Waiting things out. Noxie, I don't know if he's going to expect this.
Oh!
But the positioning, no way. Oh no, that timing again. A second difference could have made the world here for 9Z. It is a 3-on-2. HP's low, but it's not out of the deck of cards yet. Martinez playing aggressive, missing the shot, giving away his position now. 35 seconds remain. BESTIA need to make the best decision of their life right here and right now. A smoke with a molly remaining. And Noxie, Does have the rifle, full HP, no more utility. He's going to be the lead charge, needs to find an entry. Martineza has to miss this shot, but who other than Martineza to land an op shot like that? And now making it to the 1v2. Myron just going for the desperate plant. Palasso goes for the swing, and there it is. It's going to be a 16-14 victory, and I cannot believe we had to go all the way there where Bestia can't get the job done.
I mean, that's just an unreal play there from 9Z. It feels like they were down and out. I mean, consider the end of the half, right? It was 4-8 to their deficit. That they lost a pistol as well, and then to just grind back this game buy round after buy round, and they still found a way to win. And that's the resiliency that 9Z is so famed about. They can lose to any team, they can beat any team, but they will always give you a hard-fought fight. And that's what we got today from them. Huge plays from Martinez late in that game, and that's why you have him on this team, to get you those big clutch rounds. And credit to Max for calling some stupendous T-sided rounds there to get themselves those two. And it really did feel like once we switched into extra time, we weren't looking back, and it was going to be 9Z every day.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, that's the thing that's really interesting about this, because I mean, the first half, like we said, was a 7-5 and then went to 7-5 again. And then it just kind of felt like 9Z were starting to feel themselves a lot better the more the game went on. I kind of felt like Bestia were having themselves a really good first half, and then it kind of slowed down, and it felt like, you know, 9Z were able to kind of steal the win from this, and then they had a bit more smoother sailing. But boy, oh boy, did it come down to some big heroic plays though. And that's the exciting thing about this. That's why we were talking about, you know, this region and the fact that these 4 teams in this entire closed qualifier, you just never know what to expect out of this. But 9Z have now put themselves in a position where they take the map pick away from Bestia. And this is now the fact that we do get to switch things over to the second map, which is going to go into Nuke, which was the pick of 9Z. So man, this is going to be a tough bit of a break here for Bestia. They're going to have to recollect their thoughts and come in like do or die.
They're going to have to dig deep, but we're going to take a short break, and when we come back, we will have that second map of Nuke. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you guys in just a short bit.
Katowice! We are back! 3 years since we were here in this, what I think is the beating heart of all esports. And man, what name is going to be scratched on this by the time we get to Sunday? Well, that journey, my friends, starts now.
And James just looks for lost in the quick scope into Hunter. A frag onto the feet of Nico. Modesty close proximity, but it's ended. 2v5 between Alexi and Modesty. Alexi alleviates a little bit of pressure from G2. A 2 versus 5 turned into the 2v2. I like this. No way! It's only Flit left over. Oh, what? That is ridiculous! It's G2 just going to the fight. They're gonna end it here and now. And G2 in Katowice defeat VP.
Everyone has been waiting for today, from quarantine to quarterfinals. It's FaZe Clan taking on Gambit. There's the shot. Robs has found 2. This is a 1-on-4. Oh no! And Robs might just knock them all down.
A 1v4 that Robs is looking to get over the line to take this map away from Gambit. Axel up through the window. Robs has heard something. Robs knows. Oh, there's the closer. Robs, what a way to lock in Dust 2. Robs ain't playing around. Gambit, this is very slow. This is very labored. This is wasting a lot of time. And Brokey's on for the ace. 4 out of 5 ain't bad. But there's the 5th. And they go hunting. They look to send a message. Everybody falls. Gambit, their journey ends here. But this FaZe squad, oh, it's just beginning.
It's been 3 years and we are back. Simple is synonymous with Spodek, but today he goes against a young talent that could shut him down.
Here we go, Simple. Run boost. Oh, baby, he wants to get aggressive. He's got it.
Absolutely what you'd expect to see from Simple on this stage. This is still dangerous. This is Navi again going toward a stack, and it's been completely removed. Absolutely obliterated.
How much does Modesty want to dedicate his life to this bomb site? On Catwalk, finds the timing. 8 seconds. If he can drop the bomb, it'd be everything. But it travels into the site. 1-on-2 for Modesty now.
It's sacrificial. Gives his position away. He wants Modesty's aim gone. What is man? Oh, the Shepherd staff takes down the GOAT. It's all on to Boomage. 1 versus 2. Big man's got moves. Boomage has clutched one back already in this game. Starts it off well. Nico's the one that killed Simple. Surely he has to be aware that he was up toward the position, and he certainly is. Calm, composed, and Boomage will make it 12-12. Nico has to reload. Simple's got an AK pick. No! It's the headshot instead! And Navi removed, erased, and it's G2O has now find their way toward the final.
By the end of today, we'll be sending one of these teams to the grand finals. Whether you're a FaZe fan, a Heroic fan, we're all fans of the beautiful game that is Counter-Strike. He's already on the scene. This guy doesn't like to hang around. He wants to play into it here and now. And there's the first. Oh, swinging out. He's seen another. Brokey. This isn't even a clutch, but he's doing it all alone. Incredible.
Brokey needs to capitalize. He needs them all, and they're collapsing upon him. They don't clear the corner. Oh! Brokey lines up a double. Oh! And 5. This might be the end of the Danes on the big stage.
Another clutch to close it, and this time it sends them to the grand finals.
We bring out 2 teams. Two teams that have never won here. Two players leading them who have never won here. They've tasted disappointment on this stage. Today, that changes.
FaZe does just enough to stay alive. 7 more in a row for FaZe to force overtime. Fast pace towards Banana. The play has been called. Hunter's going to turn that corner. JKS has got him. Huddled behind. Another flashbang from Kerrigan. Utility starting to be impactful. JKS starting to be impactful. 1 round left.
Is in a huge amount of trouble. He's going to try and take matters into his own hands. But Jax, he drops in. Oh, talk about a custodian. Oh, talk about a superstar. Talk about the elite. Rops is on a rope. It's over. As FaZe somehow turn this back.
G2, they're going to find a way to reset, and it's going to be the hardest reset of their careers.
Twist trying to use the gap to see through, spots him, sees him, easy find of the kill, looks down, Hunter, not looking the right way, and Twist has both. Monacy comes straight back into the picture, and it's Kerrigan that has to hold it, he can't. Monacy's got arms out, how are we doing this again? How are we going the distance once more?
Hunter and Monacy, it's them against the world.
Hunter flashes in his favor. He's got 3. Oh my, he's absolutely hunting all the prey today. And it rocks. Gets shut out by Monacy in the end. JKS. Could the stand-in win map 2 for them? Monacy back in the corner. And this is absolutely doable now. Quick tap, falls off, and he falls the wrong way, so as not to be spotted. Alexi B just waits it out, but JKS has it. Does he have the time, though? It's going to be so close. FaZe have won map 2, and they'll go up 2-0 in this series.
That is unbelievable. The standard. What can this man not do for FaZe? Catwalk, there's no other options for G2.
Oh, they lined up. That's going to drop them down. It's all on Hunter. FaZe, finally. Kerrigan gets redemption. They've lost twice on this stage, 2017, 2018. The king of Counter-Strike, the man who led FaZe. Chances taken by so many players, so many gambles on this team, but it's finally paid off. The Intel Extreme Masters, Katowice champions, FaZe Clan in 2022.
All right, well, welcome back. We're here for the IEM closed qualifiers for the South America region, where we got to see that Bestia wasn't getting the best of Inferno. So now they're sitting at 0-1 record, and 9Z only need to win Nuke to get themselves further in the bracket. Paladin, what are your thoughts about this? Because we had ourselves a bit of a bar burner.
I mean, honestly, I really liked what I saw from Bestia throughout that game, but at the end of the day, this game is going to always be decided by mere margins. Players like Martinez and Max were able to dish out the important rounds. And looky here, before we get into the breakdown of the previous map, we've got a bit of a Rops impersonator with Toma on the Zeus.
Oh, I really hope this works. Oh, yes.
Oh,
oh no! Oh, no, he misses it! Oh, not quite Rops. He tries to be in the impersonation, but not going to be in the cards. And there we go. With that bit of a whiff, now it costs them a little bit, but no, it's not much of a cost here, as these this USB and dualies now are starting to get things cooking a bit now, leaving it to Max and Hawasso.
Oh!
This is just nuts, Max! He's able to go for a little loop-de-loop here and gets himself a shot, making it to a 2-2. I don't know what the heck we're watching here. This is just like a wingman kind of session right now. This is just insane.
All the kind of tricks being thrown at the kitchen sink, but at the end of the day, Hawasso is stuck in the 1v2. He's going to try to fake the plant out, but he gets so much info with Luchov stamping around heaven. And now it's just this low HP Noxy. Hawasso is known to get off the bomb, but he gets punished anyways. Noxy goes down. What a 1v2 for 9Z, and Hawasso off to the races, continuing that good fortune that he showed on Inferno.
Holy moly, too. And he was low HP, and the fact that he's going for these swings and these fights, like, that just was... Again, this is where we talked about all these players can make any sort of a difference. And right there, like, you would think someone like Hawasso in the situation he's in, he's not going to be able to do much, but gets the job done. And 9Z are going to continue this streak now, putting them at the 1-0. Purchase is going to come in from Bestia. They are going to put the M4 on the board with the 5.7s and Deagle and a Scout. Galil's now for 9Z. So if Bestia can't find this round, Paladin, this is going to be detrimental to the money system.
Yeah, you don't want to go 3-0 in the hole, especially off of their defense. Oh, feet can be spotted in that situation, and unfortunately Myron cannot punish. But 9Z stand so still in this 5v5, trying to punish some early aggression, but they will get none of it. And actually treating this round with a lot of respect, and I really do have to tip my hat to Max for calling a slower round like this. And any and all utility will get called out and bit on. There's that 5v4 for DGT, but Deco answers immediately right back. It's just a bit of a standstill out in Squeaky, and the stack is here. They have to be very wary of these angles, and they are. Great work from Buddha and great work from Hawasso yet again. And the stack will not net them around Bestia. 9Z poised to get themselves that second round.
Man, I'm terrified right now for Bestia. I mean, this is a map on Nuke where they're sitting in their officials with an 0-2 record. The closest game was against Fluxo, which is a 13-7 loss. So, like, on paper right now, Paladin, this isn't looking good. That's why we said there's so much importance right now for them to take that Inferno game. Because when you kind of do the flip of the coin here, for 9Z, I mean, they sit at a 10-4 record with 14 officials, and they're looking really good. They've been able to win their last 2 matches in a row. Even, like, you know, they actually lost to Fluxo and Imperial, but even the Imperial game, that was an overtime game.
And Imperial are no slouches on this map. I mean, to me, Bestia really struggles on the defense on this map. They tend to have a lot of holes in their setups. And a team like 9Z and a player like Max, these calls will be really difficult to deal with if you're Noxy. And so far, everything is looking to go according to plan for the South Americans. They'll get themselves a free bomb plant in this upper site. They'll get themselves locked and loaded for this third round. And there is a lot for Bestia to work on moving into their first buy round. If not, this momentum can really get out of control.
Yeah, it really could. And even with this gun going away, this isn't really going to be that much of an issue either. I mean, that's not really the biggest end point here for 9Z. Who should be able to find this kill.
Oh,
I was going to say, does
toe.
he spot the... Yeah, he spots the toes. And okay, yeah, he's gone. Quick little mop up. Yes, indeed. The 2 casualties, not too bad here from Bestia, but now they're going to have some money on the board. Should have enough for the AWP, of course, with the 5,300 coming in. But what do we see differently from Bestia? Like I said, not a favorable situation for them. I mean, their CT side win percentage is sitting at a 33% win rate. So they're going to need to pull all stops right now.
Absolutely. I think my biggest point of contention will be Noxie's AWP outside. How involved can he get straight away and start to exert some pressure in that part of the map? Because that yard will be very easily targetable for 9Z if he's not able to exert that pressure. So it's great that he gets to have that big green to wield in this opening buy round, but he's got to have some opening impact right off the rip.
Yeah, and I feel like we got to see a couple of those moments on Inferno, but it wasn't quite the same effect like what we were kind of talking about before. Where I think it was Martineza that actually did quite well with the AWP, and he was really showing the influence of what he can bring to the table. As somebody recently new on this roster like we were talking about. Now the nade's coming out. Good mollies here to stop any sort of outside aggression, but it's not going to matter because 9Z, they're not even going for it. They're just going to run on in. They're going to kick down the squeaky door. They're going to try to see if they can come to this party. Remove the bouncers, and they've gotten themselves in this site, and they're just taking everybody one by one now, making it to the 4-on-2. Toma down already to 55. This could just be a Bestia save within, what, 20 seconds of a round? Paladin, I love the confidence we see.
Yeah, that is a baller call from Max. I mean, you don't see that happen all too often, but you know the utility is low. You know that there's going to be a set call being called from spawn by Noxie, and all of that goes out the window. You had a triple setup outside, all for what? It to be smoked off on Mini and a single player to be up in the heavens. He gets eradicated, and 9Z just ruled the roost with those trades. It's decisive. It's so well executed from 9Z, and they get themselves their 4th. And as I said before, that this momentum can get very ugly very quickly here on Nuke.
That's why, again, I know we're being a little bit of the broken record on this, but again, that's the importance of it, right? And that's where we talked about for Bestia to go for the pick of Inferno is so critical because 9Z, this is just, they love these waters. They love being here. This is their map. With all the officials they've been able to play, everything is stacked against Bestia right now. So that could be a slight good thing where if 9Z kind of, falls asleep at the wheel, gives Bestia a good chance to bring things back. We'll have to see. Now double players coming in from 9Z outside. A little bit more of a split, slowing things down just a little bit more. Double player coming in from the CT side and towards Hut now. They're going to try to re-aggress on this, fighting a little bit for that lobby control. Max creeping things out on Big Red. Waiting things out a little bit. He might be able to get the timing of this. There's no off, but there's a player in Garage, and he does a little bit of a jiggle drive-by. And Noxie's already gone.
5v3, make it 5v2. DGT is just having his way in lobby. Luchov will try what he can to maybe get one back, but it is 9Z all day here to start off Nuke. 5-0 clean sheet for them. And Bestia are already scratching their heads wondering how we climb back into this half. They'll have a purchase here for themselves. And in all honesty, lads, I'd call attack. I do understand that it's quite early. Get Zote on the mic, calm down the boys, see what you can do off the rip, but they're already running out of even those tactical timeouts. Second one being used 6 rounds deep.
Yeah, this is not looking good right now. I mean, this is, again, like you said, with 5 rounds in, calling 2 tacticals, it's already kind of showing us that they're starting to really shake in these boots, right? I mean, they don't really have much. I mean, they're going to be able to have guns on this one. They have enough here for the AWP. But I think 9Z have been just doing such a great job to manipulate all aspects of the map so far. Like they, you know, they just rush inside, you know, they do a split, they just kind of wait things out. And Bestia now, they need to find this round. Otherwise, we could be seeing this at a huge 7-0, which gives 9Z the first half guaranteed. So a lot riding on this, and an MP9 equipped for Deco as well. Max now throwing some utility inside of Squeaky, kind of making them again, putting their sights on towards this. He's being such a good distraction too. No players coming in from outside. I believe that's actually Lochov that's actually going to play right behind Red, close here with Noxy. The flashes are going to come in, so they're going to try to fight this. Huaso might have a little bit on his plate, and Myron somehow survives that, and now they're coming in through the HUD, and just like that, one more time, who other than 9Z to fill the kill feed?
Great kills for them, but they're going to try to get ahead of this Bestia. They want to still duel, but they're flying out of heaven, and mid-air DGG takes them off the perch. Martinez will close it out. Another quick execute onto that upper site. Top site hits are just a dime a dozen for 9Z, and Bestia just have no answers here, Laz. It is just coming all up for the tees, and there's just no response.
There is no response, and this is starting to be very evident right now. We're starting to get that. Pistols back out again. I talked about, you know, if they couldn't find that round 6 previously, this is a huge potential right now for 9Z to find themselves at a 7-0. So a goose egg still on the board right now for Bestia. They're just looking for a round, man. They're just looking for something, and they haven't been able to buy a round if they're trying. 9Z slowing it right down. They know the money situation. They know what they're going against. I like that they're not just over-aggressing onto this. Double smoke, actually, surprisingly. I'm a little bit surprised they went for that, but they're going to go for the double vent player on this, so a little bit of a change up.
Miscommunication's already kind of creeping into the Bestia camp, and I understand considering the circumstances, but these kinds of decisions could
secret
come back to bite you. They're going to try for the secret play and try to catch Max off guard, and luckily Luchov will connect the headshot. So an opening 5v4 for Bestia to sit on, and now 9Z will take themselves ramp. They have 40 seconds left on the clock. They can park a player if they want to, but they forced so many rotations because of that. 2 players down in that lower site, and so Max will call his players back up into the upper site and go right at Noxy, and I believe he's the only player here to potentially greet them.
Yeah, Luchov does have the AK2 in heaven. Noxy's got the dig. He does some good damage, but he's not able to find this kill yet. The AK's still in the hands here for the CT. Luchov looking to see what he can find. Oh, that timing. They both just looked at each other quickly, but he's gone. And 4 seconds remaining.
No time!
They're not gonna have enough time. They have no time. They have to just get these kills, but that's going to be a round given to Bestia based on 9Z being just way too slow on the round. A mistake that comes in that should have been theirs.
That's so unfortunate.
My goodness. That is so unfortunate.
It feels like, I mean, they had the round in the palm of their hand. They were able to punish that mini aggression. I mean, if you're Huaso, you should be connecting that bomb to the ground every day of the week. And that little bit of indecisiveness gives a lifeline and a half to Bestia. They should be thanking their lucky stars that they were able to come out on top there. You'll have a healthy bye moving into the next. And 9Z, I mean, understandably so, call attack timeout, get TGE on the mic, and kind of iron out the kinks of what happened there, because that should never be happening. And this is kind of what they can fall foul to, just considering how long they take in these more slower rounds. But it shouldn't be the worst thing in the world. They have a ton of cash to bounce back from, and still have the Bestia economy on the ropes.
Well, it was a good call too, because 9Z, you can see that they were faking the cues and making the noise to like, insinuate that they're going to go down ramp.
Yeah, it was a great round.
It definitely was. They did all the right things, and Bestia went for the full stack, like you said, and then players started to kind of creep their way back in it. But 9Z just kind of, you know, went the old Navi style and tried to burn the clock as much as possible, which, you know, you've heard me on that rant too many times before here, Paladin, and that is a prime example of what happens when you do that.
You know, it's all fun and games when you can get that bomb down with 5 seconds left on the clock, but boy does it look foolish if you're not able to convert it. But at the end of it all, it still reads 6-1 for 9Z, and Bestia still have to find answers outside because they haven't been able to figure it out, and they won't figure it out in this round either. There's that lopsided 1v1. Martinez to get the opener, and Noxy down for the count. Lower bomb site all in favor of 9Z, and Huaso gets even more involved outside to extend it to the 5v3. So much room for 9Z to play with, especially now that they can move down into lower. And that's what they'll do. Still 3 players upstairs here, Laz. And finally, Luchov moves down.
I think Luchov actually got caught by the molly too, so like he was trying to get down vent, but he already took so much damage. Max is just, again, toying with them too. He's just making so much noise. Luchov now going to try to see what he can do in the back. Molly just going to clear this out. That nade, that might be it. Oh my, I can't believe he survived.
No!
And then Deco somehow from somewhere for
10
seconds now. What is happening again, 9Z? You can't do this. Over and over again, they're burning the clock. They have no chance now. The bomb's not going to go down. Bestia are going to be able to pick up a second round in a row now based on some time management issues coming in from 9Z.
I am so confused as to why Buddha went up the stairs. There was still 10 seconds left on the clock. They had control of control, and yet still they don't want to go at Luchov. They get worried, and I'm not sure even in that situation they still had a route out. But 9Z, as you said, time management issues for a second round in a row cost them. And I mean, there's a real world this could be an 8-0 for 9Z, and still Bestia are hanging around. Finally, a little bit more aggression outside from Luchov, but he doesn't actually find any players behind it. It'll have to be Toma from down under in secret, but he actually gets quite a bunch of lick of flames, and he has to fall back. And now all of these CTs are caught between a rock and a hard place. They're out in the open, and they all get punished. It all comes crashing down for Bestia, and a 3v2 as the dust settles.
Even Deco now trying to get, a little bit more information, pushes into lobby. TGG is just on the other side here, and Squeaky, and Deco hasn't been able to find him, but again, he's getting some good intel. Now he's been able to communicate, okay, look, lobby's clear, ramp's clear. Now they only know there's so many options left. Noxy already going to have his scope in. But, I mean, this is the thing, is that now 9Z, they still have the 3 players. They can kind of do a little bit of creeping. Oh my goodness, TGG survives. And now they're just going to go into this lower piece. But now Loxy, a lot riding on him. He's in this lower position. He has to be the one that can stop this. He has to be the one that can be able to find these connections. Both players have now made their way into this ramp. Loxy creeping through, spots a shoulder. He misses the shot. The molly's going to flush him out. And this should be a done and dusted round, and it is. But it's the cost of 3 players here from 9Z. They finally get themselves a little bit more collateral. No op picked up. But at least Paladin, they don't run the clock right to the end.
Finally, 9Z have an advantage, and they actually run with it. They don't try to overcomplicate it. They don't try to throw any of a fake. They get lower B control, and they'll stick to it. Noxy has been pressured so much this game, outside and in the lower bomb site, but has just not been able to stand the test of time. And we spoke about the difficulties that he would have on the CT side, and it's finally coming to rear its ugly head. And eco for Bestia as they try to hold on to this upper bomb site, but it's to no avail. 3v2 again for 9Z, and Toma and Luchov cannot get involved because of the Heaven Molotov. This is right back to winning ways, and way to course correct from 9Z.
Yeah, and that molly should be the insult to injury here now, and there it is. A cleanup. That noise cue is going to come in. Okay, an 8-2 now. 9Z don't mess around. They just kind of make a decisive decision. Go for the commit. Fight things out. 2 more rounds to go. We'll have to see what can happen here in this kind of a situation. Rifles are going to come back out for Bestia. And we need to see a Hail Mary. A second timeout now being called here for 9Z. Both these teams have actually burned 2 each on the first half. And I don't mind this, Paladin, because again, I think 9Z have been pretty confident in their lead. But at the same time, they've been pretty sloppy in this later portion of the first half.
exactly right. Attack to still come through regardless from TGE. And as the dust settles, it just feels like we're grasping at straws to have this conversation about BESTIA. I mean, both of the rounds that they are able to win coming off the back of 9Z mistakes rather than BESTIA successes, and it really does paint an even uglier picture than the scoreline actually suggests. But still a chance to make a half out of it for BESTIA. If they can get these 2 rounds, maybe we can start a conversation. But no op for Noxy this time around. And a chance for Martinez to wreak havoc outside.
Yeah, we're starting to finally see 9Z putting a little bit more towards outside. I know they've kind of toyed with this a few times, but now it looks like they do want to commit to it. Now the smokes are going to come in. Smoke wall going to be placed. Instead of it being thrown from spawn, they're just going to throw it right away. Nice lineup from Blue Box. Counter nades now coming in from BESTIA. A little bit premature. Luchov now in a great position on Secret. If he can get this timing right, he's going to be the player that can make the difference right now.
Martinez.
But, oh, man, Martinez, I think, is spawning his head. And, oh, now, actually, BESTIA gets the better of that exchange. Max does start it off, but, again, BESTIA now finding 2 more to reply to it, putting them in the advantage. With 53 seconds remaining, Bomb's still in control. It is dropped, but they should be able to retrieve it. Oh, that's bad. That's bad. That's not good for DGG at all. That flash was everything. Good placement from Deco.
And now in the 2v4, time continuing to dwindle here for 9Z. Martinez is going to have to find an early kill in Mini, and so is Buddha. But Buddha's got a couple of backs turned. Toma is aware, though, watching and waiting for Buddha to pounce. And yeah, the time has just rotted too far. You cannot clear that close angle. And Martinez is left in a clutch that cannot be won. And if it was, I mean, he'd be a bit of a time wizard, so to speak, because there's only 7 seconds left on the clock. And he'll try to hold on to it. And he can. He'll take down Deco. And he should be fine, but shot in the back of the head. He'll go down after time, and that's finally a round from BESTIA that feels like it really felt off of their own merit.
Yeah, good reads coming in. Like you said, even the fact that, you know, Toma's able to just watch that flank from heaven, that was a really good kill, because, again, just watching a basic position, 9Z were trying to, you know, manipulate in the back lines. Doesn't happen. The last round of the first half we go, and an XM being purchased here from Iron. He's going to try to put that into lobby, I would imagine, or onto hut. We haven't been able to see it. I think that's the first shotgun we've seen so far in this series. And now we're going to see a bit more of a commitment coming in from 9Z. They're going to creep their way outside. Smoke wall hasn't been thrown yet. Are they going to just take this try? Surely not. Luchov, though, waits this out. The flash comes in. A molly, actually. And they just go in with no util? What on earth is this?
I mean, they know that Noxy will probably not have an op in this situation, and the mini player is just instantly down. DGT has just been a killer off a squeak door. And they get themselves secret control pretty much for free, Laz. This is a dire situation for BESTIA. Luckily, they have 2 rotations instantly here. And with that spot out, they're going to rotate back upstairs. They take down Luchov. And now there's a lot of space for 9Z to work with. Look at Buddha. Look at how aggressive he is getting out into the locker room. Toma has no idea what was coming. And now Noxy, he's caught between fire and lead. And he goes down to the Glock. It's only Deco left up in this, and he can't get it done. Martinez will get his gun out. 9 rounds of the good for 9Z, and they're on track to move on and face Furia in that upper bracket.
I can't explain. I can't explain it. I go insane when we get naked. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show me love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show.
Well, look at here. We got a 9-3 going into the second half here for the IEM closed South America qualifier. And right now, a do or die for Bestia to see if they can pull the upset of probably, I would say, the year. 9Z only need a few more rounds, and they have now punched their ticket to keep themselves in the upper bracket.
9 T-side rounds is pretty much damning for any opposition. But Bestia are going to have to make do with what they have. 3 rounds for them on their defense, and it'll be an upper side execute to get themselves involved in round number 13. Martineza cannot get those dualies involved, directly countered by that Molotov, and Buddha will not be able to fire off a shot with that flashbang. So perfectly executed round there from Bestia, and 9Z will have to wait a little bit longer before they want to get involved in this second half.
Yeah, of course, it's a pistol round to kind of make a good determination here. And Bestia, like, honestly, the fact that we are even seeing a 5-on-2 situation is huge because we've already seen 3 players be able to find themselves some good duels. And now they're going to be able to solidify a 4th round, which the second round is going to be really interesting because I'm going to be curious what 9Z want to go for in terms of their investment, if they want to actually try to re-aggress and fight for the second round, or if they're just going to, you know, kind of concede another round maybe potentially and put a little bit more on this. Good kills coming in from DTG, though, all things considered. He's got himself a nice 2. Looking for a little bit of extra cash, maybe. Ho-hoo-wee! Those pistols are scary right now, and yeah, they're all gone. Everybody from Bestia is going to be taken out. The radius of the bomb is going to remove the rest. And here we go, a 9-4, and it looks like already, Paladin, we're seeing that investment coming in.
Yeah, all players of Bestia goes down, so that those helmets are going to be expensive, and 9Z keep the vests alive. So DGT and Huaso can invest into those FAMASes. With that, there is a real window here where 9Z can pounce. And I don't necessarily love the CT4 spies, but in this situation, I honestly don't mind it. But, whew, a shot through the vents straight into the skull of Max, and he's down to 55 HP straight away.
Yeah, you didn't even see anybody either. That was some good pre-firing coming in from the Galeals. Now they're going to try. Bestia is going to go for the outside control here a little bit. Smoke wall does come in. Trying for a spam here from Max. Multiple players now have made it across into secret. A few shots making some connections. Buddha in a really unadvantageous position with the CZ. I was thinking maybe that's not going to be the greatest, but he starts things off. And Nate comes in. Not going to connect into Noxy, thank goodness. So now they're going to pull the plug on this plan. They're going to re-fight for outside control. Pistols are still making a bit of havoc right now. This is a little bit scary because there's still the man advantage right now for 9Z. The caster curse it disappears. Max in an interesting position, needing to find a duel to put a little bit more pressure back onto Bestia.
And he's just trying to surge dance between these angles to get some sort of information. And holding onto this map control is so critical, and I think he's gotten the footsteps and sound cues that he's looking for to call the rotation downstairs. Buddha is there to greet them with the FAMAS, but it's just a ruse. They actually still go back upstairs and want to target this Deagle. Gunshots going back and forth, but nothing netting for Max. Finally a second on the Deagle now. And only just a mere 28 HP and 15 seconds left on the clock. They have to go upstairs, and they're only one shot. Martinez can wreak havoc with this scout, and it's all up to Deco trying to get the job done. But only a bullet left in the scout, and it can't go down. But with 4 seconds left on the clock, there is time for the bomb to go down. But there's Buddha with this swift rotation from lower, and the force buy works wonders.
And even though the 9Z go for the force, they pick up the second round. This is a great position for them because, yes, it was costly. They came right down to the 1v1. But at least now they can put themselves back on the board. They can just get the MP9s. They can do whatever they need to. Martinez is going to actually go for the M4 with armor, nothing else. They are going to have the full armor commit, which is good because they know that Bestia only are going to be able to have pistols. But yeah, Bestia now are in a top position where they have to commit all the funds. A lot of players into lobby, and it looks like they might just try to barrel out of this. Like in the clown car, they're going to just come out of hut. Instead, they're going to drive away, regather their thoughts. They realize this is probably not the play. And 9Z have already put so much pressure onto this. A lot of second guessing. Toma now leading with a MAC-10, and the utility is pretty lackluster here, to say one thing. And Wasso, he does find that one, and that's a great little bit of a drive-by, but it's just not looking like enough at all here, Paladin. This should be done and dusted, and there it is.
I mean, that's everything you could ask for 9Z. They get the force buy, they shut down the anti-force buy as well. They get themselves 11, and now Bestia is in a situation where they either have to force in to defend against a potential map victory for 9Z, or you try to play the long-term overtime affair, and they're gonna go for the latter. They want to actually give away 12 rounds to 9Z and then play these buy rounds out and try to make a potential 8-round comeback.
Ooh. Yeah, and aggression coming in from Martinez as well. Look at this, he's just having a field day right now, and he's gonna have his teammates have his back. Gets another kill before the reload. Yeah, these Glocks are doing nothing. And now we're on map and series point here for the opening round, and 9Z just need one more, and they are going to be waiting on the result of later on in this bracket to see who they're going to be playing against, whether that's going to be Furia or Imperial. Bestia now a long road.
I believe it's already been decided. Furia actually trounced through Imperial, surprisingly. Not even a fight back from them. And so 9Z poised to potentially play against their dominating brothers of Furia. And Bestia could be locking horns with Imperial. And there's only one round separating them from now until then. EGT will start the proceedings, but there's Luchov to keep them in it. And he's had a tough nuke to keep going in this best of 3, but 9Z are still very keen on holding on to this 4-on-4.
All the pressure built here too, and again, Bestia needing to make the right decisions in this. And like you said, yeah, you're all right. Like, so the winner again is going to be fighting Furia, so not an easy road, but 9Z have a lot of opportunity here. 8 chances to get this thing done. They're clearing out outside. Max, okay, he gets out in time. Smoke comes in front of Mini. Some spam coming in. DTG toying around this. Ring around the Rosie, and he's now able to find that too. And now it's just coming down to a 2-on-4. All things are coming to an end potentially here, Paladin. And wait.
Feels... I mean, maybe there's still a little bit more of a chance they can dive down to this lower bomb site. That definitely feels like a chance for Bestia to continue writing this story. And they'll get the bomb down. Huaso is here. And he's still trying to take so many duels. Waiting for Max to join him. Slowly but surely he's here. Yep, there it is. The door swings open and Myron can't swing around fast enough. There's Toma going down, and that's all she wrote. 9Z will absolutely trounce Bestia here on Nuke. This is what we were potentially expecting, and that's what we got. After that Inferno going back and forth, it just wasn't a contest here on Nuke. And finally, we're going to have that advancement from 9Z. We'll get that Furia 9Z upper bracket matchup, Imperial Bestia in the lowers. And boy, oh boy, am I excited for either matchup because both of them still feel hotly contested.
Yeah, they do, and that's the thing. And like just looking at the stats a little bit here too, is that DGG was able to finish that game off with a 22 kills with 5 deaths. So the guy was putting up some massive numbers, right? The next closest thing was Martinez is sitting at 15-11, and then actually Max and Ho also were able to get themselves at the 13. So everybody got to spread the love a little bit, but DTG definitely had himself a bit of a field day. But again, like you said, the Inferno game was kind of the big thing that had to happen here for Bestia. They needed to find that map to keep themselves in this 3-map series, because if we would have made it, that would have been Ancient. That would have been a decider. And again, that did still favor 9Z in degree, but it didn't look as terrifying as, you know, something like Nuke, right? So unfortunately, it just looked like all the efforts were kind of expelled in the first map, and Bestia just really were kind of running on fumes.
Yeah, the problem at the end of the day is that Bestia's defense still felt a little lackluster, and DGT as well as Max called a wonderful T-side together and really put the pieces together on this T-side. So I'm very happy to say that they are the better team to advance forward, and they will be on that upper bracket tournament in the A stream with Cole and Phi will be taking you through that later on in a couple hours time. But Cole and Mike rather. But on the lower bracket, we will have Imperial taking on Bestia here on the B stream, and boy oh boy am I excited to watch Noe and Decenty take to the stage yet again and fight for that lower bracket. I think we're in for a doozy here, Laz.
Yeah, we really are. And that's the thing. And, you know, like you could see it on the bracket before. It's like we mentioned in the pre-show that this is that double elimination bracket. So again, now that we're having the matchup with 9Z, you know, and everything like that, they're going to be, you know, taking on Furia, and then we're going to be watching, you know, now Imperial. This is going to be interesting because whoever loses that lower bracket match, they're out. So that's it. There's no more coming back, but the team that is able to win then plays the loser of the Furia and the 9Z game. So that's going to be a pretty difficult one too for the lower bracket. But I'm very excited for this because there's so many questions now that I'm going to have to see, and it's a big question mark. But I think the vetoes are going to be a pretty big determination on this. And like you said, I was kind of surprised that Imperial actually lost that 2-0, and from what I was able to quickly see, it didn't look like they were super close games as well. So I'm wondering if maybe there is an opportunity where we could see a little bit of an upset.
Yeah, I mean, that slow start is going to cost them because you do have to play 2 best-of-3s in one day. So if you have that slow start, you're going to have to bounce back as quickly as possible, and we'll see if they can do it. Of course, we're going to have a little bit of an extended break since these best-of-3s wrapped up a little quicker than expected, but in about an hour's time, be back right here on the B stream to catch Imperial taking on Bestia. But until then, get your dinner, get your snacks, wherever time zone you may be, and we'll see you back for that lower bracket semifinal.
Jesus, that's big.
Oh, wow. That is quite something.
Can you imagine playing with that?
Oh, surely that's not enjoyable.
Now that's a good size.
Yeah.
Nice and small.
Maybe not small enough.
Ladies, I couldn't help it over here. I think I may have exactly what you need.
Okay.
Why don't you go ahead and show us?
Sure. I'll send it over. I call it the White Hammer.
Oh my god.
What the fuck, dude?
You're so disgusting.
What?
Who plays with a white crosshair?
Terrible visibility.
Let's play later. I'll show you.
I ain't going anywhere near that thing.
Beyond esports by now. It's more than esports. It's not just a competition. It's the competition.
This right now in the Spodek Arena is a moment that not just me, every player, every caster waits for the entire season long.
Five control rooms, over 50 cameras installed, 15 kilometers of fiber to connect all different venues together. It was quite a challenge.
Really focused on trying to create a platform so that gaming professionals can come and compete and drive that excitement, the enthusiasm, the energy, and just provide the best experience for the competitors and for the fans around the world.
Katowice, for me, and not just me, but the StarCraft scene is a very special tournament for us. It's the Intel Extreme Masters World Championship. We always look forward to it.
With 6 Korean names on the trophy, 2 European players set their sights on stopping number 7 from happening as thousands of gaming fans looked on.
A lot of the units going down here, but Nergio, meanwhile, Pulp is not finished here.
A historic feat was not on the cards for hometown favorite Nerchio, as he could not get past Polt, the world's 4th highest earner in StarCraft. The Norwegian snoot would have to play out of his skin to overcome Hydra, one of the best players of 2015.
Look at how many upgraded units here Snoot has. He's going to push the issue now. And the ultimates are just not enough number here from Hydra. Snoot is going to take game number 3 here.
To the surprise of many, the Team Liquid player delivered the performance to put himself a step away from something historic. And in the way was Polt with play. In the end, it was not meant to be.
He's going to try to move forward. The Vials do hit the army, but the Broodlords are being taken down by the Liberators and the Vikings. Pressing forward, there are 4 Broodlords left, just 3 now, and the army continues to advance. Snoot's forces are crumbling.
Polt was in a league of his own the whole week, and with a 4-2 score in the final, rightfully earned his place in Intel Extreme Masters history.
Let's meet some fans, yay!
Katowice for me is a congregation of people that share exactly what I love, and there's 11,000 of them, and that's what makes this place so special for me.
So apparently one of the casters is feeling a little sick, so we're going to go up there and help him out, all right? Follow me. See you again. You're going to be the second team to come. All right?
Job's done. I don't know what you guys are all worried about.
It's magic, isn't it?
Having impressed on day one, a dominant SK Telecom T1 took to the stage. With grim determination, Team Solo Mid prepared for their toughest challenge yet.
Just about in time. Can he get another step? No, he can't. But the rest of the TSM are now here.
Wow, yeah.
Svenskeren with a great kick, but the question is, have they got the damage follow-up? Double left arrives, tries to catch on towards Blank. He manages to kite the damage beautifully, and Faker arrives.
SK Telecom T1 were frighteningly efficient. The doubters had been silenced and the North Americans had been sent home. Royal Never Give Up had breezed through the group stages earlier, but Fnatic, the final hope of Europe, stood in their way.
But now from even coming forward, Marta falls. Woosh might not be far behind as well. Giant growth was used.
With the crowd behind them, Fnatic broke RNG in the third game to cement their place in the finals. Fnatic would come out swinging, but SKT seemed ready for anything.
Anyway, round this one, can they get themselves a kill? There's going to be one. Reckless goes down. The second is for Biven. And now Bang continues on three. Surrender, ladies and gentlemen. Well, there you have it. The Intel Extreme Masters World Champions are going to be SK Telecom T1. A dominant 3-0 performance.
I mean, especially just the way when you first stand on the stairs, you kind of just get a glimpse, and everything seems so far away. All the fans seem so far away. And then as soon as you walk down to the stairs, it just opens up. The lights are on. And it really gives you a new feeling about how big it really is. I mean, I'm sure like the fans feel it in a different way because they're sitting looking at the stage. But to stand in the middle of it all and to see everyone and all the lights and all the players, it's breathtaking, really.
It's a special event. It's really a special event. It doesn't matter what prize money it is. It matters that it's the audience, this atmosphere, this venue, this feeling, this rush that they have from playing.
Years of tradition rekindled. It was the return of Counter-Strike to the Intel Extreme Masters stage, with double champions Na'Vi facing Luminosity in the semi-final.
Okay, tags up. One. He's going to get... Oh! I'm starting to believe as well, Henry, because he's got to take a flame. Oh, Fallen! Stop blowing my mind!
After what was one of the best CSGO matches ever seen, the Brazilians came out on top. On the other side of the bracket, Fnatic fought to have their name carved into the trophy once again. Astralis, however, would not go out without a fight.
Because he can't commit too much. There he goes.
God.
He gets the first one. Now he has to plant this bomb here. Actually, he pulls the fake. The mind games, and he wins it!
A grueling 3 maps put the Swedes in the final against Luminosity. If the Brazilians wanted to prove themselves, they could not have found a better opponent in Fnatic. They put in a very strong performance, and somehow they were still outdone by the indomitable Swedes.
FNX in the pit. He's going to get the one kill in that bomb. It can't be planted this time. FNX has to stay alive. Oh, he gets the triple FNX! Oh my God, what a way to win that round! It's miles away from this action. They don't have a smoke, so this orb is still... Oh!
After a 6-year wait, Fnatic reclaimed the Intel Extreme Masters Trophy.
And I tell you partly why I'm tired. Partly because when you do this job, you feed off the emotion that's in the room. Yep. And that last match, there was a lot of emotion going on. I mean, fair enough, VP got schooled. I mean, you could tell that they just didn't want to play at the end. And now there's that emotional lull with the audience. You sort of get dragged along with it.
Знаете, как это тильтует работать над полной хуйней?
Моя вторая работа в жизни. На первой я едва продержался неделю. Наверное, мой босс был жадным типом.
Босс, недавний опрос показал, 91% людей считает наше здание ужасным.
Да похуй, давай подождем, что скажет застройщик.
Мы ждем уже 5 лет.
Да поебать.
Босс говорит, он занят работой, но он вечно сидит в телефоне.
Опять этот сын шлюхи. Заебал.
Hey Future Pros! Running into B-site on Anubis without util can feel a little rough. So here's a couple of smokes you can throw from the same position to help with that. To throw the standard left side smoke, get in line with this brick. Aim in the middle of this brick and hold mouse 1 and mouse 2, then jump throw the smoke. This will cover off the left side of sight. If you prefer a temple smoke instead, using the same starting position, aim at the top of the wall in line with this brick. Then simply throw the smoke. This will block off that pesky temple angle. If you throw either of these smokes, you might as well get some flashes off to help your teammates enter into the side too. To throw these flashes, aim at the top corner of this brick and jump throw. I hope this helps with your B takes, as you will need all the help you can get.
Not yet thrown. Twist. The utility coming over top. It's his chance to shine. A little bit of damage. Double from Twist. He loses carry in a third and fourth. The magician.
Get it out when he reacts faster. Twist. Oh, baby, what is that? The king of the north has claimed his stake to an A. Twist will remain supreme.
This unit, procedural into the taps.
Oh. Twist with two, insane! Insane!
Concerns, the sound is there, the spray is too, he's got a second AK, and he hits Bit off the bomb. They have to run him down, Zipple's posted. Twist, you've got no hope. No way!
Hey Future Pros! Mid on Ancient can be some vital real estate. So let's look at a donut smoke you can throw to help take some space. To throw the smoke, position yourself in the middle of this section of the window. Aim at the corner of this knobbly bit in the wood. Then simply throw the smoke. I class this as an Ancient essential you should know, so commit it to memory as it's a very easy lineup. Pair it up with the red smoke and you'll be cooking.
Welcome, my friends, to the Cathedral of Counter-Strike!
What is your crime?
After 11 years of Global Offensive, the final one, the ending of an era, a game that has obsessed us. Welcome to the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne 2023. It's time to get it on! Welcome to those that have made the pilgrimage here to join their voices with ours. A place that has dragged fans and players from every reach of the world to come here year after year.
Who y'all really got a problem with? Who y'all really trying to see?
Heroic have been waiting for the Yami to bail them out!
Got my number, don't call me. We eating up, that's all beef. You freezing up, that's y'all's team. Cause we really lose no more. All about heating up, leaving that cold. You can see me up, killing that show. I ain't about getting.
They're coming for you, they're coming for you! Son Pius! Continue!
Direct! This man cannot be stopped!
Ladies and gentlemen of the Lanxess, let's get this grand final started! One more round of the thousands they've played. One more. D2 manifest greatness in the Lanxess. Can you believe it? A sold-out stadium to witness. G2 riding the high.
Without this team, it wouldn't be possible. I'm really happy to have them by my side. It was amazing. Thank you all for coming. I hope that you guys enjoyed the show.
mid. He's knocking them down like bowling pins. He gets 4. Is he on for the 8th? Tuck tail and run. He's back to spawn. Robs, will he find this? Oh, he locked it up. Robs.
Six, 7 years ago, we had as many people watching the streams as we have right now inside the stadium.
A dream for every gamer in the world to come here and play in front of you.
The atmosphere is electric. One of those goosebump moments. The nerd chills were definitely out in full force.
This is a moment that every player, every caster, every fan dreams of.
Welcome to the Intel Extreme Masters World Championship!
Is able to make the recovery. What on earth is going on? He needs to make it to the building. Oh my God! Alt! He had the money to make it to the building.
He absolutely played his heart out. You could see how drained he was. We know absolutely what he can do, but I think all of us had no idea that he could win that 4th map.
Who's going home with nothing, and who's going home with $100,000? The champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Championship is SOS!
A gigantic stadium full of people just to watch League of Legends.
They made history here last year, and they're back this year, and they want to win it all.
Good timbers from Edward. Diamond comes around the backside. Requiem's going to come out there. Cyclone only landing on Edward.
little rotation coming out for Cloud9 with that inner turret going as well. In fact, he's going to dive in there on towards Dinter, and that is the kill. He picks up Edward, but he's going to go down. Piercing arrow goes through two of them.
I don't know if you guys can feel it at home, but I think you can. The crowd is absolutely amazing because today we have the finals of our League of Legends tournament. They didn't drop a single game the entire tournament.
The KT Bullets are the Intel Extreme Masters World Champion.
Katowice, you are amazing.
This on the final day promises to be nothing short of spectacular.
Virtus Pro, they had to qualify for this tournament and they make it here to the grand final against NIP, some Swedish legend.
What's next? He's walking around and just walking in a stacked Wonderland. He gets himself a hat-trick of red. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for your EMS1 Katowice champions, Virtus Pro!
Hey Future Pros, I have a really cool nade set you can throw to help you advance onto the A side on Vertigo. You will need a smoke, molly, and a flash for this one. For the left side smoke, get into this corner of the sandbags. Aim at this point on the scaffolding. Then jump through the smoke. For the short molly, look to the corner of the black rectangle. Crouch down and jump through the molly. Finally, a flash to help your teammates take short. Aim along this line just below this horizontal section. Run forward and jump through the flash. A very nifty nade set here, and a fairly simple one on top of that.
This is one of the premier events, not only in CSGO, but in esports as far as I'm concerned. We're getting 13,000 fans screaming their heads off here in an arena, watching CS, and just we're all feeling it together, right? You just cannot help but ride that energy wave that just goes pounding through Lanxess every time.
Every second feels like an hour right now, but once the game goes live, you know that that's where the wear and tear is going to begin.
The stage is set, the players are ready, and we have an incredible game on our hands. Two players in very different spots, and they need success from Flamey, and they don't get it. Simple as that. Seized. Gonna fall as well. Apex turreting around. Guardian gets in on it. 2 big kills. Oh, and the third Sublime. Simple puts the first nail in the coffin, and it's Na'Vi through to the semi-finals. Outstanding performance.
There's the first shot, there's the second! He has the kit, and there's the triple kill clutch.
2 big headshots looking for more. Oh my god! Automatic with 4 frags! What a victory for them. They should be very proud, and I'm sure they are as well.
2 semifinalists figured out. We're about to get a third. Liquid went 3-0 in groups, but they go up against a team that has been in every final since adding Nico. Oh my goodness, Kiyoshima, he's got 3.
Rain just mowing them down. He gets 3, joining with Nico as well.
Now he makes his move. It's perfect. He gets 2. He's going to add 1 more into it.
Naffield will find Fur, but Fallen stands tall. Exceptional work from Fallen to remove those final bricks away from the green wall of Optic. SK, large and in charge.
We are ready to take you into this first semi-final of ESL 1 Cologne 2017.
This is more than a semi-final. This is the clash of gods.
Both of these teams are so dead even, it's going to be a bloodbath.
Come and fly away with me. 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 Come and fly away with me.
Guardian might not be realizing he's almost over peaking, nearly goes down. Want to get the flick anyway, taking down Skadoodle. Shroud gets 1. Guardian with another kill. Automatic coming in from the other angle, looking for the shot. And Guardian! Shroud with 1, a second headshot, a third headshot. Oh my god! What a flick coming in. Shroud getting 1 other headshot. He's tapping away. Shroud. He's up to 11 kills and looking for number 12. Can anyone take this man down? It's all on Skadoodle. We get one, gets a next as well. How can it be real? Cloud9 are in the grand finals of ESL 1 Cologne 2017.
Fur being aggressive, but he's got chances to fall back. Oh, wow. Fur is so on point, and that's got to be so frightening. He continues it.
The strike comes in for Rain! Oh! It's like nothing else. 3 kills that no one could provide but him in this moment. One man stands between SK Gaming playing in those finals. He will not relent. He will not quit. He fights so hard. Another kill for Rain, but 3 more. Is it even possible? No! coldzera removing Rain from the battlefield and putting SK Gaming into the finals of ESL 1 Cologne.
Something quite magical about this venue, isn't there? It's going to be exciting, exhilarating, and hopefully we do see some of those epic plays we saw in the semi-finals and the quarters.
Cold's just fighting at this point to try and salvage the round. There's no way Plant is in mind. It's all about kills. It's a 1 versus 2. Knows one's close as well based on the nade. Doesn't really have the range on the CZ. Has the accuracy. Oh, gets off with coldzera! What a way to start off! 3 versus 3. The difference? Stewie again finds another kill. Stewie's had enough of it. He's gonna fight. Stewart with the ace. Cloud9 needed it now more than ever. Oh my god, automatic! Another! And they win the round off that! You have to be kidding me! That is the most insane round! They will continue to push SK back off the old bomb train as Fur executes Skadoodle and then gives up the sight for Fur. Oh my god! Fur, 5 kills, an ace to start it off. Brilliant from him. Fallen hits 2 on the AWP. It's carried over at Cole. Fallen's got a 3rd, and this is how you do it. That's how you win it.
Something's gonna bring the change. Journeys we are meant to take. Something at the edge of space, calling us to fly away.
Future Pros? There aren't many, but there are some smokes that act differently to the versions in CSGO. The gap smoke is an example of this. If thrown the CSGO way, it would cover off most of short, allowing a CT out behind it. To throw the CS2 version, head into the corner of the girder. Aim to the crane and place your crosshair in this tiny gap. Then jump throw the smoke. While not fully flush with short, you will still be able to see past it. This is a lineup you need to update in your portfolio. So remember it and throw it.
All right, welcome back. We're ready to go here in the lower bracket. This is the IEM closed qualifier for the South America region. Myself, Laz, and Paladin here to take you on one more ride here on the B stream, and we got ourselves a very, very interesting matchup.
I am very excited to bring you guys the lower bracket. It's always really tough to categorize these two teams that get down to this spot because they both have that rocky start. They both struggle in that first round, and now they have to fight for their elimination on day one off the rip. And we'll have a look at the bracket here. Furia wiping Imperial clean from the upper bracket. 9Z took a little bit more time to get sorted. Had a close first map on this B stream, but managed to take them down very comfortably on the second map. And we've got a banger of an upper bracket. Furia taking on 9Z on the A stream with Mike and Cole. And then here on the lower bracket, we will be taking you through Imperial versus Bestia, which I think for all intents and purposes people were expecting, but just the form and fashion in which they were actually appearing in this lower bracket is kind of a little bit surprising, I'd say.
Yeah, it definitely is, right? I mean, this is where I think, when we were talking about the upper bracket matchup with Furia and Imperial, we were thinking it shouldn't have been really necessarily like a 2-0. I mean, the fact that, it was a 13-7 and then a 13-6 victory for Furia just kind of shows that, okay, well, Furia definitely came prepared and they looked really good, and now we're going in that lower bracket matchup. And I mean, this is kind of like you said, it's the destined of, we kind of thought this might be the placement, but I think at how these teams got here was kind of the more shocking factor.
Right, and I really do feel like it's a tale of redemption for both of these rosters because we know the kind of level we can get out of them, but neither of them showed what they were truly capable of just yet. And so when we get into these lower bracket matchups, things start to get a little bit more scrappy. People start to really fend for themselves, and you really start to get that extra 5%, extra 10% when you know that elimination is on the line. We see it all the time in top tier Counter-Strike. Let's not beat around the bush. FaZe was a big roster that would always struggle in those main stage group games, and then when they were always pressured with elimination, they would turn things on. And it's a very similar situation even at this level of the game, even here in South America. So I am looking towards seeing that A game from the likes of Imperial and Bestia for that chance to continue on in this bracket, because all of these teams would love to continue to pencil in more calendar events as soon as they can. Because, you look at 9Z, they don't have the major. Imperial, they'll have one IEM to attend, and they will have EPL to attend as well. But, they want as many chances as they can and enough bites at the cherry at that Tier 1 calendar as they can. And, of course, Bestia would love to get involved in the Tier 1 circuit as well.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, this is the thing that we talked about a little bit earlier on too, is the fact that, Bestia was one of those teams that did make the invite lists on this, which was kind of interesting, right? Because, I think it was Fury and Bestia that got the 2 invites. And then like we talked about, Imperial and 9Z were those 2 other teams that had to fight their way in the 2 qualifiers to get themselves in the closed. But, again, we've talked a lot about the format. I kind of want to just talk a little bit about these rosters really quickly, Paladin, because I think, for Imperial, I think a lot of the fans, the chat knows, a lot of the players, but I think for me, like, I definitely am kind of expecting a lot here from Phelps. Like, he is kind of that, again, that player to me that can be the difference maker, someone that can find the impact. But I feel like there just is moments where he's really quiet, and when he's quiet, the team starts to suffer. So I don't know if you have any different thoughts on that, but I feel like him and Vinny are kind of the big hitters that have to come up big.
No, I completely agree with you. Phelps can be that kind of momentum-based player that when he does get the ball rolling, I mean, the game is automatically won in a lot of ways for him. But the 2 players that I'm looking at on this lineup are the new bloods, and that's Decenty and No Way, who, for all intents and purposes, No Way, this is one of his first professional teams, period. This guy's known as a pug star more than anything. And he's got a lot of weight on his shoulders to kind of prove to the world that he is worthy of playing on one of the top Brazilian organizations that is vying for a tier 1 spot. And I'd honestly argue that he has risen to the occasion. I mean, this team looks more well-oiled than ever. They're able to qualify for the Showdown. They're able to qualify for ESL Pro League. And the fact that D-City is also showing up really gives me a lot of faith in this Imperial roster. Vinny's found some footing as the IGL that Phelps doesn't have to be the carry. I mean, sure, he can be a good win condition for you to win a game just outright, but he doesn't have to be the sole win condition as he has had to be on previous iterations. When you look at the Fluxo roster of old, it did have to be him a lot of the time, but it's not so much the case anymore. It's definitely a good boon to have.
It definitely is. And I mean, like let's kind of transition that a little bit, which is I think going to go into the support for what we talked about before is the vetoes. And we do know the vetoes coming in, and it was actually Ancient being banned right away from Imperial, the first ban, like you talked about before. For Bestia, they're getting rid of Vertigo. They're not even going to entertain that idea. And now the first official map pick is going to be Imperial going with Nuke, meaning that Bestia gets to start on the CT side.
I think this is based off of the previous pick that 9Z showed. I think Imperial believes they've got a better nuke than 9Z, and I could even argue that they do. And we've seen the kind of difficulties that Bestia have had on their defense on that map, and I think it's a great pick for Imperial. Bestia going to Anubis, it's either that or Inferno, and they're opting in for Anubis. I think they just want to switch things up, and I don't blame them. Imperial, for that reason, will take Inferno off their hands. Bestia, of course, as the previous matchup as well, will ban out Overpass. And with that, we have Mirage to decide, which is, I think, one of Bestia's better maps as well. But I think this is where players like Phelps really just do dominate. So I think that the calling as well for Vinny on Mirage is immaculate. So there's a lot in favor of Imperial in this matchup and in this veto, and I think they've won it again. But of course, it's always going to be an uphill battle for Bestia when it comes to talking about the vetoes, I feel.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, that's the thing too, is that I feel like this, I think we both agree that the veto does favor Imperial technically on the paper. I mean, I think the fact that, Nuke is going to be the first one as a played map is not the greatest start here for Bestia. We got to see them earlier on the stream here today. Wasn't looking great. It definitely didn't look like something they like to do. But that's going to be the other piece as well, is that if it doesn't go their way, they're going to have to do a reverse sweep to keep themselves alive. And I do think the Anubis pick was probably wise just because of how Inferno went, and they wanted to mix things up. So I do agree. And I mean, in the previous series as well, Phelps was the only player against Furia that was able to get a 1.01 rating in the entire best of 3. So everybody else was pretty much a 0.92 and well below. So this is where we have to see if Imperial can use this time to bounce themselves back and feel a little bit more prepared. And I think Nuke is going to be a good start point.
And this roster hasn't felt too many setbacks in their tenure together. They've only really been given success and it's pure domination when they are qualifying for these events. This is one of those setbacks that Zach and company are going to have to learn to move past and try to build an actual narrative in this tournament, right? And so how does Zach go about it? How does Vinny go about it to rally these troops and say, look, we've got a winnable game against Bestia. Let's show our A game and then come back day 2 to try to pounce back. And that's what the championship mentality is all about. And we've got to see that from them and really kind of shrug off what just happened against Furia. Because look, sure, it was a winnable BO3. Sure, it was one that they could have at least been competitive. But that's all in the past now. And now what they have before them is a team that is still hungry to actually compete against that. Bestia is not a team to just go down without a fight. And I have expectation that they can still rise to the occasion and give Imperial a run for their money, veto aside.
Yeah, and I think that's a good point, because I think some of the notes we took away from Bestia as well is that, Luchov was, still a high-rated player on this team. We talked about him earlier on today, and we said, look, he sits at a 1.15 overall on the team in the last couple of months. He's looking really good, and we got to see that. Even on Inferno, he was putting up some big rounds, a lot of impact kills, so we're going to have to see him get activated again. And I think even Myron, again, was able to find himself some pretty interesting moments in some of the maps, but after Inferno, it just kind of felt like everything fell flat. But I think we got to see a lot of those pieces moving really well. And that was the other piece that we talked about, is that Zote is the new coach on this. So there obviously is some new structure changes and how the team's going to, have that foundation and the protocols. And it looked not too bad on Inferno. There was a lot of ups and downs, but that was anybody's game.
Yeah, I mean, you could even argue that they were the better team on on Inferno, and they had a lot of impact from their Opera and Noxy. You know, Myron was so solid on that A side. Toma was getting some solid lurks on the T side, but of course, with no Inferno in the pool, you can very clearly see that they're going to have to go to a little bit more of their extremities, where they're going to have to find new ways to win. And I think that's where I really worry for them. Of course, they'll have Anubis in the chamber, which I think they have good consistency on. You get a certain level out of them, and it does allow for players like Luchov to be let off the leash and find you opening after opening. So I do like that they've picked into that map, but we're going to have to see a different side to Bestia. We're going to have to see a rejuvenated Bestia on Nuke and see if they can actually iron out the kinks that they had on their Nuke defense. We're going to have to see them basically hit all guns blazing on Anubis. And again, they just have to stay in the server in terms of the pound-for-pound firepower that they're going up against. I can't really tell you if there's a single hole in Imperial's roster that you can necessarily target. I think, by and large, this roster of Imperial have some really heavy hitters, and you've got to stick it to them off the rip.
Yeah, definitely so. And I mean, that's the thing too, is I mean, I think for a team like Imperial, with when we talk about Anubis, I mean, they have, you know, about 10 matches that they've been able to officially play on this, and they are sitting at a positive rating with a 6-4. So that is a good note to take away. And they have been able to beat some decent teams. And more recently, I mean, they are sitting at a 5 win streak on this map. So I think that is also kind of the other big factor for them, because this was a pick that, like we talked about, Bestia wants. So I think that this is going to be a lot about firing, fire with fire, which is going to make it a little bit more of a big question. But no more questions, as we're going right into it. Nuke to start things off on map number 1.
So excited for this best of 3, and I'm so excited to watch this Imperial team grace the server once more. They've got a lot to dig themselves out of, and it's going to start on this offense. It's another topside execute with both Vinny and Henny in the T roof that Molly and Hut actually misses, and they've got to find a way to dig into this A site.
And they're definitely going to do it, so no way now gets the start off here. Deco, though, getting the dualies, but it's not going to be much more than that 1 kill. And already now, Bomb's going to go down, making it the 4-on-3. Luchov now might get actually flanked, but he's actually getting going on the pressure, but not able to find more than that 1. And now Iron's going to need to come up big, but no, he's going to hit the grave. It's a drive-by 1-tap Areno, and Imperial, they're going to get this thing started with a 1-0.
I mean, that's all 3 players that you want to get activated. No Way, Decency, and Phelps all getting early kills on the board. Sure, that Molotov top hut misses, but the rest of the execute works to a T. They actually circumvent Deco's dualies pretty much all the way through, and he can only limit him to 1. And you know, in this day's Counter-Strike, restraining a dual Beretta to only 1 kill is pretty awesome. But Bestia will take the force buy. Absolutely no utility to speak of, but 4 MP9s to back up the cause.
Well, we'll have to see what Bestia is going to be able to learn from when they played a bit earlier against 9Z. And like you said, Imperial, I think, are trying to make a statement that they're better on a map like Nuke in comparison. So not going to be an easy feat. And the MAC-10's already doing some great work, picking up some kills, picking up some cash, almost getting that triple. And Notsky now right now just kind of waiting things out with the dig. Phelps actually clears his teammate above, and there it is. Henny able to get his back too. So this should be a done and dusted round. Luchov now just going to have to save with the full armor and the MP9 with 4 HP. Oh boy.
He's going to have to get really far back into spawn if he wants to save this. But well handled there from Imperial. They do a great job in basically staying alive in lobby, getting kills as well. Decency did a great job on the MAC-10. And as soon as he gets all that info about 3 or 4 players showing up, that's when Imperial pounce on the rest of ramp, keep it nice and simple, go down to the lower side, trade effectively, and quell that MP9 force buy. It's always going to be difficult if you're Bestia to get involved with no utility, and Imperial find a way to move past it. So there'll be a full save from Bestia, and Imperial should be off to the races with that 3-0.
I'm kind of curious if, Imperial in this kind of a situation, they actually have a pretty decent spawn right now. So I'm wondering if they want to try something a little bit more aggressive. The money is not the greatest right now for Bestia. So it could be risky, but we have seen, you know, even earlier on, you know, 9Z before in the previous series, they were playing pretty aggressive. They tried to show that, you know, no disrespect kind of thing. Or no respect, I mean, and then that way they could just, you know, get in the face isn't aggressive. But Imperial instead are just going to put a lot of their forces outside. No contention coming in here from BESTIA. Going to wait things out a bit more. Smokes just going to block off blue box. The jump spot, I think, from the player from Heaven. I don't even know if they actually saw this. Phelps, though. I thought he was going to be able to maybe find this, but actually, no, hang on. The MP9 has been able to open things up. It's gotten a little bit more interesting.
Now a lot of room for BESTIA to play with. They've recovered that AK-47 as well. But here's Vinny with the flank off of the lockers. He's got a bunch of lineups teed up for him, but Noxie will take some heavy damage. 37 HP! And that low HP comes back to bite him. He gets the dink off on a decent tee, but the 1v1 goes in favor of Imperial. It gets really dicey there, Laz, but the 3-0 comes out nonetheless.
Yeah, that was really nice from Luchov. I mean, again, the fact that he was able to find that double, it actually kind of made things a bit more chaotic than I think Imperial was intending for. And, you know, we were talking about there's pistols and a lighter investment that was happening, and Imperial just kind of went for it anyways. They were just kind of like, you know what, we don't really care what we're going to face. We're just going to get up close and personal, and it kind of almost bit them in the behind. But either way now, Op's going to be out. Notsky does finally have it out, ready to go. We'll have to see what he can find, and an AUG is going to be purchased. Marin's actually already taken some huge damage alone from dropping and then landing into a molly. So this is not what you want for BESTIA on the start point. And this is such a big round, pivotal, because it just, again, there's so much that needs to happen. The M4 is only able to get that first opener, and now the T's, they're just going to barrel on in, and no way. He's just trying to get all the entry points, but it's a bit of a whiff as someone is just Batmaning his way down into the site with the op.
Still, somehow, it's a man advantage for Imperial, and it gets ripped away from Toma. What a way to hold down onto ramp. 1 minute still on the clock, but DZT again in another 1v1 with the low HP target. Does he have the whereabouts to know that Toma is this close to him? It's going to have to be a hard clear, and Toma has the angle, and he hits the instant dink. What a round there from the newest edition of BESTIA, and Imperial kind of scratching their heads with the complexity of that round. It didn't feel like they had to aggress into the A site, and yet they still wanted to move in a ramp. And Toma's there to punish.
Yeah, and it comes down to another set. These are now 2 rounds in a row where we've seen the 101s coming into effect. So it could have gone either way. And like you said, Toma did have a good off angle, holding it, barely winning that fight, like we may add. But either way, Imperial is going to take that one off the shoulder, I guess, and not going to matter. Luchov's going to start things off with a beautiful shot with the AK. Taking down Phelps, one of the players that we said was the only player in the previous series to get that 1.01 rating. What? Excuse me? What is happening?
Through the
everyone just falling apart?
Noxie just goes down in Big Garage through the smoke. And, I mean, still, it's Imperial in the man disadvantage, but they found a lucky timing potentially, but Luchov has made the rotation down, and he gets himself another. There's no way they actually account for Myron, and now Myron is going to try to stay alive for as long as possible. And, ooh, those molly ticks, it gives Henny a new lease on life. A chance now for him to get one, and he will. Confirms it, but they've still got to find a way to dig the site player on the B site out. And it's really only got to be this B site because this vent rotation is being cut off by Deco.
Yeah, the positionings are just, everybody's a little bit split apart here, so not the easiest, but and he's still holding onto the bomb. Gonna come through single door. And again, there's a player just above this too, so this is not a great situation. Toma's just above this, so no way has to also open the door, and Ken, Toma's gonna have to make a decision. And he's spraying away, but he gets it done with the last remaining bullets in the chamber. Deco now by himself, figuring out what he wants to do. The door is going to be open, so he should be able to sneak out of this. He can maybe get the timing. Oh my goodness! Just within a second, he gets under the door. His teammate takes the brunt of it, but he might try to stick this defuse. He will get off of it. Doesn't have the kit. So now this is where Henny just needs to bide the time as much as possible. Goes for the fight, but it's a full face of lead, and Deco, he's going to be able to bring back the second round.
Another 1v1, Laz. 3 back-to-back rounds in the 1v1. And I really thought that once Toma goes down with nothing, that Imperial would have every advantage to close it out, but no. Deco is there. He keeps calm in the clutch. And they'll take themselves a tack timeout because they've still got to discuss the finances. It's not pretty, and Imperial have another shot if they want to. It won't be a pretty buy, but with how pressed this economy is on the defense, I honestly wouldn't mind the call from Vinny and co to make that investment. But they're not.
Well, Paladin, we've been here before. I don't mind the purchase right now from Imperial. I mean, like you said, I think a lot of these rounds are coming down to 1v1s, which is just it's such a 50-50. But I do like the pistols. I'm hoping we're going to see Imperial put a little bit more foot on the gas for this, getting a little bit more aggressive, because I think what we saw Bestia before, they didn't handle it very well. They were the ones that were trying to do some aggression at one point. Door's going to be blown open right away. Tons of utility being expelled right now from Bestia. Within 10 seconds, they've already depleted a huge chunk of it. And Imperial now grouping up towards this ramp. A double boost going to come on the corner. And this is a nice position, especially for the MP9. This could be a guaranteed double kill.
It's got to be really important kills here from Noxy. He's going to get one, and yeah, as you said, there's the double. And Lushov is there from J-Hall as well, so Phelps left up in a really tough situation, and he gets himself another. Has a chance to get the reload off as well. Does Toma know he's this deep? Yeah, surely with the trajectory of that grenade. But, ooh, Phelps actually gets himself offered up another 1v1. But Bestia finally get to keep 3 men alive and actually quell their finances just for a little while. They'll upgrade an AWP for Noxy. So even with keeping 3 men alive, Laz, it's not the prettiest. So Imperial have a chance here to still get themselves back involved in this offense right off the rip.
Yeah, and Imperial definitely, have a bet, that's pretty close. I mean, it's a 64% win rate on this T side, whereas, CT can definitely be about 61. So they're pretty well established on this, having so many officials. But Myron now getting a nice double. And Imperial are really getting tested right now. Bestia have done such an improvement already on the defense, kind of holding things off. And Imperial probably not expecting this to be in this kind of a situation with a tie game of a 3-3. One player already going to drop down in the vent, and oh my goodness, he actually landed the shot too. So now Myron looking to see what he can find through the smoke. No dice, and now Imperial get themselves back in a lead, and the money, it's squashed.
A bit bizarre of a round there being called. I felt like a little bit of an A split, that they were going to try to pounce in from Mini, but Vinny takes a long route, and Bestia are so confused as to what the game plan there was from Imperial. Eventually, they just realized, look, we could just split onto the A side, no problem. And Myron can't do anything but just stand and watch all of his teammates die one by one. And what does that leave Bestia with? Pots and pans. 2 MP9s and a FAMAS. Deagle on Noxy as well. So, a lot riding on this for Bestia, basically the half in a lot of senses. And Lushov has already been ticked up by the Molotov, so they should be aware of this outside presence. And a lot of map control to play with here for Imperial.
Even Phelps is trying to go for this fight here in Big Garage. Lushov should be able to have the angle.
Wow.
Oh, actually, Phelps, patience is a virtue right there. He just sits, waits, and gets rewarded the kill. Now
Well,
putting them in the
surely.
Yeah, no, for sure. That information has got to be gained. No doubt. Oh, Noxy with a nice shot, though. Quick one, but something, though. Damaging that economy, like you said, it's not looking great right now for Imperial. The funds are still a little bit gross, and Deco getting already caught in the corner of the wall, down to 29. And look at Phelps. He's coming in through heaven. They might just try to split into this.
Yeah, they have so many points of attack possible. Come from Hut, Mini, Heaven as well. It looks like Deco is under hot pursuit right now. And they've got another flank involved in T-Roof. So there's a little bit of a timer on this, but Deco goes down way too early. And because of that, Myron's flank basically nets them nothing. Toma also can do nothing as well. And that leaves Myron with the position noted, his bell rung, and his head between his tails. So now, Imperial get themselves their 5th. The force buy fails for Bestia. And now we're looking at potentially deja vu of what happened against 9Z.
Yeah, quite possibly. I mean, now we're going to see the 5-3. And Bestia weren't able to really find any room at all on Nuke. And that was the thing, too, is it was the second map, and that was to keep themselves in it. And we said that was, on paper, not the greatest situation, considering they don't have any official wins on it. But they've made it competitive so far. I mean, Bestia have looked like there's been improvements made. But either way, the funds are going to be low again once more for Bestia. They're going to keep that 1 AK. But what do we see differently? I mean, we saw before they did do the 4-1 split. Do they actually commit to that now? Do they put Myron a bit more aggressive with that armor? He really is the one that is kind of in the hot seat right now. He's the one that has to find some kind of an opening.
Whatever the case may be, Imperial had themselves teed up for a good, easy formality of a round in this one. Deko Luchov going down. Phelps wants to go through his own mini smoke, and Myron will only get 1 kill for his troubles. I think Toma's going to try to recover that rifle, but they're playing ahead of the smoke still, and that's where that pug star mentality of no way comes to shine. 3 kills for him, and at the very least, 6 rounds confirmed on this offense for Imperial. Guns will come back out for Bestia, but there'll be no AWP for Noxy, and even more of an opportunity for Imperial to wreak havoc outside.
Yeah, it's been a lot of rifle rounds. I mean, not many opportunity for the ops to come out yet. I mean, the money just hasn't been really that great. Take that into note too, but a little bit of a change in pace than what we saw before. A little bit of a noise cue given away here with the molly. Some information that one player at least is going to go outside, but look at how fast the Phelps has already pushed towards Mini. Smoke's going to block this off. Wow, he's actually just going to walk in. Look at this.
What?
Looking at each other, looking right at each other, but they're full blind. Noxy's still able to find these duels and almost wins that second. Vinny does get the trade back. Imperial now starting to win some fights in some pretty unorthodox spots here. And Bestia haven't really been able to find too much success with just these 1-on-1 trades, and it's going to be favoring the T's right now. Making it to the 2v2, though. Player right now. Toma coming in from lobby. Low HP for Vinny. They need to neutralize this problem, and they do. But now, do they expect Toma to be here? Look at how fast he's been able to come for the flank. He might be able to get the timing of this, and he does. He has an inkling where Henny is, and he reads him like a book. And he's able to get this 4th round gained, and he's got a little bit of a celebration happening as he's just picking up guns and running around, and they finally get themselves a convincing round.
Oh, I mean, I don't know about convincing there, lads. It got real dicey even there in the 1v2, don't you think? I mean, it felt like Bestia are honestly not causing enough resistance off of Mini and Squeaky. Those 2 positions feel very easy for Imperial to walk into, and just a couple of well-placed flashbangs, and they just don't have the answer. Luckily for them, Toma bails them out on that ramp flank, and they can thank their lucky stars into round number 11 because they've still got a bye to play with. But I gotta say, this is one of those last few opportunities for Bestia to get back in it, and they need these 2 rounds.
Yeah, no, they definitely do. And just be clear, I meant convincing in the sense of the clutch, not convincing in terms of number. Yeah,
of course.
I know. I was like, well, it came down to 1v2, not super convincing, but at least Toma came up big with the flank. But I mean, already now, I mean, I think you touched on this a bit earlier, but the last time these 2 teams did play each other was a little while ago, earlier on in the year. And I mean, this was Imperial taking with a 13-3, right? So we're already seeing a little bit of an improvement. Because last time when we were in the same situation, it was a 9-3 half for Imperial being on the T side. Henny getting aggressive. Always got the shadow, but it doesn't matter about the shadow. Noxy's able to bail him out. That's some good teamwork coming in. A nade opening up the smoke. The CTs now have been able to find themselves some pretty big kills. it's been a little bit of chaotic in this kind of a situation. It's just been utility everywhere. Imperial trying to run through smokes. And there's even a flash, adding more of a thorn in the side here, just leaving it to Vinny, the IGL by himself, on a 1-on-4.
Well, that's a much more rejuvenated Bestia there. Flashing for double peaks, getting in the faces of the T's, not letting them get any outside control for free. If they want outside Imperial, they're going to have to take it by both hands. I really like that round from Bestia, and it shows that there has been a little bit more of a conversation between best of threes, and they've found ways to plug those holes and start getting a little bit more confident in their play. Getting themselves a 5th round would mean so much, but Bestia are giving a lot of respect to the captain here. Vinny has a chance to get the bomb plant, but his counterpart Anoxi has made it downstairs as well. And eventually Vinny is going to have to make a sound cue. Just a matter of when. 20 seconds left on the clock, and Noxie can just swing open the door whenever he pleases.
This bomb down will be really nice, though, just even in terms of getting some extra cash, but not going to be mattering at all. Noxie, good read on the situation. Gets the job done. A 6-5 half already so far. We're going into the last. Bestia in a great position where they could be able to find themselves tying things up with a 6-6, which is already looking just so much better than what we saw before versus the 9Z game. Because let's not forget, I mean, that was a 13-4 win. That was for 9Z. And Bestia have already now done better than that.
Yeah, so definitely improvements, just hard statistics-wise. This time around, Imperial are going to up the ante. They want to do a 9Z, and they're going to go flying into this A-bomb site. Quickly out in, but it's all a ruse. Phelps has got himself into ramp, and so is the other 2 members that remain for Imperial. The rotations are swift, but can they actually get the bomb down unscathed? Mayan is going to fight fire with fire instantaneously, but they kick up the nade, and Henny is there to punish. Beautiful double there from the Opper. And now, Noxie and Deco in the final round of the half have a lot to play for, but not space to actually do it. Though he should be aware, and he is. Well done to him, and Henny will end it with a triple. 7-5, a 1-half for Imperial. We'll cut to a break, and when we come back, we'll see if Imperial can close this nuke out.
Okay, well, we're back. A nice short break. Hope everybody's been able to recharge, as now we're going into the second half with a 7-5 in favor of Imperial, where BESTIA have now showed us they can do the best on CT side, getting 5, and now the question is, can they get more?
Really important to see if BESTIA can hang on in Nuke, show us if there is a little bit of competition left in them. But they've got to go up against Imperial's resilient defense, where we've seen them do a lot of great work on. Again, as usual, top hut dualies, this time on the back of Phelps. And two players very willing to fight into this ramp. Decent to take first contact as they go flying in, but here comes a cavalry in Henny and J-Hall. But they'll take ramp, BESTIA, but they're not going to do anything with it. Finally, they start moving down in that lower site. But here's Decent and Vinny to greet them.
Yeah, nice early start.
Oh!
Oh no, that's the problem with the P2K. It sucks when you miss, because you just can't get anything to connect. Phelps now with the door. Got the dualies. He's got the armor. There's no kit right now for the CT side. This is about firepower. This is about hitting the shots and making sure that clock doesn't run too low. We've seen why and what can happen with it earlier on today, and making it the 3-3. The T's doing already such a great job just waiting things out. A little bit of utility being burned, and oh, this is not good. This is really not good, and no way now. Trying to see what he can find with Henny. They know where the last two players are, but the time, I think it might be too low. I don't know, but now Mayron's still on alive. This is now maybe an interesting situation to win, and there's a nice little jiggle, and we got BESTIA with a 1-round differential.
That's some heat there from Myron in the clutch, but those afterplant positions were so tough to dig out for Imperial. And even though it's a man-even situation, in that lower bomb side, it is so hard to clear out the T side. And they kind of really just have to bend the knee and give it up. But well played from BESTIA. Really like the kind of disrespect that they were showing in ramp. And tested both Decency and Vinny straight off the rip. Now, it's a full eco from Imperial. And BESTIA are looking to tie this game up. So maybe this has some legs to it. And I really just do like the kind of bounce back we're seeing from BESTIA. A much more rejuvenated roster. And showing that they do have what it takes to go toe-to-toe with the best in South America.
Well, I mean, Paladin, like, they're only a 1-round differential here to being tied for their most rounds ever on this map. The last time was a 13-7 for Fluxo. So right now, if BESTIA can find another round, they've tied it. Guaranteed. So, I mean, they're doing quite well. And like you said, it's been such a good improvement since we just played, what, like 2 hours earlier. Love to see it. And I think you made the comment that, you know, Imperial are definitely trying to flex the muscles a little bit. Like, yeah, we're the better team on Nuke. And I'm starting to wonder about that statement that they're making.
Yeah, I mean, eventually you're going to have to back it up, right? You can't just talk the talk. You have to walk the walk. But this will not be the round for them to prove as much. The USPs struggling to find anything. And Henny making quite a bit of noise in lockers will be to his demise. Luckily for him, Phelps is there for the trade, but as I said previously, only that one upgrade on Decenty means that there is no fight back from Imperial in this round. They'll plant that bomb down. Actually cuts the clock down pretty low, but Vinny will play the bait game, see if he can get a Zeus kill. We all love how tantalizing the weapon is now that they've changed the gun, but it'll never come into action in this round. And we get that 7-7.
Well, now we're going to see if Imperial are going to be able to do the walk, as they are going to go for the equipped full rifles with the 1 MP9 of Vinny. Last time out going to be used now at the 7-7 mark here from BESTIA. And not a bad time. I'm a little bit curious why, but maybe they want to just be really clear on their game plan for this, because again, they got the rifles with the 1 MAC-10. Probably just trying to review. Maybe they've done some studying, maybe some anti-stratting. I have no idea, but there has been some time. We were able to get those games done pretty early, so we'll see what BESTIA have in store for us. But yeah, again, nothing but impressive to see how much they've been able to push through and already look a lot better despite their record, right? On paper, it's not good. It's
they're
anything but
winless.
that.
They're
They're
winless on this map, and it's not fun to say, but that is the truth of the matter. And I know Bestia would love to. It would be the greatest time to have that streak snapped, right? To sneak away a map pick off of Imperial would be fantastic, but you know, they realize the gravitas that this round possesses. The money is weak for Imperial, and they want to speed things up and actually try to target one of these low resource players, and that's going to be Decenty off the rip straight into his opening arms in ramp. But he won't actually take the first duel. It'll be Henny, and that's a great first pickup to get. Deco goes down, but they have to give away ramp, and this B side is hot under pressure.
Yeah, and already Vinny already on single door waiting things out. The bomb's going to come and make its way into the site. So it's a question if he can get this timing well. And actually, the bomb's going to go down. I thought he might have tried to open the door and gone for that fight, but instead he'll just be waiting things out, being a bit more patient. His teammates are now going to be able to clear off the ramp. Lots of nades being burned. I think there's only one more piece of utility remaining. That's going to be Luchov right now. He does have the HE, but then he's still expecting someone to come through vents and come for a flank. And now Vinny comes in for the surprise attack. That's a perfect executed time, making it still the advantage for Imperial. But again, they only have the one kit, so they have to get moving. And now the bodies are hitting the floor. Henny's able to get the job done. The kit is on the bomb. And Imperial have been able to secure this 8th round and keep 3 alive nonetheless.
Well played to Vinny there. He only gets 1 kill in the round, but him just staying alive in single door there is everything, because Bestia is under the assumption that that spot is cleared if the door hasn't been swung open when the bomb goes down. So they're assuming that that position is clear. And as soon as the remaining 3 individuals of Imperial are on the site itself, that's when Vinny decides to swing open wide. And there's no way for Bestia to have that understanding that he could come through that single door. And it's just a very well orchestrated retake from Imperial. So credit to them, and credit to them to keeping 3 men alive, as you said. Because now, when Bestia repurchases into this round, they're going to have to be a little bit worried, because they're going to have to chew through yet another round of that CT economy.
Yeah, I think Vinny played such a critical role there, because again, he made that position very silently. He just waited things out. He didn't make any presence that he was there. I thought he would have gone for that, swing when the bomb was just getting planted, but instead he waits it even longer. So that timing was perfect, because the players on ramp are able to be the good distraction point. But either way, with Bestia getting that plant means that they are going to go for a big purchase of the guns once more. Galil with all 4 AKs now. A bit more aggression coming into Squeaky. They're going to try to barrel into this. They do such a great job, and a little bit of utility to slow things down. But giving it a 3-on-2 now, only leaving it to Henny and Decenty there. I mean, they're going to wait things out just a little bit more. They don't have a kit on these players. They do have a Molly and Smoke.
Ooh.
But that is an interesting lineup, possibly. This Smoke, this might be able to gain them some real estate, at least on this. Oh, this Smoke's not going to make it any better. So I think that Smoke going into Mini, that's going to solidify this round. And Paladin, we are potentially back at a tie game.
We are in a tie game, I'd say. It feels as though Imperial have just collapsed on the upper site. It's just a fast execution into A, and even with those Molotovs that they had up, they get instantly extinguished, and both Noe and Vinny are restricted to only 1 kill apiece. Phelps gets nothing, and rounds like that really will cause some concern for Imperial, considering how do we solve that issue? And how do we have to respect it because of that? So they had 3 players on the site. They still weren't able to defend it. What do we do to kind of figure that out?
I'm just still in disbelief how much we've seen from Bestia, right? I mean, this is where we were giving a lot of criticism that they haven't been able to find really much room and success and look that great on a map like Nuke, and they're already doing it now. There it is. They win that opening duel. It's going to be the cost of a ton of HP, but you know what? Not going to matter at this point. This is a huge effect. Now damage is getting inflicted. Imperial, they're wounding them. They're just not able to take them out. Already have 2 players sitting under 60 HP. This is not a great thing with a combination. So now they're going to group up together. Imperial are struggling to find themselves any sort of confidence to winning these fights right now, Paladin.
Exactly right. And in the 5v4, Bestia are very keen on grouping back up together and then re-executing into that top site. But they're actually just going to throw one flash and one molly and then go straight back into Decenty. Well-placed Molotov. It forces Noxie's hand to move back over to the A site where they have 3 players residing in for the hit.
Oh, look at that spot from Vinny, too. That's so cheeky. But actually...
Oh, they got a player down.
Yeah, I was going to say, I believe one of those players actually made it down into the vent, too. So this is a lot of good work. And Vinny now decides to come in with the MP9. Myron, oh my goodness. I don't know if the head was spotted. The smoke's still blocking it off. I think he might have been protected, and he still was being quiet. But there is only 25 seconds remaining, so they got to get moving. They're able to find these kills. Vinny comes for a swing, and Vinny's able to find 2 more. This is now a winnable situation, maybe. But bringing it to the 1v1 with 14 seconds remaining. Phelps, no kit, no utility. This is going to be a gunfight. Toma now inside of Hot, going to go all the way around. He's got a good feeling about this. Waiting things out, expecting a squeaky push. Phelps creeping himself into the site. A fake defuse coming through. He's got only so much time that he can work with this. As I mentioned, the kit, it's needed. Toma now comes in, but is there enough of time?
I think he's got it.
I think he's going to have enough time. But my goodness, Toma almost able to get the job done. That would have been a quad kill for them to find their 9th, but instead it's Imperial to get it done.
Yeah, Toma's done very well in the clutch previously throughout the day, but at the end of it all, it's Vinny to, again, lead by example on that top side. They have 3 players there, and yet still it felt like it nearly collapses yet again. But that double on the MP9 Tetris, they even knew where he was there last. I'm surprised he even gets 1 to begin with, but the fact that he gets 2 is everything for the Brazilians. Gets them that lead back, snaps the economy of Bestia, and basically saves them from a red face, because had that clutch come through from Toma, we could be talking a very different round here. A different perspective to this map altogether.
No, we definitely would have. And I mean, even Imperial, they wouldn't be in this kind of a situation with the guns, too. You can see they forced up as much as possible. Dollars are spent. The economy is just getting tarnished right now on the CT side. Bestia now grouped up onto ramp. Senti, is he going to be prepared for this? He's got the noise cue. He's going to fall on back to allow that control to be theirs. Now Imperial going to be switching up their stance just a little bit more. But what do Bestia want to go for? This is the nice thing about Imperial on the CT side. They can go for these quick rotates. And it's already looking like they've repositioned themselves. 2 players in the B site already. So they've adjusted themselves well. Noxie now throwing the utility to go right behind Silo on the upper site. Possibly 1 more. What is going on? Look at how far back Henny is, too. Let's talk about reposition. He's in CT spawn.
I think he's well aware of the range distance in terms of the weaponry that these players have. And with how far back he is, Bestia say, okay, you know what, screw it. We'll go down into the lower site, and we're going to target No Way. But that's the problem. No Way still got the aim to back it up, and finally, Decenty chimes in as well with his triple. And Imperial right the ship. They shut down that eco from Bestia, and it's a well-played round from them. They give away so much control, but at the same time, they're well aware of the holes that they leave open. Henny gets 1. And as soon as that happens, No Way is there for the rotation, and so is Decenty. So well-played defensive round there from Imperial as they get themselves on a double digits.
Yeah, good reaction coming in. Like I said, I think, you know, with the CT side, you need to be able to find those rotates. They do it well, like you said. And I think Decenty did a really good job to reposition himself well and find those fights. And now we're going to see the rifles back out, but utility almost non-existent right now from Bestia. Not a lot of smokes they can work with. I mean, they've already burned what they had. And now it's just going to be Molotovs and flashes remaining here in terms of the backpack, and see what they're going to be able to find. Player already making a cross into secret. Phelps with the pop open, not able to see anything yet. There's a player just on the other side of it, so his timing as well. What do we expect from them? The outside control is interesting. A player already crossing into secret. This is decent real estate.
It's really nice to have Luchov downstairs, for sure. It's just a matter of something is offered up to him or not. It's since there isn't anything to be given, I mean, he can just kind of sit on this position, and they can try to just pester into ramp. Upsettingly, decent Molotov cannot go off, and he doesn't have enough time to delay, and Henny gets instantly cleared. He gets absolutely nothing, and it's got to be Phelps, it's got to be Decency, but Decency can't connect the headshot. And for that reason, the ramp setup, even with 3 players here, it all comes crumbling down. The B side is wide open for business, and No Way and Vinny, I'm unfortunately going to have to say that they got to save.
Yeah, and I think that came down to that gunfight on the ramp. It just got so awkward. Decency tried to do everything he could, but you could see he was struggling to get damage even done too. It's a tough angle to be on. The player was just above him, but yeah, I mean, if he would have been able to find that one, maybe could have opened something up a little bit differently, but that's a great job from Bestia. I mean, again, find a little bit of an exploit. Instead, you know, in Imperial usually pushing back on this and going into the lower site, they tried to fight, and it kind of stabs him back.
And you know, they will have rebuys available considering they saved these 2 guns. But Bestia still have skin in the game. They still have a chance on Imperial's map pick. And to think that they're this competitive on Nuke, honestly, this is the most rounds they've ever gotten in the last 3 months, if I'm not mistaken. So, already seeing a far better performance from Bestia, and Imperial scratching their heads wondering what we can do to just close this out and put this behind them. And it's just going to have to be the save. Actually, because it's only a single stage loss bonus, there isn't a buy. My mistake. And it'll only be these upgraded pistols instead. No Way and Vinny are going to have to do some heavy lifting.
Big lifting needed, yeah. And you are right. This is the most rounds we've seen from Bestia on this map, so they've already accomplished something big for themselves. You were talking about maybe breaking the streak. It's looking like it could be a possibility here. They've already done so much good work on this. Again, last time they've ever had a high score was a 13-7 against Fluxo, but No Way now in a position where he's about to run into 3 players. Question if he wants to go for these fights. A player, oh man, he's on the ladder and he gets his toes out, but it's a bit too hot. And Luchov now gets something opened. This is not too bad. Vinny on the back of the site. Now he's made his presence known with the pre-fire. He's still going to swing with this. And it's making it to the 3-on-1, and they put themselves in an advantage somehow. An M4 where the CZ remain. Toma now needing to come alive again with the clutch like we talked about. He's able to take the head, eradicate one player. The bomb should go down. But where do we see Phelps go? A CZ in hand with 12 bullets. Looking for a gun. Picks up an AK, does have the armor. Aim punch won't be a problem. Toma now goes for the swing, and there it is again! He's able to find another clutch in a tie game situation.
It was Toma and Phelps previously in the 1v1, and this time Toma comes out on top. This guy has been so clutch for Bestia, and what a time to come alive. He's evened up the odds against Imperial. 21-13. What a play from this guy. Oh my goodness, and that would have been just a soul-crushing defeat after Decency's double at the back of the site. They did so much with so little there, Imperial, and still Bestia are there to trump them. Now, Bestia with an opportunity to extend this good fortune. An MP9 on the back of Henny. And I mean, honestly, if you've got Imperial ever on the back ropes, it's right here, right now.
This has got to be more than frustrating for right now for Imperial too, right? Because again, I can only imagine they probably thought, okay, look, we're going to have Nuke. Easy pickings. They're not going to take too much. And that's an easy pick right there, but it's going to be more what Phelps can do. We talked about being an impact player, but he does some good damage. Just not more than 1 kill, though. Back to a 4-4 again.
Watch lobby.
Are in the lobby. Yeah, again, they are getting some good control. And I think Bestia have an inkling on this. I think they have a realization that they could be here. And look at this Vinny. What kind of an angle is that? He takes down the Opper, but he gets traded out.
Bit bizarre of a duel outside, because now you've given a ton of real estate if you're Vinny. They're going to throw these cross smokes and actually play ahead of them. They want to wrap into this A bomb site, but unfortunately for them, Henny and Noe are both in lobby. They've never cleared out this position, and they have to be aware that this is a possibility. Otherwise, Imperial can just rip this away from them. And oh my goodness, how does Noe get a headshot? He just flicks on over, and suddenly it all gets turned around. It doesn't matter. Toma is there again. Clutch after clutch after clutch. 3 kills in the round. 24 now. The good for Bestia, and they take the lead here, Laz. What a time to take it.
Oh man, Imperial, the fact that we're even at the first time out, I mean, yeah, that's great for them in some degree here, but this now is losing its control. These waters are starting to get really choppy, and Bestia, I mean, they needed someone to come alive, and Toma seems to be the one that wants to do it, pushing himself at 24 frags. He has 10 more frags than Deco and Luchov as well. And I mean, this is just madness right now. Like you said, it's been clutch. It's been multi-kills over and over. He has just been able to come up strides ahead right now. And Bestia only 2 rounds away from breaking this curse of an 0-3 record on Nuke. Imperial in this position where they're going to just have to scrape with some pistols. And desperation starting to kick in here. They spend a lot of money, enough to keep themselves for a gun round, but Paladin, I'm getting worried.
Yeah, it's going to have to actually be extra rounds if Imperial want to win this map. And I'm just shocked having to say that. What a game from Bestia, and what a game from Toma. But this time around, Phelps will get this opener. Of course, Toma is there for the trade. Huge gamble coming out from Imperial. 3 players going down the vents. And they want to fight fire with fire. Go ahead and duel with Toma. But after just a small little shoulder peek, Noe decides, you know, the gamble's not worth it. We'll move back up. But all of outside has been given to Bestia. And Deco has so much real estate. They can split onto basically wherever they choose. It's all about keeping it simple and basically making sure that these players are on the same page.
Yeah, and this is the thing too, like if you're going to go through lobby and inside, I mean, you have to still worry about these pistols. Again, that's where they're going to thrive. That's where they're going to do some good damage here. The close quarters are going to be a big part of this equation here for Imperial. So Bestia have now run the clock down to 30 seconds. I don't think he spotted these players yet. And Myron creeping through. He might be able to get this timing on the Vinny. He does. And so far, Bestia now clean this up pretty nicely. They only take the 1 casualty. And now we are talking about a map point that was here for Imperial. And we could have this thing moving over to Anubis. And Bestia, I talked about momentum. That momentum could be huge for these guys.
Henny gets out his first AWP, I believe, in the half. I don't think I've spoken his name in regards to the Big Green almost probably this whole game. And now he has an opportunity to potentially take over. And to say that on a map like Nuke is something incredible, but look at the limited amount of utility that Imperial has at a minute 40. 3 smokes involved, 2 nades, and 1 flashbang. And they've lost the first pick as well here, Laz. A 5v4 now for Bestia to convert and potentially steal away Imperial's map pick on a map that they have not been able to win on in the last 3 months.
Yeah, this frustration's got to be kicking in too. And Phelps already getting dropped so early on. Like you said, Henny with the first time of the op. Yes, that is a very correct statement. He hasn't had the green out yet. We'll have to see if that's going to be enough for them. That's going to have to see if they're going to be able to use this thing into maximum effort. And now Bestia, do you have that man advantage? And they're down already. Look at where they are, and they take down Henny. The op doesn't even matter. It doesn't matter. This thing might be over and dusted with. This thing could just be done. Now another player's gone. Toma, why not? He's been doing these multi-kills over and over. The players are low. They're wounded. They're bleeding. They can't even seem to know where to go. Disoriented, and now this thing is done. The curse is broken, and Bestia have done it with a 13-10 victory.
Wow. Just wow. I mean, I haven't seen that Bestia roster look that cohesive on Nuke maybe ever. I didn't even have to see the Noxy AWP I think there's only one player on my mind in this situation, and it's Thomason. He has had an incredible nuke here to pull them through. So many clutches on that T side. They kept at it on that defense, and it really felt like just them sticking around in that first half and never giving up meant so much to them to just take it over the line on the offense. I mean, credit to them. This is a very well-fought victory, and now they've got themselves Anubis sitting next in this veto. I think they'll be just so excited to potentially be knocking on the door and eliminating Imperial. Can you imagine Imperial gone in last place at this tournament? Would be incredible to say.
Yeah, it definitely would be, because this is something I don't think we were both expecting. We were kind of putting our thoughts that this was going to be a 3-map series possibly, just because, again, on paper, we talked about in the very beginning of this day, we said, yeah, on paper, not great. This could change things around. There's only so much that the numbers are going to be able to show us. But I mean, like you said, I think Toma was definitely the MVP. I don't think there's any question about that at all. Like, the guy came in clutch factor, multi-kill rounds. I think he almost pushed essentially 30 frags in that game. So he kept these guys alive. But nonetheless, I mean, this is a huge thing, because now with Anubis, I mean, this is a map that Imperial are a 6-4 record on. So not too bad. But at the other end of this too, though, BESTIA do love this map. They play this map a lot. They have 36 officials on this. So, I mean, when you talk about numbers, this is favoring them with huge margins.
And this is the perfect map for them to just let loose, right? You've got players like Luchov that have still yet to be truly ignited in this best of 3. And of course, you've got Tomo with his lurks that can still get you quite a bit of mileage. So there's a lot to love about this Anubis pick for BESTIA, and I'm very excited to see what we can get out of them when we move into that map. But we're going to have to take a short break before we get to see if BESTIA can close it out in 2-0, or whether the Imperial favorites can find a way to build back into this best of 3. We'll see you guys in a little bit.
I feel this world come
this arena. Finally. 3 years since the last one. Our Colosseum lay dormant until today. The Cathedral of Counter-Strike awaits a new champion.
Let's get it on! Talk big, but I rebel none. Old school, but in my prime like Amazon. Gold belt on my shoulders like a champion. Still running the game, you started cramping on. Hoping that I'm losing a step. This ain't what you can help. Yo, they call me a zombie, cause I do this to death. Can't take nothing from me, man, I'm constantly hungry. At my best where I'm comfy, like a sofa that's lumpy.
This cathedral that is stacked from the earth to the heavens with the greatest of all the fans. Are you ready?
Finds a flash, turns it nicely. It's Blame on the swing, and Dexter is handling business. 4 from Dexter. It could be 5. That is sensational. Needs help now, and it's one and done. Farley quick on the draw with the oh yes,
That's it. Blame and Astralis roar into action in a 3-man buffet.
On the floor, this a runaway train, unstoppable. Started from the bottom in the grain. Won't quit, it's like it's wired in my brain. This is something that I never will explain. Right up in a place where I'm supposed to be. Placed like a rosary. Stay up on the glass so the skies feel close to me. It was a surprise when I realized they close to me. Like with a kid, there's no limits, no jokes to me.
It's going to be Neff trying to get the job done, and instead, it's Movistar riding Spanish Counter-Strike into the history books right here tonight.
We have 4 teams trying to win, to get a place on the stage tomorrow, to take a little notch of history.
And now it's down to that last MP9 on Twist. 14 seconds, so Damagey has a tough choice to make. Do you hunt him? The AK comes out just in time. Twist fighting it. Oh my God! Twist is winning, and it's a 1-2! They win the opening map in an absolutely ridiculous clutch. Kerrigan up on the high ground, he takes down one, nearly hit the bullet. Goes straight for the bomb plant. Sunpayer's on his own, gonna be found by Kerrigan, and FaZe will smite Movistar and get to the grand final.
Against the odds, Na'Vi face down Astralis and walk away the victors.
They have taken down the juggernaut. Nobody thought Astralis would be dropped out of the semis. This is a different Na'Vi than we're used to.
Na'Vi Astralis, but the script has changed. It's 2022. Astralis needs someone, and it's Sipex that steps up. SDY has to do it all in the 1v2. Catches Farley, can play with the doors now. Blame F in the clutch, looking for his third. Quick on the hunt is SDY, he's not ready! And SDY holds his nub. It's just Blame. Very light on time, and there you have it, Na'Vi. Dominant in the debut in the Cathedral. 2 of them bleeding internally. Oh, what a spin! Config. He's just held it! He holds his nerve! And Bit does not challenge! What is that? Have the Danes got the tenacity to close? Perfecto and Bit set up. Oh, it's a good flash! There's nothing left! Na'Vi to force OT! Sipex trying, but Bit refuses! And Na'Vi secure the grand finals!
Those teams, the first wanting to lift that trophy for the 3rd time, containing the GOAT. They take on a team that has won everything recently. Katowice to the Pro League, the major, but they want this because they've never won that trophy. Not only does the winner here win this, they become the best team in the world.
Simple though does give us something to talk about. Oh, another headshot, and he does it. No way, no way. Perfecto's gone, they're all there. Brokey. has got a second AK, and he hits Bit off the bomb. They have to run him down. Twist, you've got no hope. Can Perfecto close? He's quite the clutch at low HP. Cool keeps his cool.
Is there time? Is there time?
I think there is. Again. He does it. Perfecto pulls Na'Vi into the equalizer in the grand finals. Electronic options very limited. The whole assault on the way. Electronic. Oh, no one can touch him. Cash injected, but there should be no hope. Na'Vi working as this team. Procedural into the taps. Oh, Twist with 2. Insane! Insane! Rookie of the year. 1v2, but that smoke and a kit chatted quite a pairing. That's going to get the nerves going around the world. He's baited him in. They can't find him. Twist distracted. If he could just do it again. He's on it. Rob's nervous in the big stage. As Bit closes it out. A monstrous clutch pulls Na'Vi into the lead in this grand finals. Can he come up clutch against Perfecto? Looking for info. And he's that's a banger! No kit, and in a couple of seconds, no hope. And I will see you at map 5 of the grand finals. All the way, baby!
Info play from Electronic team. Consider that.
He's in. And he slaps him down. Back in the skull. Twist breaks Na'Vi's backs. And FaZe Clan complete the triple.
FaZe Clan are the best team in the world.
Like says, I want to fucking hear you. Never before seen. You're champions. It's FaZe Clan.
Hey Future Pros, mid-control on Anubis can open many avenues. Let's look at a utility set you can throw to help take that space. You will need a smoke, molly, HE, and a flash for this one. To throw the smoke, position yourself aligned with this wall. Aim at this point where the bricks intersect. Hold mouse 1 and mouse 2, then jump through the smoke. This will smoke off mid. For your molly, head over to the right side of these boxes. Just make sure you aren't exposed. Aim at this corner of the right window thing. Then throw the molly. This will land outside of the doors and flush a CT out or back depending on their motive. You can give mid a quick jiggle and get this HE out too, as there is a chance the molly doesn't spread fully, leaving a gap close to mid. Finally, you can throw a flash off the tower to blind anyone who might have snuck out in front of your util. Use it as a bit of a fake or play behind it. The choice is yours.
Okay, welcome back. We're ready to go. Map number 2. We're just about to get in the server, but this is for the closed qualifier in the South America region. Laz and Paladin here to see if Bestia can get things done with maybe a 2-0.
And it's elimination, mind you, right? We're in that lower bracket, meaning there's only one opportunity here for either one of these teams to stay alive in this qualifier. And believe it or not, Bestia is up one map, not Imperial. And now we move into an Anubis where I actually do feel like I favor Bestia in a lot of ways. With the momentum in front of them as well, I just feel like this team has an opportunity to do something huge at this tournament and knock out one of the favorites, I'd say, domestically in Imperial, who have had a slow start against Furia and just could not log in for some of those big clutches on Nuke either.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? I mean, I think for Nuke, they broke the curse. We talked a lot about that. That was a huge highlight for these guys, and it came up for Toma to come alive and, put on, the cape and everything and be the hero they needed, and they got the job done. And now they get to go into a map like Anubis, and that's where we talked about they're pretty decent on it. They have a decent record. They played a lot of times. So I think this is going to be a good comfort where we should be able to see a lot of the team members now starting to pull even more weight than what we saw before in the first map. And this is now becoming a bit of, scary territory for Imperial because, like you said, if they lose this, they're out. They're done. There is no second chance in this. And like we said, this is the lower bracket run now. So whoever's out is out. Whoever wins gets to play the loser of the upper bracket match, which is being covered by Exner and Mr. Darth Mike.
Yeah, it is super important. This game is very important to both of these teams because keep in mind, the RMR is right around the corner. Teams will be traveling to Monterrey, Mexico in just a few short days. There's a lot on the line at that tournament as well, and we want to have as much momentum as possible before that event actually comes through. That events like these, where you can book a spot to Dallas, would mean so much to any of these teams to kind of say, okay, well, we were able to qualify for Dallas, we were able to qualify for Showdown, and all of the likes. This should be kind of our ticket to make it to Copenhagen if we can. And I know I'm thinking very far into the future, but events like these really rack up a lot of background noise in your head as a player as events go on. And then once all the pressure is on in a few days' time, it's going to be pretty tough. So I have a lot of pressure to give to both of these rosters, Bestia and Imperial, who both, of course, their end goal is to qualify for the major, but to qualify for Dallas would also be fantastic, and I think that means a lot to them and it would hurt a lot if they got eliminated early as well.
It really would, right? And this is what we were talking about, and just kind of giving you a little bit of an idea of like what this means, right? There is these closed qualifiers for different regions, like we have it for Europe, we have it for NA, we have it for South America, and everything like that. And this is the thing, it's only one spot. This is one spot that they have to fight for. So this is where whoever does win this gets to book their ticket to go to that event later in May. This is a lot more here, but we are going to go into it. Map number 2. It's a question if Imperial have been able to figure themselves out to bounce back out of the rut that came in Nuke.
They do get a start on that favored side of the offense, but we're going to need a new Imperial if we want to have that conversation about map number 3. It's a dive into the canals and straight into that B bomb site. Here comes the execution and straight into Luchov's crosshairs. He gets one and Deco with another. And this 3v3 will ensue. More advantageous positions for Vinny as he keeps taking duel after duel, tosses in a nade, but there's Noxy to chime in with his dual Berettas, leaving Henny up into the clutch. 1v2 for him. Had trouble on Nuke to get activated, and now he could start off with a bang. 1:05 left on the clock, so it's just got to be these heads-up aim duels on the site itself. And he hasn't actually notated that Mayan is pushed all the way to canals. And there's that conversion for Bestia. They're going to continue their good fortunes from Nuke straight on into Anubis.
Oh damn! They get it done. They get things started. It gets a little bit slimy, a little bit gross at the end, but they get it done nicely with the 2-on-1. And some good play coming in from Noxy, able to find himself 2, and then actually pretty much everybody else, except for Myron, was able to find at least 1 kill in their favor. So now, one piece of investment coming in for this round. It is going to be, or 2, I should say, my apologies, is a P250s for Phelps and for Henny. Otherwise, it's just going to be Glocks straight across. Now, not getting the bomb down, that's going to harm them a little bit here too, because we possibly would have seen the Galil purchase a little bit more of a force up, really just trying to damage this economy for the CT side. Not going to be the case at all. So now I think they're hoping Imperial that Bestia is going to try to play aggressive and they're going to try to catch them off. But I think the name of the game is going to be grouped up together, just try to take some kind of map control, and it looks like maybe Bridge. That might be the answer. Noxy just on the other side of this, waiting for that smoke to get dissipated. They're just going to run into this. He's getting a nice tight angle, and he gets 2. Almost takes down Vinny as well. This is a nice start, but now Imperial, they've just run into a trap, and it's all over.
Great triple there from Toma. A double for Noxy to get those MP9 kills as well. If he wants to upgrade, he can. And I'm assuming actually he's just going to opt in for the A1S. Rightfully so. And with that, Imperial will have their first buy round. Actually, Bestia taking their first tack. Interesting that they're calling it this early. They did this on Nuke as well. And that first buy round, if you remember, on their offense, they called one tack timeout, and it actually netted them, eventually the map, right? Off the back of that, initial timeout. So I do respect Zote, and we kind of question what kind of impact he would have on the server. And I mean, so far, it's clearly reaping some rewards, right? The turnaround from this team has been one that has to be studied, really.
Absolutely. Well, AK's across. Phelps with the lighter end of utility. From Austin MP9, I'm going to be curious where that MP9 is going to go to. Looks like it is going to go towards that B site. And even leaving A little bit just with the one player. It's going to be Noxy. He's just going to be able to play this by himself. So having the 3-1-1 right now, I believe that's Toma going to be holding the M4 and just kind of locking in bridge. Noxy just going to have to be really careful. Good smoke to block things off. This is a decent angle to play too, just on top of the table. Flash comes in, but he's not able to get it done. A good flash coming in from Vinny allows Phelps to go for that first entry. They win the opening duel. Now this makes it a little bit more interesting.
Yeah, unfortunately, it feels as though Bestia didn't have an answer to that A lurk smoke. Playing inside that little entrance to main is really difficult to deal with because you have to hit an incredible shot. I mean, flicking back and forth is no easy task, and Noxy will be punished for it. And with that, the A split is a possibility. Toma comes into the A side alongside Deco, and now Deco dropping the bomb will give a lot of information for these rotations to start coming through.
This is so important too because again, like this is such a T-sided map, so we have to see if Imperial are going to be able to bounce themselves back into this, the 3-on-3. A big swing though from Toma, a little bit unnecessary. He was trying to make the play, and this is going to cost them now, making it into the 2v1. The advantage now for Imperial. Bomb's going to get planted right behind the middle of the site. Now Myron able to get the head of one, looking to see what else he can do. A gunfight coming in. No more utility for either player. Kid is available on the CT. Information being grabbed from Myron. Oh man, he gets caught here. No way, doing some big damage. Now he's going to re-aggress, and he wins the fight. Some good movement and timing, and we are going to see Bestia once again find themselves with a great lead.
I love that little shoulder peek that he does as the bomb goes down. You see one of the players that actually planted the bomb swinging out, but more importantly, he gets the sound cue that No Way is up in jump up. And because of that, there's so much time and space for Myron to play with. He gets that instant headshot onto the planter and can just play and toy with No Way in the clutch. That is experience showing dividends for Bestia. Myron has seen so much of international Counter-Strike, and he punishes the young gun when it counts. So that clean sheet will be retained, and Noxy gets an upgrade into the AWP. What a start here for Bestia on the defense.
And now we see Noxy try to actually pop open this smoke, not once, but twice. So a lot of utility already being wasted now from the CT side. No reward going to be given. Another deep smoke coming in. That actually might be a bit deeper than he was hoping for, but it might buy him a little bit more time. And like you said, Myron, you've been able to say his name a few times, and he now starts things off with a big duel opener. Taken down to 20. And now the CTs, interestingly enough, have now put themselves at a triple player stack here at the door. And look at that. They all just come out, they come swinging, they do a knockout, and now it's leading to Henny and Vinny by themselves. Kind of wondering what on earth do they do with this kind of a situation with a flash and a Molotov remaining here in their pocket with 50 seconds left. The bomb is in their possession, sure, but this is not going to be an easy test for them. They have so many angles to clear, so many guns to take out. That's going to be a decent start. Vinny, why not?
What?
They've been able to do something big now, making it from a huge advantage down to the nitty-gritty. Noxy gets removed. Vinny has just done everything in his power to make this his round. Luchov comes in. He's able to save the day. But my God, how did it get to this kind of a situation?
I mean, you had that initial gamble there from BESTIA to leave the A site completely to clear up mid, but it's that A main re-aggression from Imperial that BESTIA just don't have an answer to. The flashbangs were perfectly placed there from Henny, and it's well done to Vinny to get those kills locked into place, and yet another 1v2 from the same position on A main to clutch up again for Luchov. And I mean, sure, you know, these rounds are close, but at the end of the day, the scoreline still reads 4-0 for BESTIA. And Imperial will take that timeout, get Zach on the mic, realize, what are we doing wrong to not being able to convert these rounds? And how can we fix them moving forward? Because it feels as though Imperial are right there to converting these rounds, but are just so far away from actually converting them.
Yeah, and the fact that we're seeing BESTIA already putting themselves at 4 rounds on a CT side, this is a huge note, right? Because I mean, I think we all can agree that this is a T-sided map, so you want to be able to, you know, just pounce and get as many rounds as possible on this, as the CT is quite difficult, not impossible, obviously, but is harder nonetheless. And now with a 4-0 lead for BESTIA, this is nothing but good feelings, and the vibes are definitely going to be positive here for this team. No way now, just posted up right in the middle. He just runs into the scope, or gets planted into the scope here of Noxy. And Imperial, looks like maybe some desperation's kind of kicking in a little bit here, Paladin.
Yeah, they really want those opening 5v4s, and nothing's being given to them for free. So, BESTIA actually get themselves the 5v4. Noxy getting a little overzealous, wants to try to extend that lead out. It's happened a couple of times so far, and that's finally punished. Luchov will be there to fill the gap, but as this smoke fades, there is a world where a timing could be had, but Luchov is limited to only 1 kill here, and I don't know what kind of timing that is from Phelps, but he gets one anyways. Now Deco's hot under the collar. Only 9 bullets left up in the chamber, trying to stay alive for as long as possible, and he can't. Luckily, Toma is here, and there's Myron as well, stalling out for so much time as Deco, and the cavalry is there to punish. Phelps in the 1v2. Now he's got to clutch up, but with no time or lack thereof, and no utility to cross either, how do you win the duel against Toma? The answer is you don't, Laz. BESTIA, keep moving on. It's 5-0.
That was such a disgusting round too, but again, like you said, the fact that Phelps just went for a pre-fire, he had a weird inkling, his spidey senses are tingling, he's like, you know what, there's somebody in this smoke, and that was enough to give them some pretty good space. And like you said, I think you perfectly captured this, is again that BESTIA, they put themselves in these situations at times where they get a bit overzealous, like you said, and I think that's costing them some rounds to be way too close. But nonetheless, Imperial have done such a great job to kind of get themselves close back into it, but it's just not enough. So we're needing to see a bit more out of them to exert on this. But now it's going to be, again, BESTIA still with that 5-0. Tech9s with Deagles is the name of the game for this one for Imperial. A couple players close on bridge, just trying to get that utility burned a little bit more from the CT side. And it's not really going to matter about utility because they got really not much to work with anyways.
They really wanted to commit to an A split, and they've used all that utility in mid. It's caused 2 players to move over, but they've taken too much time, and with that, those 2 players are right back into A. You have a chance for Toma to get a flank in as well, and this round is on a timer. Imperial have got to get a move on, and they've got to do it now because they are getting boxed in like anything.
Yeah, the nades are coming in too, and Myron now just needs to stay alive as much as he can. He's able to get a good spray down with the last remaining bullets here to find that double. The bomb should be able to get planted. That's going to be a great situation regardless.
What?
And that's a nice kill. I don't know what's going on here. Deco actually just, again, just kind of over pressures on it. It won't cost them the round, but again, just seems to be a bit more of a costly decision. AK is going to be picked up now as an upgrade, but that's what I was a little bit worried about. And I think we were both kind of criticizing it, but hey, if it ain't broke, I guess don't fix it.
I guess so. I mean, that kind of pressure, it is a double-edged sword, but for right now, it's coming all up for the CTs, and finally they get that 3 man alive situation for themselves, and they can actually retain the economy for a little while. So even though they're up 6-0, it's only until like kind of now that they've had some sort of solace in terms of the money situation. But Henny will have the AWP out in this one, round number 7, and it's kind of now or never for Imperial. Even just getting all the remaining 6 rounds of this half would still be a disappointment of a half. So a lot of work to do for Vinny and company.
And a quick update is as well, Fury actually were able to take the first map against 9Z with a 13-6, so
wow.
I'll be leading into Mirage. So that's where we talked about, you know, whoever wins this plays the loser of that series, so we'll have to wait and see what can happen there. Good molly getting placed from B main. Noxky not going to get damaged, but he's going to have to reposition on this. Imperial now getting a little bit more comfort on the real estate. Vinny's already pushed himself into E-Box. I cast or cursed him, I guess, because he's no longer here. And Luchov does a great job to start it off again, Paladin.
And now with a minute on the clock, all these opening gambits from Imperial have not worked out whatsoever. They don't have A main control, they don't have Dark, they don't have B main, and they just are starting to make headway into middle. Decent T and No Way are there. And you're looking to these individuals to start to open up the map for you. But that doesn't make anything easier. Beautiful flashbang there from Toma. And Myron capitalizes. So Henny is down for the count. And it's only this pronged attack from Cameron that's going to have to activate. Now Phelps goes down as well. It's all up to the new bloods of Decent T and No Way. But how do you break this crossfire? I guess you just don't. Okay, scratch that. Decent T will get himself 2 of his own. Then 15 seconds left on the clock. I don't think he's long for this world. Bestia will continue to dominate. 7-0.
Yeah, Luchov and both Toma are the ones that are kind of, you know, again, putting up some big numbers. Everybody else is too. I mean, even Myron's sitting at an 8-3, but we're starting to see a lot of those multi-kill rounds coming in effect for these guys. And now we're going to see a timeout coming in. And this is worrying for any Imperial fans. I mean, we were talking a 7-0. And to be honest, I feel like out of the 7 rounds, maybe like 2 of them have been close into like 1v1s or like 1v2s. But this is not a great position for them to be in. I mean, this timeout is going to be everything for them to kind of get themselves a bit more back in composure, because Paladin, I mean, like we said over and over, on a T side with no rounds, that is putting so many eggs in one basket that I definitely wouldn't want to do.
And unfortunately, it's not even a tack timeout, lads. It's a tech, so they won't even get to talk shop before these rounds go live. They're just gonna have to stew in their juices and think about this 7-0 hole that they're in. I mean, at this point, I feel like it's pretty safe to say that these last 5 rounds are compulsory if you want to have a conversation in this map. I know people don't want to hear that, but Anubis is really difficult to string together CT rounds with if you don't have momentum and you're coming off the back foot. So there is a lot riding on these last few rounds for Imperial. They will have the finances under them to at least purchase in, but it's all about the runway right now that they're losing. They don't have many rounds to play with, and that's their biggest demise.
It is a momentum game. It's definitely a mental game here from CS. So now we're going to have to see what Imperial will do. And like you said, with it being a tech issue, man, they're just going to have to sit silently. And again, the frustration can boil up, or, you know, hopefully some meditation or something to cool these guys down, but not an easy situation. It does look like there was a player that just had a bit of a connection issue. So we're just getting that rectified. Shouldn't be too long. Actually, looks like we're going right back into it. Wow. Nice. I think the HUD's just going to get updated, folks. We do realize that it's showing Vinny's here twice, Vinny's here alive and not alive, so we'll fix that after.
Yeah, give it 1 halftime break and we'll have it sorted. But don't know if this one's live either.
We jinxed it.
Unfortunately.
Going for a swim?
Why not? I mean, these beaches, you know what? If I had to take a vacation to any one of these maps, I think it'd be Anubis.
Yeah, there you go. It's true. It's quite nice. Great views. Lots of sun.
Mm-hmm.
Get that tan. Or just show the skins, you know, with the sun reflection.
Exactly. What's not to love?
What's not love about Anubis? We all love it. You know, I think in all seriousness, though, I've been, I know it's not a new map anymore, but I think obviously the more newer map in the rotation, and I think it's done quite well for itself. I think, like we said, CT side has always been kind of a grueling one, but I think we've seen from some teams like right now that have shown CT side can work at times.
Yeah, we found answers to how to play the CT side. Granted, it's tough to actually make them work 100% of the time, but Phelps will continue to try to bury his way into this B bomb site, but Myron is just going to wreak havoc on the back of the bomb site as well. So he's been doing this so much work, but finally Decenty shows up. But now Noxy, he wants to get himself involved, and it's only one. Decenty on for the quad kill. But it's the man of the hour, Tomazen, into the clutch. He's had so many big boy clutches in this qualifier. And now on deck for another 1v2. Clearing out these angles one by one. Hasn't actually taken note of where Decenty is. But slowly but surely, Tomazen's going to have to make some sound cues. He does, and he isn't aware of how Decenty's falling through with the smoke. It's a big round from the young gun. And way for him to kind of put this team on his back and get Imperial their first round on the board.
And I mean, that was the scary thing too, is I mean, that smoke, they both ran into each other, and I was thinking his positioning, if he could have got that timing, I think that was Phelps that was in E-box. If he could have found that duel and won that round could have been, again, it could have been a 50-50, but that would have put a very interesting perspective on it. But, either way, Imperial, they respond back. They get rid of the goose egg. It's a 7-1 scoreline. We all know what that means. And now we got the HUD fixed too. So we got progress. We got things moving. But even with that round loss, I mean, this is what, again, I talked about before. The CT economy, man, this is where we just see it really just kick you.
Yeah, and I mean, with single loss, it's a risk, but I don't mind the purchase here. And they are kind of just forced in their hand. Toma only had 1,900, so that 1,400 losses, it's not going to be pretty, and that does come down to the number of clutches that Bestia won, those 2v2s, those 3v3s. And so concessions will have to be made. Toma on the Deagle, Noxy on the 5-7. And those two rifles of Myron and Deco are going to have to go to work, and they have been going to work so far this half. But look at this tempo being sped up by Vinny, straight into Toma and straight into Deco. Myron is there for a couple of consolatory frags, but Phelps burns Noxy alive, and now I think this force buy has been very quickly quelled.
Yeah, it has a good reaction coming back from Imperial now. We're talking about 2 rounds are going to be gained here for them. Luchov now just looking to see maybe a quick kill, get some extra money, maybe pick up a gun to survive and get the heck out of here. But not an easy one. Vinny, I think that Shadow might have just shown, but now Luchov's not even going to, again, want to go for that. Not even entertaining the idea. But Imperial, they're going to go for a hunt here. They're going to try to go for this, and they should be able to find it, and they do. No way, take some damage, but nothing to sweat about. And now we're talking about a 7-2. And you talked about momentum, Paladin. I mean, it's not quite there, but it's a ripple.
They'll get themselves their third as well, surely, considering this USP situation. And as I said before, I do feel like that 7-5 is absolutely paramount if we want to talk that conversation of Imperial coming back into this game, into this best of 3. They had some fighting signs on Nuke, but they weren't able to get it done due to some critical clutches by Toma. But here on Anubis, it does feel like it's just been quite a non-starter, and we're really trying to find that Imperial that has been dominating in this region. And it's got to start somewhere. Slowly but surely, Imperial will start to gain steam. They'll keep 4 men alive here, so they'll have enough finances for the final round as well. But Bestia will have one of their final buys. No op for Noxy, but a chance to extend this lead and basically put Imperial out of touching distance.
And I'm not even against the fact that there's no op available right now for Bestia. I actually I'm enjoying what we're seeing from the rifles. I think even Noxy still can do quite well with it. It's not like he is that one-trick pony where he needs the op to get himself into this game. But we'll see. Henny does have the AWP equipped for himself. A very important round right now. Critical in the sense about now momentum again, and utility just going to be able to catch on Vinny and also Henny now. Another nade thrown by No Way. Not quite good. Catches a corner of a wall. kind of hate to see it. E-Box going to be grabbed for control too. So now Imperial will have put themselves in a great position here for a B split if they choose to. Bomb's going to get picked up. Looks like it's going to vacate this idea. And waiting things out a bit more. So they're going to actually reset themselves just a little bit longer.
Interesting that they decide to back out with all that map control that they did have. But instead, they're going to just park Vinny and Dark and look for map control elsewhere. And it's going to be mid to be the port of call. They shut down Luchov and they shut down Myron. But do they know about Deco? It seems to be that Decent T is aware and there's no way for the trade. 4v2 now for Imperial to continue to gain steam. Toma and Noxy in the clutch. And Toma's heard that drop into water. Knows that Noxy's on the site. It's a matter of whether or not he wants to drop. He will. There's Toma on the flank. And his bomb is actually stuck, but Phelps all the way in A will shut it down. Vinny is there from Dark. And there's that aforementioned 4th round. Pots and pans for Bestia in the final round. And it looks like we're going to get that 5th round. At least favored for Imperial.
Yeah, definitely a favorable situation. The second timeout not going to come through from Bestia, but yeah, that last round was really interesting because, again, Toma, I mean, he had the right idea, tried to go for the canal flank, and, I mean, he was getting that information for his teammate just to lock himself in the site. Not an easy thing to do because I think it was the A main player that flanked him and took him out from Imperial, so now we're in a bit of a tight situation. I mean, we're sitting at that 3,000 mark. The guns are going to be a bit lackluster, to put it one way, I guess, but they have no other choice. They're going to have to do something with this, but now with the FAMASas, MP9s, things like that, I'm kind of wondering if we're going to see something a little bit more fast-paced. Like, we haven't seen them contest for that B main control yet. We haven't seen Bestia try to fight for that A main control, catch these guys off guard. This might be a round we see it. They have nothing to lose. They have now guaranteed themselves this half 7-5 minimum.
And they would love to at least quell this momentum that's built up from Imperial at the very least. And there it is. That's the kind of play you're looking for here, Laz. Triple setup into the A main. And they want to go right at Phelps. They want to run him down. And they will not. They will not topple the vet. Phelps with a huge triple kill off of A main. It's open for business. And it looks like Imperial are primed and ready for this 5th round. What a round there from Phelps.
I mean, again, Bestia just needed to get a flash in there, and that could have changed things around, but the fact
that it was all dry.
It was just so dry. Yeah, it just made no sense. And there it is. That's going to be a 7-5. It's going to be the end of the first half. We're going to wait and see what's going to happen for the second. Don't go anywhere.
Don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show me love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show. Hold me down, never let me go.
Well, looky here. We had a situation where Bestia had an opportunity to get themselves with double digits, but instead Imperial come back with a dagger, and we're at a 7-5 as we go into the second half on map number 2. Laz and Paladin, find out more.
It's a chance for a 2-0, but not the 2-0 we would expect. Bestia did such a great job on their defense, but Imperial have rallied back. They're not going down without a fight. Picking up these 5 rounds is immense. It's going to be an A execute for Bestia. It's been very kind to them, these executes, but they've got to go straight into Vinny's dual breathers. What a headshot to kickstart things. Noxie goes down, but that's all he gets. Deco and Myron will be there for the trade, and DZT and Noe strike right back. So it's going to be a 2v3 if Bestia want to confirm this pistol, and a 3 HP clutch on deck for Deco. He gets himself 1, and that's a huge kill to get. It's just No Way now, position known, and it's a jump up on the cake. What a play there from No Way to just bully the positioning of Deco. Can't get himself involved, and Imperial will be continuing that 5-round win streak into a 6th. Bestia will have a bye in the following.
Yeah, Bestia and Imperial, name a better duo where that comes down to a 1v1 situation.
Yeah.
So, yeah, okay. I mean, there's been so many times. It's almost feeling like it's countless now at this point. But like you said, 6 rounds in a row gained here from Imperial. Very costly for them, but at least they can get themselves something done here. The bomb is going to get planted, but now that's where Bestia, they have an opportunity here to squash this money system for Imperial. This is such an important round. The pistol's important, but I would say this is arguably got to be the most important right now. And even Phelps getting aggressive, going for a swim, and No Way's going to be able to help it out. Look at Phelps now, looking for more duels, and they start things off with a nice 4-on-3, giving them the advantage.
That is a ferocious peek there from Phelps, and it actually nets them the man advantage somehow, but into the 3v4, heavy casualties off of DZT and No Way. But Vinny, he wants to continue to press the issue. He doesn't want to let go of any of this map control. He's all the way in rugs, and I don't think that Bestia is aware of this, Laz. I think Vinny's got a beautiful timing here, and a double kill right on a silver platter, just waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike. Deco goes down, but unfortunately, Vinny couldn't clear Toma. So it'll only be the 1 frag. And still a minute left on the clock. There's still a lot of time to play with here, Bestia. And still a real shot at this round.
Yeah, there definitely is. I mean, you're talking about 39 HP being a combination right now for Noe and Decency too. I mean, this is not a good situation for Imperial. So now the players from Bestia are going to split up together. Myron now needs to be able to find this duel. He's already through bridge, crossing into mid. Going to be able to get this point checked off, but does he clear the top end point? Oh, Henny. And he might have the timing effect, and he does, but no! He doesn't even win the fight either. He does so much damage, but it's just not enough. Making it to a 2v2. These CTs, I think they're going to try to go for it. They don't have a kit, though, Paladin. This could be a kick in the behind for them right now. They're going to have to get moving. That smoke, it's definitely going to block them.
39 HP between these two members. But it's not like Myron is incapacitated as well. So, unfortunately, with the lack of kit, as you said, Laz, Imperial will tuck tail and head for the hills. Bestia have won the force buy with these Galils and AK-47s. They've gotten themselves their 8th. And while I don't think they've necessarily crushed the finances of Imperial, they're on the right track.
Man, that's insane. That timing from Henny too, man. He repositioned himself. He almost had it. And that's the thing too. We talked about an MP9, how powerful it can be. Almost got the job done. What was that, 94 damage or something like that? Oh, and even now, Bestia realizing they got themselves in a great position. They are going to go for the last tactical timeout. They've now used all 3, with this point being an 8-6. And money's going to be forced up here still. I mean, you got the double M4s that were safe in the last round. These MP9s are going to be purchased. So I talked about the money getting squashed a bit. I mean, Imperial are going to try everything again, and I don't blame them. I feel like this is kind of a good call.
No, 100%. You're kind of locked into this situation if you're Imperial. Considering you were able to hold on to those 2 rifles, why not? I mean, single loss will never put you in a good position as a CT. But this is the chance for Bestia to extend play. Extend this lead to greater than 2 rounds. Make it 4 rounds. I mean, this is a potential 2-for-1 round here on both ends of the spectrum. So, a lot riding on the tail of this best of 3 on this round right here. And it's just this walk out from Noxie being called, just walking into this B bomb site, and it's 4 players on this A site.
Oh,
Noxie has just pantsed Imperial outright, and they just can't get involved. This bomb plant is going to go down for free. And look at how advanced these positions are. Toma gets a free one.
Yeah, and he's just going to keep fighting around this. He's just going to jiggle. He's going to go for this. They might be able to swing both of them, but oh, Toma! Oh, man, he almost finds the 2. The double M4 is still going to be in play for
They
now.
gotta
No,
leave.
it's not. They got to get out of here, man. They can't be doing this anymore. Go back to the beach. Take a view. You've given up a round that could have been yours, and Bestia, like you said, they pantsed them, and now they got themselves 9 with only 1 casualty so far. Unless Myron falls to this angle from Phelps, it still won't even matter. That's just a little prize. And even if Phelps gets his secondary kill, who cares?
Oh, goodness. That is not optimal for Bestia. They're going to have a lot of rebuys there, but fortunately for Imperial, fortunately for Bestia, Imperial do not have funds to reinvest here. They'll have some pistols being dropped over that were recovered by Henny and Phelps, but still a 3-round lead now for Bestia. And as I said before, it really did feel like a 2-for-1 round on whoever won that. And that one call from Noxie did wonders. What a play from Phelps, though, to get a 5v4. Just so brazen to take that opening duel. He will eat that grenade for max damage down to 49. But at the end of the day, he's got that man advantage, and Henny's going to try to extend it. He's here hand in hand with No Way, and they want to try to bully Meyer. And sure, Toma is nearby. But that opening gun duel works out for Henny, and a headshot angle against Toma as well. He gets another dink for his troubles. Now Toma's hot under pressure. And what looked to be a formality of a round looks to be a little bit more disastrous. Finally, Luchov pulls it back. There's Toma as well. And finally, they get themselves that B bomb site. Another stack on the A bomb site. Doesn't work out. And Bestia find a way to right the ship.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy. Phelps now spamming away. Vinny actually does find a kill through a smoke.
What?
What? What? Why is this happening? Why is things happening like this? We can't have nice things right now. And now Toma all of a sudden by himself on a big clutch. Not going to be able to fulfill it. Vinny finds himself a double kill. A little bit of BM with the Zeus at the end. And they pick up a round some way? Question mark?
I mean, it's all by design, right? You have Phelps swinging for the fences with that deeper smoke in mid, and then fighting into that Canals position. And then right after that, they want to continue that sort of information gaining with Henny's A1S as well. And it does so much work, those 2 rifles that they saved on over, that it really begs the question, was that hunt worth it in the round previous? Because now Toma is the only one with the rifle. You've got 4 Deagles in play and a very hamstrung offense from Bestia. They've got a lot to right the ship with, and unfortunately for them, Noxie has gone down early. They're going to keep trying to duel into middle, and actually, hold on for a second. Headshots galore from both Toma and Luchov. Phelps will be there to try to pick up the pieces, but they're still in a man disadvantage. They're trying to hold on for dear life. And they've got to fall back because this A site has been lost.
Yeah, they've lost the A site, so the bomb's going to go down. Money's going to be grabbed in a great situation in this position now. 3-on-2. The CTs are spread apart from each other, too. Let's not forget this, but No Way's in a great spot on the A main. Flash comes in. They're aware of this. They know this is a possibility. Phelps does get the duel, takes some big damage, and Nade is going to add a little bit more. But who other than Luchov to come up big? Oh, he spots the shoulder. He has all the information in the world. This is about hitting the shots. He's got the HP advantage, but it's still Phelps comes up with a triple, and they keep themselves in this game.
My goodness, Phelps getting the big 1v2 impact galore here from the vet. He had a huge triple kill on the offense, and he has been absolutely instrumental in keeping them alive here on the defense as well. What a round there from Phelps, taking this game by both hands and forcing Bestia back to the doldrums of pistols.
I mean, this is nuts. I mean, we saw the two rounds ago, Imperial wins it with pistols. Then we see the previous round, Bestia almost does it with pistols. We said this should be a decent game. I didn't think we were going to be talking about rounds like that. This is just not normal. Why does it have to be normal, I guess?
I know, right? I mean, as we said, these lower bracket finals get so much out of these two teams. And now, pistols for Bestia. Flash through. No Way is completely blinded up. But there's Phelps to chime in. No Way lives for as long as possible. Still gets himself one. But these pistols are still doing damage.
And now he goes for the swing here. He's able to take down the bomb carrier. But back to a 2-2. Getting hit in the kneecaps here. Noxie now going to be able to get this bomb down. Some more money grab. No more utility. A smoke and a flash still remaining here for Imperial. Not a bad position to be in. Vinny now going to be leading here with the M4. Full chamber. Comes in. Easy kill. Now it's just down to Myron. They have a good inkling of where he could be. This smoke could be a problem. They're going to flush him out of this. Oh, they actually go for on the bomb. He's going to swing to this, and he actually gets caught. Both of them. Tag him down, and we are back to a tie game through all of the thick and thin of this map. I don't even know how we got in here. The Paladin, we got some money at least for Bestie on a gun round.
And they get themselves a bomb plant. They force a ton of rebuys on Imperial's part. So all in all, these pistols have done some serious work for Bestia, but now they've got to put their money where their mouth is with these Kalashnikovs. 9 rounds on both ends. Razor tight are these margins. Win or go home in this best of 3. And for Imperial, this map is everything. And Phelps doesn't care. He wants to still fight tooth and nail. But this time he gets punished. Noxie is there. And that opening aggression from Imperial is completely ripped apart. And they have to find now a new avenue of getting back into this round, especially in the 4v5.
Yeah, and then we talked about Phelps being such a playmaker, and he can be a difference, but those are the kind of moves where we've seen it before in the past, where he kind of goes for this play that's so risky, and is it really worth that reward? And now even with him top fragging, yeah, he's 21-13, but this is now a problem here for Imperial because they're going to have to switch up their defense. Bestia now putting 4 of their players into this commitment. Flash comes in, that's a good peek. Vinny actually on the pillar. Deco now going to lead this. He's going to go for the charge. They spraying away. They're trying to get every single angle. They can't clear enough. 3-on-2 or 3-on-3. I can't even do math anymore. Things are just getting so chaotic. M4's starting to get the job done, but Noxie gets 3 more kills. And now making it down to Henny, someone that's been absent with the op. We haven't been able to see it yet. He might be able to have a lineup here, but his head gets removed.
It's the Argentinian IGL individually stepping up when it matters. What a massive double on that A take. And then the swing, the balls to swing out like that and just rip Henny's head clean off was immaculate. I mean, in that sight hit, it like everything was going wrong for Bestia. They weren't able to clear out all the angles. The trades were imminent. And yet still Noxie holds strong. Silent up until this point. But he stands tall when it all matters most. It forces Zach to come on the mic. It snaps the money of Imperial. And Bestia are poised to potentially eliminate Imperial from this competition.
Yeah, 2 of the timeouts being called. Like you said, the coach coming in. Probably have more than a few words to say right now with how this thing is going. And that round, devastation now. Money is just, it's hit a blunder, right? I mean, they're all sitting at that 2,000 mark. A couple of them at the 3s, but not enough really to spend anything. They're just going to save everything. Not a penny spent right now from the CT side. They're going to group up together, a 5-man stack at this B site. Bestia now putting some good pressure onto this B. A couple players in main even having canal control. This is not great. If they might just try to dry swing this could be a gift right now for Bestia. A nice shot there from Noxie. The AK spraying away, and there it is. Make it 4. Myron gets it done. It looked a little bit scary, but they take it with only 1 death.
And that's everything. At this tail end, keeping those finances in tip-top shape is absolutely paramount. And ladies and gentlemen, Imperial, believe it or not, are on the brink of elimination and have their final purchase here in round number 21. AWP out will be out for Henny, but No Way and Vinny will be on MP9s. We've seen the amount of strength Vinny can produce with an MP9. It does really feel like he can wield that as though it is a rifle. But there are concessions to have to be made, and it's absolute standstill from both of these rosters. Phelps isn't going as aggressive anymore, and there's no opening gambits from Bestia either. So just a standstill. Nobody wanting to make these mistakes, and everybody knows how important this round is for the context of this game. Slowly but surely now, Deco looks to take them A main control, and he will. Molotov to potentially get himself primed and ready, but Deco is showing a lot of presence on this A site. Oh, an important fire fights both the ways, but at the end of it all, it's all a ruse here, Laz. It's this B bomb site that's actually being tested. Myron and Luchov go big with their 2 guns, and there's Luchov with another. A 4v2 now. Do or die for Imperial, and I think it's running out. Time is of the essence now for Imperial. And Decenty, he's gotten 1 back in, and he's gonna need 3 more. Sure, all these players are hit up, but they're not aware of how deep Luchov has gotten. He's all the way in CT Temple. And now it's just a stall game. Decenty is triangulated. His position is known. There's no escape from the Argentinians. Bestia are just dominating on the server, and Decenty can do nothing but save. It is 12 rounds for Bestia, and it is match point, elimination point for Bestia.
Oh my goodness. It ain't over till it's over, but man, oh man, this now is at a point where it's series point. Like you said, winner moves on in the lower bracket. The loser of this could just be packing their bags, and they're all done here for the close qualifier. Imperial now, everything needs to be spent here, and it's going to be with 2 MP9s and then No Way with a Deagle. Not writing this off, we've seen it, but man, that is not a great position to be in right now for where this game is at.
Not at all. Maybe it's another Phelps round to cause some magic to happen. He instantly been naded. There's the flash to kind of prime him into the gunfight, and it's Decenty in middle as well. It's this crunch in the main that's trying to net some kills back for Imperial, but it'll just be that single solitary frag onto Toma instead. So as the dust settles, Phelps is very keen on just falling back, seeing if he can gather any bit of information. Misty have a lot of time to spare now, a lot of options to potentially get themselves back into this one, but keep in mind, this financial situation is not going to get better than this here, Laz. This is an opportunity of a lifetime.
This really is. 2-1-2 coming in right now from the CT side. Phelps now getting more aggressive. The Molly's going to give away his position. They now know that somebody was close on by. And now Luchov getting close. Spots the shoulder, and that's going to be the Deagler gone. Phelps, one of the players here with the rifles, going to now be able to hide in this corner. Does he get cleared, though? Another nade coming in. Oh, that actually might do more work than he thought it was. That nade lands, and now Phelps is by himself, and he can't get it done. A 2v2 with 17 seconds remaining. Bomb plant's going to go in the safe plant. They're now waiting things out. The smoke dissipates. It's an instant trade.
He is DC'd. No
DC?
way!
No way does that happen like this. I was wondering why on earth is Vinny just hanging out in the corner. And now it looks like he's trying to get himself back into this. And that's it. There's nothing here to happen. I don't even think the restart would even happen. All this damage happened before he lagged out or he DC'd. And BESTIA now have been able to secure themselves further into this with a 13-9. And so unfortunate for Imperial.
What an
like this?
anticlimactic ending to this best of 3. Imperial got close so many times in this best of 3. A chance to convert Nuke, a chance to get back into Anubis, and it's just heartbreak for the Brazilians. BESTIA will be moving on after the back of breaking their streak on Nuke and also just doubling down on their Anubis victory. What a performance for them, but just heartbreak for Imperial.
Yeah, you can't help but feel bad for Imperial with like how close this game was. But again, we can't ignore what BESTIA have been able to do, right? We talked about in the first opening round, it just didn't look like they were fully in the game. Inferno was definitely the only match that, or map I should say, that they looked competitive on, and everything just fell apart from there. And the snowball just kept getting bigger and bigger. But the fact that we got to see them losing that opening round, take a bit of a break, and then now changing things up is nothing but phenomenal. Let's bring up the bracket here because we just kind of, again, I want to recap this with where we've been, right? We had the opening day where Furia were able to 2-0 Imperial, and then 9Z were able to 2-0 BESTIA, and now here we are with BESTIA coming in as a revitalized team dominating Imperial.
And now we get that rematch in the lower bracket finals and a spot to play against the Titans of Brazil, who have very quickly just commanded respect from the region after being on a little bit of a slump. They have torn through the competition, gotten themselves a grand final spot. And so that 9Z BESTIA game is now so tantalizing to say, can we take a crack at the Goliaths of our region, or will it be Furia to take the trip to Dallas? Either way, we've got some exciting games in day 2, but the B stream will be concluded here. I am so happy with the quality of best of 3s that we were able to get across both of these matches today, and I cannot wait for you guys to see the conclusion of this qualifier in the following day to come. So stay tuned for that. But from us at production, here in the casting booths as well, I hope you guys enjoyed, and we will catch you guys on that main stream tomorrow. Stay tuned.
Making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of match, it's got to start it well for ESC.